Hello everyone, welcome to this UI UX design full course by Intellipaat. According to Harvard Business School, 30,000 products are launched every year and 95% of them end up as a failure. If you ask why, the answer lies in the bad market research, poor implementation and ineffective design practices. Well, all these three problems can be solved with user interface and experience design. Think about a moment. How top companies such as Apple and Google became global hits. It was not like there was no browsers before Google or no computing devices before Apple. They all were existential. All Apple and Google did is they improvised on existential experience of user. Apple came up with a much better operating system and handy hardware, whereas Google simplified their look and feel of the browser. They made it much more intuitive and aligned to the user's intent. These simple steps made these companies world's best. There is a famous quote by President of IBM, Thomas Wharton. In one of his interviews, he said that good design is good business. And that's the exact case behind the success of Apple and Google. So as a business, if any company wants to succeed, they need to have stellar UI UX design for their products. And maybe that's why the Economics Forum predicts that we will have 2 million UI UX jobs by 2027. With salaries, UI UX designers in India ranging between 5 lakh to 30 lakh rupees and in the USA between 200,000 US dollars to 300,000 US dollars. UI UX design is becoming a great career choice. If that excites you, you are at the right place. With this free UI UX design tutorial, we are going to help you understand all the fundamental details about this field of design. Top UI UX experts associated with us from around the world have created this course to get you guys started on UI UX journey, so stay tuned until the end. Here's how an agenda looks like for this session. We will begin with introduction to UI UX design, then we will get introduced to Figma, how to do brainstorming and empathizing in Figma, as well as how to use predefined templates and features from Figjam. Next, we will cover how to use inspiration from the internet to create design, how to recognize UI patterns, atomic design principles, and much more about UI and UX technicalities as highlighted on the screen. Finally, we will help you understand how you can create UI components in Figma as well as some of the important Figma plugins and their use cases. I hope I have made myself very clear with the agenda. So let's get started without wasting any time.
Okay, so let us just, because today what we are going to do is that we are going to learn about creating ideas. And this is kind of a sneak peek of what we are going to do together. And this is a product of Figma, which is called Figjam. And we are going to jam together in this file. So in order to do that, the first criteria is that you should have Figma installed. The way you install Figma is extremely simple. Any company that you join today, they will ask you to work in Figma. And we do have a detailed session on learning Figma from scratch to quite advanced level. So this is the website Figma download. If you search, then you will get the Figma download links. So how Figma looks is, please install from this link. You may have to create an account. So use the Gmail ID, create an account. Once you create an account, and I share the link of the Figjam file with all of you. So Figma is a collaborative tool. Figma lets lot of designers and PMs and devs to work together in a file. So that's like a huge advantage, because no matter whether you're working remote or you're working offline, like actually in an office, Figma helps you deliver the artifacts which then gets coded into experiences. So every design discipline has an artifact. A graphic designer delivers an artifact which can be digital or physical, right? He can deliver a poster which is printed, or a poster or a banner which is online. Similarly, an architect delivers artifact in the form of drawings, which civil engineers convert into buildings. A film director delivers artifacts in the form of recordings and audio, and then those combine together and create a movie. Similarly, a UI UX designer creates an artifact, and those artifacts are called screens, which has a lot of elements inside, which will go deeper inside. And then all those artifacts solve a problem that a targeted user group is trying to achieve. What is mostly used, like what do we use Paytm for? Mostly, and pardon me for folks who are out from outside India, Paytm is a payment application. Yes. So every day, if you open Paytm from your mobile phone, what is the one thing that you do every day? Right? We scan QR codes, we pay. We are through a vegetable vendor or a fruit vendor or through Mother Dairy or through local grocery cart, or there is a cash on delivery from Amazon. We scan and we pay. And then Paytm has a lot of other stuff. Pay electricity bill, pay this, pay that, and play games, play that, those things. You don't do every day, right? Those things. How many of you create a playlist every day in Spotify? You don't, right? You may have created a playlist once a month, and then, or maybe every 5 days, and then you listen to song. That is the core of the experience. So when we say user experience designer, a user experience designer creates all these experiences for solving a particular need: listening to songs, shopping, watching reels, payment transfer. Are you getting it? So these are, I'm just telling all these things you may already know, just to make you aware that what is the kind of artifact that you deliver as a UI UX designer. So we will go deeper inside all these things. But while I am just talking, just download using this app if you're using Windows, or with this link if you're using Mac, and just create your account. Because if you create your account, you'll be able to engage in the activity that we're going to do. I will mute him. Okay, so this website, if you see pageflows.com, I admire this a lot because someone took the pain of collecting all the artifacts from different kind of problem that different experiences are solving. So if you use it, this is a paid membership. I have a paid membership for now, and because of that, I can access everything and anything here. It's 8,000 a year, and I'm not doing a publicity for you to buy it. I'm just saying that this has tons of information to learn from. So yeah, so there is some issues with my webcam, so it will be difficult for my. I just have a microphone. I'm using a desktop, so there is no webcam with me because I'm using multiple monitors. Okay, so okay, so if you see this particular website, what it does is that these are different kind of products. So you will be also called a product designer, like you will be called a UI UX designer. You will be also called a product designer. And a product designer creates product or improves product. So for two objectives, one objective is for that particular company which has created the product to earn more money, and for making users who are using that product to get sticky with it. How many of us are sticky with Instagram? I think all of us. And there are folks I know who intentionally disable Instagram because they cannot resist themselves. Whenever we have nothing to do, our brain is tense. We just open Instagram and infinitely keep on scrolling, right? So this is called hooked. So if you get hooked to a product, then the product can do anything with you. The product can make billions of dollars with you because you are the. It is also called that you are basically the product of the product, and your interactions, your desires, your navigation patterns, everything is giving lot of data to that company to create more product. So it is a really like intricately crafted system in the society today, that every digital product where you're leaving a digital footprint is basically helping all those folks who are creating those products to make the product better and keep you hooked. If there are experiences where you go and you don't feel hooked, you just lose interest in the first 2 3 minutes, and then you never go back. So this kind of a thing is called perception. So the more you create this kind of perceptions, it is really difficult for those products to survive. And these are the product domains. So SaaS is software as a service. So there are so many product companies creating SaaS, right? And I basically, today I work in a SaaS product. So my software, like Figma, is a SaaS product. When we call SaaS products are products which stay in the cloud. You may not have it onboarded. You may not have it installed in your local computer. So all your data stays in cloud. Everything that you do, it depends on your internet speed, and you can do your work. You can get access to your work from any place, provided you have a computer and internet. So these are all SaaS products. Then there are finance applications. So these are so many finance applications. These are fitness applications. These are productivity applications. So these are all different kind of product types. Travel product. Then there are website builder products. There are social network products. And if I click on, so this is music product. So Spotify is under music product. So we will work on food. If you click on all products, then you get to see basically all the product categories, if you see, right? So we will be looking into food, and these are all the products for food industry. Yeah, because the hand counts are increasing slowly. uh, keep on installing Figma. Okay, so all these are products. So there is high probability that you will be getting a job in any of these products, and you will be changing a job to a different product. So we don't learn how to design a product, but we learn principles which will help us to design any product. So just like yeah, software as a service, Rachna. So this is basically I'm trying to say is that first you have to understand that what are the, these are, you can understand that in the huge ocean of UI UX, these are the different islands, and this each island is going to have different buildings. So you will be going to from one island to the other island, from health island to greetings card island, and then these are all spread across the globe. New islands are being created, new buildings are being constructed. So this is kind of the huge universe of the current UI UX world as such. So we will be learning about some processes and principles which will help us to work in any building in any island. That will make us, like just like an architect doesn't need to learn how to create a stadium. I am an architect, so I know that if tomorrow somebody comes and tells me that it's a movie and I have to create a building of 2030 or 2060, then I can work on a futuristic architecture style, because I know the fundamentals of architecture and I can create a building like that. Similarly, you will understand or learn the fundamentals of creating any experience. So what is an experience? Let us go into this food industry only, and let us look at Uber Eats. So when we go into Uber Eats, if you see, yeah, you can see all these boxes, right? Onboarding, ordering food, searching, promo code, inviting, canceling, buying, adding, general browsing. These boxes are called experiences. So as a user experience designer, you will be creating, or you will be working on a team. That means in the building, you'll be working in a floor which works on ordering food on Uber Eats. And you might be a team of 2, 3 designers. So this is just for all of your understanding how this industry works. You don't think that ordering food on Uber Eats is being created by 10 designers. 3, 4 designers are good enough, right? And if I go into ordering food on Uber Eats, then you will see this as the final deliverable of a UX designer. These are called screens. So again, to just come from the topmost universe to the granular most part, we are talking about all these products, all these product categories, you may say, as islands. Each island is going to have a lot of buildings, which are the different companies creating the same product, solving the same problem for the same set of users. So they are called direct competitors, right? So what is the direct competitor of Amazon? Like, do you think that these are the only fitness product in the world, or there can be even more coming up after 2 years or 4 years? So it is quite likely that you will be creating a product which is in the same island, right? And then it will enter into this red ocean, of so many existing products, and each one of them, if you see, just like all of you said that some of you use Swiggy, some of you use Zomato, so it's quite likely that you will have either of the apps in your phone. Maybe you'll not have both the apps. Just look at the travel industry. You have how many things? Make My Trip, Yatra, bookings.com, and there are so many other things. I mean, countless. So when you are buying a flight ticket, something has to be different in the new product which is coming, or in one of those existing product, which actually does something better than the other to keep people hooked. So this is what we are talking about, that understanding the job that a user is trying to come and do in these products. So now I have talked all these things just to come to this point, that you have to understand who uses your product, how they use it, can it be made better. So just looking into this ordering food on Uber Eats, you can see that, let's just see the other part, onboarding part. So if you see the onboarding experience from the App Store, this is the splash screen, and then this is where you register or sign in. This is like coming till how many screens it is taking? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. After 14 screens, you are ready to order food. You might be super hungry, right? So there are some things. So this is where these are called the artifacts of UX design. So a UX designer looks into the core pain point of onboarding and tries to look at that who is going to onboard. It is a first time thing. What all other experiences he has already onboarded, can we get something from the social accounts to make it faster? Can we, like simple experience, I'm just telling you, how many of you have faced this problem when you are creating your password, there is nothing written, and then you create your password, and after that it says that it should have one capital letter, and then you are like, you should have told me first. Then you write something, it should not have your name. Why didn't it tell you at the first time? Then you write something, it should have one alphanumeric character. You know, these are bad experiences. So as a UX designer, we try to work on these things. Like if you see the Uber Eats experience, it already has told you what all things needs to be the criteria of password. And as and when you create your password, you see this dynamic check mark coming. This is the idea that a designer cracked, not an engineer, not a product manager, not anyone else in the planet. This is for what you're going to get paid. Everyone clear what your job will be? First, you have to understand what your job will be. If I start teaching you affinity mapping suddenly, you will be like, why am I studying affinity mapping, right? So you have to understand, then you will understand that how is it important, what importance it brings to understand about your user, and why you are going to do research, how research is going to help you, all those things. Now when you have your research thing, everything will make more sense. So this is just a small example, and this is, if you see how many, all the products will have this page. It has to create a password, it has to create a user profile. So how many of you will agree that 95% will have similarities? Good products. So good products will actually leverage on patterns which have evolved to a level where it has nothing to be changed. Are you getting me? That means these the word that I'm using here is called pattern. So a pattern like this will help reduce the anxiety of a user creating a password, and this pattern becomes a standard pattern, and we may not invest a lot of time while creating this screen for, say, a fitness app or a medicine ordering app or like a dating app. Are you getting me? So these are called patterns. So as a UX designer, what is important to you? Don't reinvent the wheel. learn the patterns. So we have a dedicated class to learn about UX patterns, right? Then comes the way this thing is represented. If you see, let us look at the way of representation of this particular page. Maybe let us take a better page like this. So it has, what does it have? It has a lot of text, it has images, it has gaps between them, it has curvatures, it has a lot of colors, and it has a layout through which it is created. The way it is arranged here is called UI, right? So this is the UI part, and this was the UX part. Now, anyone having a doubt of UI UX, I think it must be clear. If anyone still has a doubt, please ask. Perfect. So what you are expected to deliver is, you are expected to deliver UX also, you are expected to deliver UI also. So you are expected to become a all-rounder, someone who can bat and bowl and field, and also do wicket keeping if required, right? So if you have to be a generalist, these are called UX generalists, then the chances of you getting jobs become more clear. The other part of it is that many of you may not feel that much inclined towards creating beautiful pages like this or solving actual problems through UX like this, but they might be more interested in learning the pain points of a user. Those people are called UX researchers, right? So a UX researcher is basically going to understand, talk to user, understand pain points, and then convey it to the designers that, bro, this is the problem, please solve. I have got gathered data. 90% people face problem with that. 70% people drop because of that. A researcher comes with factual data, which helps the designer to design with data and not with gut, right? So this is kind of in a nutshell. And also, if you see, there will be a lot of places where these things are written: find food near you, and allow location access, and always know the status of your order. You may have totally overlooked that who writes this text, because when you start creating a screen on your own, when we will do detailed Figma and all, that time you will understand that if you have a blank canvas and you have to write something, it's not easy, because the way you write this text makes the product more human. It looks like as if a human being is talking to you, not a digital product. I think a lot of you may have experienced who have seen the early 2000 experiences of different digital product. An error message used to come, error 7486Z29, and then a lot of code words. How many of you have seen that? So is it like those kind of old experiences where errors used to be represented like that? People used to get scared. They used to think that they may have done something wrong. So a separate discipline of UX was created called content design, who are also known as UX writers, or they are called microcopy designers, who write all these things. So in my team currently, there are two designers who just write this text: enable push notifications. I can make it enable push notifications, or I can just write that activate push notification. Whether you should write activate or enable, that's a big call and can increase the experience, the quality of the experience rather, right? And so basically content design, if you may want to become a content designer also, but there are limited amount of job, not that much as UX designers. You may want to become a UX researcher also. You may want to become a UI designer or UX designer or UX generalist. Yes. So if you opt for UI design, is it compulsory to do research? Like, is it our work to do research? Yes. Research is something that you may always try to have a leverage on, because there are many companies where if you join a startup, there will be no researcher over there. They cannot hire a UI designer, UX designer, and researcher, because they don't have that much money. So if you join a startup, you have to be jack of all trades. So learning the process of research, there are multiple research methodologies. Like you can do, you can do primary research, you can do secondary research, you can talk to people, you can get data by sharing a survey. But everything is basically to understand what do you want, what exactly is your aspiration, what exactly, like like a quick example is that if you see this Figma downloads page, this particular style is called neo-brutalism, and this is a quite unusual style, right? You don't get to see it in every pages where these kind of sharp lines, flat colors are used. But on the other hand, if you see this example, it is not neo-brutalism, right? It is with photographs and it looks quite natural to you, like these things. This is not a neo-brutalism style. This is 3D illustration style. Now, as a UI designer, you may have created your design library with this 3D illustration style as well as neo-brutalism style, but you don't know which one will work, and your management might ask you, you are the designer, you decide. And then you may do a A/B testing, which is a research methodology to understand which group of users clicked on these images, which were neo-brutalism versus this style. Are you getting me? Which will give you data. So when you will give your job interview, your recruiter is only going to see if you have designed through data in a more mindful way, or if you have designed just like that. Are you getting me? That I just other folks, yeah, okay. So I think if you have installed Figma, I think eventually you have to install Figma. So let us just get started with it. So Figma, if you go to Figma for the first time, all you will see is that you can create a design file or you can create a Figjam board. So we will do design file later on, a manual thing. So if you see, this is a user experience problem. For this scenario, Zoom did not think of doing bulk action that make everyone panelist. Just one button could have saved me 200 clicks. Okay, so rest of the folks has not installed Figma, but we have to go with it. So request to everyone, please install Figma. And now rest of the people can put your hands down. Anytime you have a doubt, then only just put your hands up so that we can have the conversation, right? And if the pace of the class is fast or slow or whatever, you can ask me. Okay, and yeah, rest of the folks, please put your hands down so that I can understand that you guys have a problem, you have a doubt, or you have just installed Figma and you get confused. Yeah, Deepika and Isha, you two are left. Okay, so if you see, if you go to Figjam, what happens is that this is the when you create a Figjam board, then you end up into this experience. So this is basically a whiteboarding space, and it's extremely powerful for synthesizing research data and lot of stuff. So in Figjam, it's extremely simple. We can learn it in 2 minutes. This is a pen, so you can take a pen and you can make drawings like this. So if you are creating some experience, first you can make some rough drawings like this here. This is the eraser, and this is a pencil, or this is a pen only, and then you have some markers also. So the way you select one of the markers, the colors come, so you can add or highlight this stuff, you can color it and all. So basically we will not be using these things much. Also it has some stickers, like it has, suppose a zone, you want to define a zone, so you can put a sticker like this. These are like some really cool stuff of Figjam. But then the important part comes when you can actually create on these things. These are post-its. So you can add a post-it and you can actually make copies of post-its. You can change color of post-its like this, right? And as soon as you start typing, you can start writing that, Figjam jam activity or something like this. And then these are all very basic and upfront things that you can change the font size and, all these things. So this is kind of, we are going to leverage on these things. But one thing, if you observe, that when you have these things, it has my name signature here. So when I share the Figjam link to all of you, and if I want all of you to participate in brainstorming, then it will have your stamp. Also, you can add these kind of stamps, like you can have your name stamp. Like if I add this, then it's kind of voting. So suppose there are a lot of ideas, right? And you have one of the ideas like this is three, four ideas. So I have four ideas. One of the idea is that let's so in templates, there are a lot of templates like this. So there is a brainstorming template which you can add. So it's quite strange actually if you guys have already done Figjam and then people were installing Figma for the first time today. It's kind of contradictory. And then these templates, there is a brainstorming template, there is a crazy eight template, empathy map template. These are extremely rich templates over there. So whenever we try to work on something like we are working on a user journey map, then we can readily call for this template, and this will help us to create the user journey map, get started with it. We don't have to work on a template. We can immediately get started with it. So when we do user journey map, you will understand the importance of it. Now comes the question that if this is this your drawing book or your rough area, or is this something which is going to be part of your portfolio? So what happens is that usually a portfolio looks like this. Let me show you an example. So this is an example portfolio. Great example, this one. See, this is a great example of a portfolio, a case study project. It is a fitness app created by, I think, an Ukrainian designer. Yeah. So how she did is that she created, because it is quite likely that you will keep on adding lot of information in your portfolio. But like if you see how she carefully did is that she has yeah, so there is this user flow. If you click on view user flow, it takes you to the link of Figjam. So there might be a lot of detailed research that you may have done, which you are just bringing it in your portfolio in a very high level, but you can actually, yeah, so this is the user flow from this person. So she has embedded a Figjam link where she has worked on, because if she had to add all these details here, if anyone wants to go deeper and learn more about all these nitty gritties, then they can go with those links. So that's how I see that Figjam has this strong potential of using these hyperlinks. Now we will do one thing. We will do everything in the context of this app. So let me close this thing. And this is the ideation template for us. So we will first understand that what is an affinity diagram. And we will consider that a research has been done and how the research happened. So this is kind of a dummy research which is done. And after that, you have got a lot of data. Then how we will do affinity mapping to group this data. So this is an activity that we will be doing. And then we will, so there is also there are four documents which I'll be taking you through, which talks about the theoretical part of it. But then after these documents are done, we'll be working into the more practical part of it. That how is it applied, how many ways affinity mapping is done, and why affinity mapping is done. The second thing that we're going to do is that and everything we'll be doing in the context of a food delivery app. So this is kind of, imagine that it's a hypothetical project that enhancing the user experience with AI integration. These days, AI is the buzzword. Anything you do with AI is going to get some attraction from your recruiters and all. So, so the brief is that in the world of modern food delivery apps, leveraging the power of AI is a game changer. AI enhances every facet of the user experience, from personalized recommendation to seamless transaction and predictive order management. So this is kind of the overall brief. So we can say that even though it is a food delivery app and it is going to enter into the tough market where Zomato, Swiggy are already established, but if we add this kind of user value of AI, maybe the entire experiences, if you break into the order, then checkout, then feedback, maybe many things might improve a lot. And because of those enhanced experiences, you will be more hooked to using this app, right? So right now, if you see Zomato, Swiggy, they're quite straightforward. That if you go there, you have some previous orders, but you don't know what to order for. It's a huge, vast ocean of foods. You get confused. All those things happen. So this is kind of a hypothetical project that we will work on. And the first thing is affinity mapping. Then the second part that we will do is the brainstorming part. So I have created these templates, and this is where as soon as you start typing, your name will be added. So I'll be sharing this link with all of you so we will do a brainstorming together with this thing along with the document. Then we will do a mind map exercise with this thing. And after that, there is a scamper activity. So, all these activities are something where you have a blank card and you can just go in and write your thoughts. This is how exactly a brainstorming session would work in an office. When we do brainstorming in Microsoft, we have these kind of templates and we join like 4 or 5 people and then we start ideating. As simple as that. So whether you do it in Figjam or you do it with post-its in a whiteboard in a physical office space, the idea is same. You just have to throw in your ideas and then group those ideas and vote those ideas, pick the best idea, and then work on it, right? So this is something that we will be doing. Let us first understand what is affinity mapping. And this is kind of the background of it. So a user research was conducted where users were asked how old are they, do they stay alone or with family, what do they do for living, then tell us about your food habits, how often do you eat home cooked food and from outside, how often do you order food online, do you know how to cook, so what do you feel while selecting a restaurant and food, what's your perception about rating systems, share your overall experience of food after you receive it offline or online, share your checkout experience around cart and ordering, how do you prefer to pay, what do you usually do after purchase. So if you see, in a way it is grouped into knowing about the user and then understanding their food habits, because it's a food ordering app. And then it all talks about that ordering experience. Then when the food comes to them, then when they pay for the food, when they check out after placing the order, then how they pay for the food, and the after purchase experience also. You may have ordered pizza in Zomato, but the pizza came cold, or there was the quality was not good. Then you give feedback. And suppose you have placed an order and then the order got cancelled, but your money is deducted. Then you reach out to Zomato saying that give me a refund. So these are different nooks and corners of the places on a high level. We asked our user, we got some data, and now we will do affinity mapping. So let us understand what is affinity mapping first. So affinity maps, so this is the document which I'll be sharing with all of you. That it's a fundamental tool in UX design, visual representation of ideas for effective organization, extracting insights and themes for informed decision making. So whenever we ask these kind of open-ended questions to say 7 or 8 different user profiles, then the user seem to give a variety of answers. So, but there are some kind of similarities that comes from different users, and affinity mapping tries to group the similar pain points together so that you can understand that it's a theme about payment, it's a theme about uh, post-purchase experience, it's a theme about onboarding, right? You can group, and then you have all the pain points for onboarding, all the pain points for payment, like that. So in a nutshell, affinity mapping is putting a bunch of sticky notes with ideas on them on a wall and then grouping them based on their similarities or affinities. So these groupings can help you extract insights and themes to help you build effectively towards next steps. So it might happen that you bucket all those ideas, right? Then why do we use affinity map is that it helps you in strategic insight generation. So sometimes it may happen that for you are creating a food delivery app, but you are trying to leverage on AI and create the experience better. So you are trying to create a product which does not exist for that particular product. You are in the food delivery app island, but you are creating a building which is made up of a different material. And then you have to ask these users and get all those powerful insights for creating those buckets of important areas. So affinity map serves as a powerful technique for extracting insights and identifying themes during critical stages of the design lifecycle, notably the empathize and ideate phases. So a typical empathize phase is something which happens that when we start with the project, we empathize with the user. And by any chance, did you guys have gone through design thinking stages? Have you learned about design thinking stages? So what happens is that this design thinking is basically kind of you may have heard about the word design thinking. Design. I think the faculty who is taking your research part will come to design thinking part eventually. But I'll give you a very high level overview of design thinking. So imagine that we are solving a problem for a particular user base, and our end goal is to implement that. I mean, deliver a software which solves it or product which solves it. In this basically what happens is that this is what you will basically do in different phases. The first phase is called empathize, where we try to go into the shoes of the user, and we try to get into their head and think as if we are the user and resonate with every pain point, struggle, frustration, anxieties they are going through, so that we can better capture the core value that we're trying to create. This is the first phase, which is empathize. Then you define that, okay, I have defined that I will solve these three problems. And then you do ideate. So today we are going to learn about ideation. So this is where they do ideate. After the ideas are created, designers create prototypes. So prototypes are created in Figma, where you actually can create all the screens that you saw for Uber Eats. Yeah, so yeah, this is from the Nielsen and Norman group. Yes, Stanford design thinking process is there. There is double diamond process. So but all of these processes, there is another process which is called double diamond design process. So double diamond design process, basically it is also kind of a similar way that you empathize, then you define, then you develop, then you deliver. But why it says double diamond is because you first you explore wide varieties of solutions, then you converge into feasible solutions, then you again converge, then you again, basically it's diverge converge kind of a model, which means that first you say that AI will, you come to a food delivery app, you have nothing, you just have a blob going around, and then you just ask it that, understand my mood and show me, five food options which will be like perfect for this occasion, and then it detects everything and it brings everything. So it's a very divergent idea, may not be possible also, but then you converge into a more realistic zone. So the way it happens is that you basically understand the problem, you discover it, you understand every parameters, all the points, then you define it, and then you again diverge and create all the solutions, and then finally you converge into one solution. In this level, you may have created 100 ideas, but finally one idea is going to go into as a solution like this. The same thing happens with design thinking also, but unlike double diamond, the design thinking process is little organic. So you can prototype first and then empathize with the user and then test it and then ideate it. So any order you can do it. It doesn't mean that first you have to empathize only. Some, like chat gpt, there was no requirement of chat gpt. There might be other requirements also which we don't know. So your customer is not obliged to help you with all insights. It may not even know that there are problems existing. So this process helps you. This is a standard process, and people who are really really new to design background, this can help them to work with a method and try to land into some predictable areas of design instead of relying on the gut effect. So with this thing, we are saying that this affinity mapping works in the empathize and ideate phases. So if you see, this is empathize and ideate phase. This is where the affinity mapping works best, because this is where we basically create a lot of ideas and we understand the pain areas from the user. So the empathize stage is that in this initial phase, affinity mapping helps you gain a deep understanding of users and their needs by organizing research finding, user feedback, and observations into cohesive patterns. So if you see there is a pattern uh, of the food delivery, or say a travel agency app, a travel app, is that the prices of flight tickets vary quite huge. Like when you try to go through different apps, and you are confused which one to trust. So this is that empathize stage where you may find similar insights about anxiousness while booking flight tickets. There is no one platform which gives you the trust that whenever I need to book a flight ticket, I will go there and book from there. It is the best. Still now, I myself have not found a single trusted source which I can rely on, right? And then, so this creates a insight bucket where creating trust becomes the definition part of it. So after understanding this, we define that we have to create an experience which can give trust to the end users. So that is one of the higher level brief that you get. Then if you see this, that why affinity map, that in the ideate stage, during this ideation process, affinity mapping supports the generation and organization of diverse design concepts and ideas, fostering innovation and creative problem solving. So if you imagine that you are given lot of post-its and you create idea that, okay, I will create an idea where it will for the onboarding, it will just go with your phone number, OTP, done. 2 stages. There is another idea where it will link with your social network and then done. There will be another idea where every time you log in, even if you log in as a guest, it remembers everything. So all these ideas are related to onboarding. So we will group all those things under the onboarding section. If we look into the details, that we'll have a dashboard. The dashboard will be my personalized dashboard, and it will give me food recommendations, which I may want to, which I may like. It will also give me the most ordered foods from my locality, or it will create my taste meter, that people having similar aspirations like you are ordering this. So all these things are dashboard for the food app, right? So these are all ideas. I'm just ideating with all of you, and then all of these ideas will be just written in post-it without any diagram, drawing anything, and will be grouped under this dashboard part of the food app. Are you getting me? So this is how in the ideation stage you can group all those ideas into separate groups. Then distillation of data. Affinity mapping becomes indispensable when faced with a plethora of data points. It enables you to distill complex information into meaningful clusters, making it easier to comprehend and work with. Right. Then let's see what do we have. The key takeaways are that affinity mapping is a strategic asset in the UX designers toolkit, providing valuable insights and patterns. I will not take much time here. How to create an affinity map will say that you gather the ideas, put it in sticky notes, then you group them into separate chunks, then reflect and discuss. Basically, you reflect on those ideas and then you analyze each group. Then flexibility and adaptability, that while following the basic skeleton, feel free to adapt each.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers UI UX course in collaboration with iHub Divya Sampark IIT Roorkee. Through this course, you will learn complete UI UX design thinking, interaction designs, wireframing, and guerrilla testing for a rewarding UI UX design career. This UI UX design course will be taught by IIT faculty and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards the career growth in the field of UI UX design.
Step to suit your personal style and project need. Like you can create an affinity map grouping based on user. Like user A, pink post-it, user B, blue post-it, user C, purple post-it. Or you can group them based on the experience areas, like onboarding, everything related to onboarding, pink, everything related to food dashboard is purple. So that's how it's quite flexible to group them into things that we want. Then we have I think these are all respective pages. Collaborate power of affinity mapping. Yes. So affinity mapping also helps you, offers a tangible and interactive experience, making it ideal choice of teamwork. Now, if you all see that we will join into the Figjam and we will try to work together as a team, then it has a lot of kinesthetic learning. That many individuals learn best through kinesthetic methods, and affinity mapping taps into this by allowing participants to physically engage with ideas and data. That means you engage with the idea, you actually hold a post-it and you move it. So that imparts lot of affirmation to the areas. Then immersive user research, that affinity mapping brings designers and stakeholders closer to user research by enabling them to hold quotations, observations in their hands, fostering a deeper understanding. If you read a research report versus if you hold a user insight in your hand, that holding that insight in your hand gives you some superpower. Okay. Now, if you see this, all these cards, what do they say? If you had done a user research is where this is this method of user research where we have done interviews. So when you go for an interview and ask people, like every group, if you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 groups, so these are 5 users basically, and these users represent your target audience group. All these users you have identified who were like who might be a potential customer for food delivery app. You scheduled a time with them, you prepared a set of questions, and these were the questions which we asked, and then we whatever answer we got from that interaction, we recorded. And after that, we went into each recording and pulled in all the answers that they gave into these transcripts. So the first user is age 23. Momita, I think you edited it. Can you do undo? Control Z. Please be mindful of not editing this section. Okay. So if you see age 23 male, single, lives alone, IT professional. So these are kind of the demographics. Age 29 male, married, lives away from family due to work, blockchain expert. Then age 26 female, single, lives alone, data analyst. Age 23 male, software developer, single, lives with colleagues. Then age 21 female, student, single, lives with relative. So it's kind of a diverse audience. If you see, there are people who live with family, there are people who lives in a different city due to work, there are students, there are people who live alone, there are people who live with relatives. So different kind of scenarios we want to understand. That's why this target group. And then this is the part where they told that this particular user does not know to cook. Then foodie orders food at least one time daily. And then this second user cooks occasionally, orders food at least 4 times a week, chooses a cuisine depending on the food. The third user is too busy to cook home food, orders every meal online. The fourth user does not enjoy cooking, orders food as group. The fifth one knows to cook but does not cook daily, orders food at least twice daily. So all of them are heavy users of food app. Then the third scenario, third questions came as that while selecting a restaurant or food, what comes to their mind? And they say that does not mind spending time to browse through options. Chooses restaurant based on in-app ratings. So ratings are important for them. Then this user open to trying out new cuisines, feels that rating don't play a role in food quality, makes a detailed comparison between 2 restaurants like this, and then decides. The fourth one says that hates searching and selecting a restaurant, asks friend for suggesting a restaurant, mentally sums up the total cost of purchase in restaurant menu before ordering, right? And then the last user says that feels there are too many options. So that means this user is overwhelmed with lot of food options, unsure about the app rating, prefers to order food from restaurant where he has eaten from before. Then this is the section where we ask that share your overall experience of food after you receive it. Frustrated when favorite food is unavailable, right? Feels restaurants are cutting down quantity. Dish marked bestseller was not good. received food that was not well packed. These are the grievances coming. And the last one is that delivered food was cold and was missing add-ons. So these are all, yes. Is anyone, okay, no. Okay, and then these are also the insights that delivery charge is inconsistent, wants to make a change in saved payment method, finds the process of ordering food every day excruciating, every day ordering food. Then we have this last section where the preferred payment method, they have said that prefers cash on delivery, feels cash on delivery is most secure. Then the second user prefers to use debit card, wants to avoid contact. Third user's payment mode depends on offers and coupons. Fourth one likes to pay with UPI, feels it is the easiest way to pay. And the fifth one prefers paying with debit card. So this way you can understand that the same app, there are so many variety of preferences of our target user. The last one is that what do you usually do after purchase? Wants to know if the order has been placed correctly, wants to order more of the same dish. Restaurant never picks up a call. Delivery boy and restaurant does not pick up call, can't register a complaint, believes that restaurant never takes feedback seriously, forgets to add an item, experience of the delivery boy being unprofessional, anxious after placing an order, feels feedback surveys are useless. So all these different groups came. Now what I will do is that I'll select this group and I will make a copy of this, if you see. So I just clicked on Alt and Shift and copied this canvas. Now I can do an affinity mapping like this, select everything and then change this to this color. So this is how I am doing an affinity mapping based on the users, so that I can group and understand what each user said, like this. I'm just selecting and then just changing the color like this. So we pick it blue. So this is one way of making an affinity map based on the users. The second way, how can we group it? Can anyone give an idea? Also, that's also a great point. So if you see, we can, based on the similar kind of answer, we can group, like, or we can group based on all these payment method. For example, all this payment method that was there, anything related to payment, let me color it blue. Anything related to, say, does not know how to cook food orders, like what is the type of insights we are getting for food, like preparing food, like preference of ordering food versus preparing food. So we can color them like this. And then if you see the way we, while selecting a restaurant, the kind of anxiety that comes, this can be in another color, so that we have all these insights grouped together. Selecting everything, I'll just change it to another color. Then share your overall experience of food after you receive it. So these are all like that. So I can drag from outside and I can quickly change them to yellow color. Then all these things are my demographic information. The demographic information can be grouped in this color. And okay, this last one will be blue. And then this one will be the after purchase experience, can be like this. Make it yellow. This was already done. This color. Getting it? Now what we will do is we will try to like scale this page and keep all these informations, try to group them together. So I will get some space, I'll just move these cards, I will move these cards, and I will try to bring all these insights like this close to this, like whom I interviewed, like this. So that you will get columns of age group, you will get profession. So what happens is that when I organize them like this, now if I zoom in, you can see that it becomes easy to scan, right? That you get the age, you get whether how they live, you get their profession. So later on, when you create personas and all, this becomes easier for you. Let us create the second group also like that, and you will see that this will basically help you to understand the problems easily, because now you are looking at one kind of problem from all users. So this is actually what is affinity mapping. So all theories apart, this is how you basically actually do affinity mapping while you are working on your design problem, like this. And this is the green one. But being said that, depending on the kind of project, the affinity mapping, the grouping that you want can change. So we are just exploring one kind of grouping that we are having like this, and we can put everything like this for this one. So these are all similar problems. So when we create our brainstorming, this will create the foundation for our brainstorming, that we have empathized with our users. We know that these are the problems that they are saying. Let us solve these problems when we create the user experience. This, and then the last group like this. So this is an affinity mapping in action, guys. And you can duplicate this Figma file once the session ends, so that it will be with all of you and as your reference. When you do your own work, you will have actual data that you can refer to, right? So yeah, now what we will do is that we will try to add some headings. So let us add this as the demographics. Then this one we can write about that food habit or food preparing, food preference, we can write home or outside, right? So this is the food preference. And then this one is about ordering food. This is about after receiving food. Like this. And this is about payment and checkout. And the last one is about post order. Like this. So this is in a nutshell. We can all add these questions also as part of it, so that people know that how these answers were generated. So we can add them like this. And let us left align everything. Then we can add all these questions like this. Figjam is great for arranging these things. We'll just put it like this. So now we know that what was asked and what you received as an answer from the user, like this. So people usually in your portfolios, they want to see that you have actually understood the pain point. And this is how you have grouped the pain point. Like this. Like this. It's done. So we will try to create this in a tighter composition and reduce the screen size like this. So this is my affinity map created. Small organization where you do not have a researcher, then it's your job to create a research plan, what questions to ask, and then trigger them, get those answers, synthesize them, create these maps, and then get going with the project. But in my team, I have a dedicated researcher who takes care of it. There is a different discipline. So if your company can hire a researcher, then you don't have to do it. Then you just get the affinity map directly from her or him. Got it? But usually researchers are like every 10 designer, our organization will hire a researcher. That not. Yes. In large organizations, we don't struggle with getting our end customer to do research. But if you, like, when I was working in Samsung, we used to hire design agencies to do recruitment, and then we will hire target users. We'll tell them that this is the age group, this is the demographic, this is kind of the diversity we want, this is like people who actually have used food app, we should get those people only, and this is kind of the profiling. And after that, the agency would hire users and they will charge for every user. If we are want to do a research for, say, around 15, 16 users, they will charge that much of money. And then we will hire maybe sometimes we need to travel also to different cities, right? Yes. So in small organizations, sometimes it is really difficult. So if you are absolutely starting from scratch, then you have to figure out ways. Like now, you will do your case study, and you don't have budget, you don't have actual users to ask problems, right? So you have to figure out. You have to ask your friends or colleagues and relatives to get those data. Somewhere you have to do compromise. You don't get exact actual target users without fund or support from big organization. Yes. So, Samiksha, you are asking that whether this calling part to invite them to interview will we have to do, or the researcher will do that, or someone else. So, the researcher in if a design researcher is there, she will talk. She will organize this part. So we have a bunch of customers ready to interact who has volunteered to interact. So when we reach from that pool, we can easily reach out to 10 people to ask them questions. And the researcher coordinates and does all those things. Right. But if you are the only researcher, only designer in an organization, while I was doing my recent interviews for my team, I found that there are many designers who are working in organizations where they are the only designers and they had to do research also. So they had to figure out different ways to find people and get. So okay, so basically I'm saying that this kind of situations may arise where you may not be able to find the right user because of travel restriction, or you don't have budget to travel. And even if you travel to a tier 3 city, then how can you even, you cannot just randomly talk to people, right? So with that, you have to figure out that even if you meet 5 people, 80% of the insights you get from meeting 5 people. So you just have to identify 5 people from your relatives, from your friends. So for the rural telemedicine thing, you can actually look at people who migrated from rural area to urban area for their living, like the person who is driving an auto rickshaw, or someone who is having a small dhobi corner at a corner of a street, or a fruit seller, who many people who has migrated from rural to urban area for living. You can interview them. The same fruit seller whom you meet every day, you can ask like, okay, so when you fall sick, do you have a smartphone? Do you use internet for your health things? If not, then why? What is the anxiety? Right? So it's your job to frame the research framework and get things done. Better than nothing, at least. Getting me? Okay, so now let us look into the brainstorming section of it. So the brainstorming presentation, it's just, it has two sections, brainstorming and mind mapping. Brainstorming part, we have all heard about it. The question starts with how might we. So if we start with the brainstorming part of the food delivery app, then we say that how might we onboard, how might we see the food I like, how might we add the payment thing, how might we give feedback, how might we get confidence that the best food I'm ordering, all these things. So design teams generate ideas based on these fundamental questions. So how to brainstorm? Now we're going to do a brainstorming for say 25 minutes or 30 minutes. And then this is like, we will set a time limit to do the brainstorm. We will have a target brief also to do the brainstorm, and then refrain from judgment or criticism. So the first condition of brainstorm is that this is our brainstorming framework. If you see this second part, so this is a ready-made template from Figjam, and we are going to use this timer. We are going to use this timer for say 5 minutes, and then let's see how many of us can fill whatever we think about user profile. and just think about ideas, because we did not get much insight from the research. But then we cannot stop our work, right? Just because we did not get enough research insight. But we do have, we all of us are as users. So we will jump into this place and we will try to think about user profile, what all things are there. For all of you to get started with, I will start adding some things and you can all build together on it with that 5-minute thing. Okay, so we will talk about 5 levels of UI design skills. And mostly and honestly, when people start their journey with UI and UX, they tend to stay in the first or second level. But you should hit yourself to stay in the fourth or fifth level to get a job. Because if you are in the first 2 levels, it will be really difficult to get a job. So we will talk about these benchmark levels which the industry expects in UI design skills. And it's not rocket science. We just have to be mindful. Then we will talk about popular UI design styles. So there are different styles of UI design which we will go through. Then we have the final section as the wireframing fidelity. Combining all those things, we will talk about how the different ways of representation of design happens. And then I will give you a small sneak peek of the wireframing starter create and our design system from Google to understand. So because we are slowly going to enter into this the details and nitty-gritties of design. And the next class will be mostly about UX. So today we will do UI, next class we will do UX, and then day after we will do some fundamentals about design systems and the different other different parts, and then we will start Figma, right? So this is kind of our agenda. So let me start with the UI design elements part. There are shift 2 and then I'll do N. So what are UI elements? UI elements are the building blocks of product design, I'd say, whether it is for web or mobile or desktop or AR/VR apps, anything that you see. And they serve as the foundation for all products. As a UI designer or web developer, comprehending UI elements and user interaction is vital for crafting superior application website structures. Designers commonly utilize pre-existing UI elements repositories, often accompanied by code and interactive components, instead of creating them from scratch. So this means that as a UI UX designer, you will not reinvent the wheel. There are a huge repository of components kept, which are called UI elements. And by mixing and matching them, you are going to create experiences. So to put it simply, let us see. User interface elements are the building blocks. They are what users interact with when they are using the product. So one of the names of UI UX discipline is interaction design or interface design. So these are the building blocks of the interface or the modules with which we interact, right? So like for example, we are in the Spotify page. We click on play. So that button is a UI element. We like, let's see this thing. So a visual clue will be a lot of helpful. So if you see, this is clickable, this is also clickable, this is also clickable. So all clickable things are buttons, but there are different types of buttons. If you see, this is a link button, this is an icon button, this is an icon button. But then if I go to these things, these are called drop downs, these are called drop down list items. Then this is a grid, this is also the drop down from the ellipses, and these are all the list items, right? Then this is the play and music controllers. Then these are all images. So all these things, and if you see on the left, these are all icon buttons. Similarly, if I open any other app, say Chrome, and let me just check this Chrome only, the Google Drive link will be, which I shared. So if you see these things, these are drop downs, these things which creates a trace of everything. These are called breadcrumbs. Then this particular big chunk of thing is called primary CTA, a primary button. So all these things, if you see, there Spotify also had a grid and Google also has a grid. So it's not that you are reinventing an element called grid, but it's how you repurpose that element to solve your problem. That's the role of a UX designer. So today you will be having all the tools uh, and skill sets required to create screens, right? So let's see. UI elements are what allows for good user experience and well-designed functionalities. UX design rests on design patterns that your users are familiar with. If you break a design pattern, users may get lost or confused. So designers use well-known UI elements to prevent it. So if you create a button which does not look like a button, user will not even click it because they will think that this is an image. This is not a button. So you should rely on existing principles to let users to make, prevent them from making mistakes. So let us see the next part. The importance of UI elements are that, let's say we receive a requirement of presenting the user with 6 options to choose from for their preferred countries to work. So this is the problem. Many UI elements can serve the purpose. Like a list can, tell you to choose your country list. There can be a drop down. There can be checkboxes. There can be radio buttons. Like these, this is where the complexity starts emerging. It's not only one solution fits all. The same problem can be solved using multiple UI elements. And that's when the complexities bring a lot of fun also in this discipline. So you have to find the way, the best possible way this is solved. So imagine it's a really nested puzzle where if you approach the puzzle with a direction, it might bring X amount of complexity. If you approach it with a different direction, it will bring Y amount of complexity. Now, if X complexity is more than Y complexity, is going to make the experience simpler or beautiful. Right. So what do you pick? So is there anything else that offers more value? And when we say more value, it's all about customers getting hooked, customers getting obsessed with your product, and then they're not leaving the product, and it's good for the customer and for the business both. So in order to look at all these things, let us see the 3 type of UI elements that are present. So the UI elements can be broadly categorized into input elements, output elements, and helper elements. So input elements are responsible for handling different user inputs. Sometimes they're also part of the input validation process. So, like we are adding our password, our name, and we are clicking a button. We are clicking a breadcrumb. So all these things, they are input elements. And output elements are which comes as an output, like a dialog comes up, right? A bottom sheet comes up, a panel opens up. So these are the output elements. And helper elements are are elements which fall in between these two things. So if we look at all these elements one by one, we start with the first. There are 9 commonly used input UI elements. So the first input element is called checkboxes. So checkboxes allow the user to select one or more option, right? So the important thing is that, so we will try to ideate also around it. So let me give you a small example that choose your choose your city of residence. Should you give checkboxes? Just open question to all. Should it be a checkbox? Because get it by tomorrow means, so even a big company like Amazon has a mistake in their shopping page. Can you see it? So these things might look small, but this is where, even the software, even sorry. Yeah, so I'm saying even in the product that I am currently working on in Microsoft, there was a similar problem. And then when you join a company and you see similar things happening, raise your voice because you have the logic clear. So I raised my voice. I said that this should be radio. This is not a checkbox situation. And then it entered as a bug, and people were like, "Yeah, it should be a radio only." And then we changed it. We changed this entire thing into a radio. Like imagine sorting option. Like from a drop down, if you choose, Akash is saying can't understand. Okay, so if you see, I can select multiple options from here. Is it clear, Akash? I can select Adidas, Puma, Campus. But here I can choose only one of them. Either get it by tomorrow or get it in 2 days. Can I select both? Then this checkbox should not be used. Checkbox is used only when you can select multiple options. When you can choose either of them, then the option is called radio button. This is the option. So I'll come to the radio button pattern. So this is the option. You may have seen it. That when you can either select first option or second or third. Right? So this is the option of checkbox. Now let's look at drop down. So drop downs are what? Drop downs allow user to select one item at a time from a long list of options. Very important point. One at a time from a list, long list of options. So they are more compact than radio buttons. They also allow you to save space. For better UX, it's necessary to add a label and a helper text as a placeholder. Example, select one or choose one, like that. Right? So what is a helper text? So imagine that, let us look into a drop down. Let us look at Figma only. And in Figma, like if I if I go click here, this is a drop down, right? And I can choose either of these options. Either I can present or I can preview from these options. So even this is a drop down. I can choose only one of these actions. So this particular level is called the level 0 of the drop down. This is called the level 1 of the drop down. There can be another level which is a level 2 of the drop down. Like in Spotify, this is a drop down. This is the, okay, started playing. This is the first level. Then this is the L0. This is the L1. It can have L2 also. So while you're creating your information, do not make it like L0 to L1 to L2 to L3 to L4. People will be mad, right? So in some government websites, it is like this, but we have to be careful that L0, L1, good enough to segregate options. Okay. So the third option is combo box. What is a combo box? Combo box is allows user to either type a custom value directly or select a value from the list. It is combination of a drop-down list or list box and a single line input field. So in combo box, you have a search field also in the drop-down. And then this combo box, the elements may have checkboxes. So when I can select multiple, say I select choose your country. This is not the right scenario, but if you have choose your country, then this list being, if you see 1 2 3 4 5, makes it easier to look. But some places you may have seen that when you click on choose your country, it opens like a 20-25 list of countries, and then you keep on scrolling like that. So to save the scroll, because this is a space where the options can be lot, like 300-400 options. So to save it, people thought that can a drop down also have a search? So when you start searching, it keeps narrowing down. But in this scenario, should it be a checkbox? So in this option, it should be like on selecting, that country comes up. But there is a combo box option where you have checkboxes also, like choose your fruit preference. Now fruit preference can bring a long list. It can bring say 70 type of fruit, and then the helper text can add that select up to 5 fruits. So this is what is called in the helper text, and you can search jackfruit. As soon as jackfruit comes, you check it, checkbox. You search apple, apple comes, apple. So all these results comes as comma separated values, like jackfruit comma apple comma, like this. So yes. So yeah, Akash is writing, can't just like date of birth. Yeah, date of birth also can't be multiple, right? So date of birth will go into the date picker, which is a more complex thing. But this combo box, if you see at places, you might be in a tight situation, and this is heavily used in enterprise UX scenarios. So I have used it multiple times in my actual work. And the best part is that you can multi-select options, and then those will come as comma separated values, and it can reduce lot of scroll, and the search adds lots of value to it, right? So this is combo box. Now any question, anyone, for these three things? Then we'll move into the next three. So if you want to play around with these things, I think Microsoft React components, React v9. If you go, this is the public place. It's not the learn link. It is, let's see, React Fluent UI.dev. And here, if you see, if you go to combo box, you can actually play around with these things. See, you can here dog, right? You can do cat, and then see lots of options are there that you can sometimes have labels. It has a controlled one, and like this, then it can have filtering options. You can search also, I think, like if you do cow, see, this is the search option, how cow comes up. Then this is the free form thing, combo box of free form prop, multi-select. Yeah, this is a multi-select option I was telling you guys, that you can do cat and dog. And then once you do chosen pets, it comes either here and or it comes here also. Then multi-select with tags. If I do dog and cat, it comes as tags. But then it keeps on increasing, right? So we have to be mindful about whether to choose this pattern or the other one. Then multi-select with string values, dog, like, yeah, I have used this one in my design. And then after whatever quantity exceeds, it truncates. Then it can have grouped also. So if you see, sometimes you want to create groups, countries or cities, bad example, but some kind of group like fruits, say fruits, vegetables, like that, and then you can have these things. So can you see, like, these are the real examples of working with it. Underline, then this is a darker one. Yeah, so all these things, if we use from the Fluent library, then the codes are readily available. So you can actually see this is the code for the developer to take it and use it. So I don't need to understand the code, but I can use this component directly in Figma, and then I'll be confident that developer will have no problem. Okay. Yes, Sanjay has a hand raised. It seems it's taking some time. So Venkat, feel free to ask it in the class while I'm sharing. And then Samir has asked about I have used multi-select here. Oh, great. Great. Okay, now let us go into the rest of the part. So yeah, we were here, wireframing kit and UI design elements. Yes. So after combo box, let us go to the other element. Now this button is the most innocent and most visible, most used UI element that you may have seen, but it is the most wicked one, because a button for web, for mobile, has different set of design system, and a button has lot of states. Let us look at this particular screen only, and if we look at this share button, let us see this one only. See, on hovering, the button increases in size, right? These are all icon buttons, but on hovering, the color changes and the size also increases. And everywhere, if you see, lot of things happen. Like here, an underline comes. Here, a button has an animation. And the animation, when we will do advanced Figma, I will show you how to create this animation also, this micro interaction. And see, lot of small details. The button is shaking and getting unliked and jumping and celebrating when being liked, right? So a button actually goes through. If I go to the home page, and in the home page, these are all the cards. Every card has a button, but usually all these states, if you see, there is a hover state, there is a rest state, and there are different scenarios. So if I quickly go to the nuance part of with page flows, if I go to pageflows.com, or let us go to any other website. Say let's go to Gumroad, and when we go to Gumroad, if you see, the buttons change like this, and these buttons, if you see, they do not have any state. So I would always prefer a state, because it's kind of helping with accessibility and all. But this has a very exaggerated state, right? Start selling. So if I say click on one of these buttons, like let's say login, then these things come. Now these are also buttons to socially link, right? And all these buttons, they have sometimes different expressions. So this is not showing it. Okay, Gumroad home only will show. The start selling button is black, but the login button is outlined. So if you see how many buttons Google had to create, you will understand the problems of buttons. See, they had to create these many buttons for their design system. These buttons, if I show you how complex they are, it's like the buttons can be either filled or outlined or text or elevated or tonal. And every button will be either enabled or hovered. So in order to understand the differences, this is the enabled state, this is the hovered state, this is the focused state, this is the pressed state, and then the last one, sorry, let me put it here, the last one is the disabled state, right? And all of them, if you make a copy and change it to the outline state, they also are there, and then the text states are there, and then the elevated states are there, and then the tonal states are there. So already you have 1 2 3 4 5 25 button designs you need to tackle your various scenarios. And we have just worked on this, but then all of these buttons may
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers UI UX course in collaboration with iHub Divya Sampark IIT Roorkee. Through this course, you will learn complete UI UX design thinking, interaction designs, wireframing, and guerrilla testing for a rewarding UI UX design career. This UI UX design course will be taught by IIT faculty and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards the career growth in the field of UI UX design.
May have an icon associated with it. So if you have the icon associated, everyone gets an icon, which adds the another level of complexity to it, right? You can actually move them a little bit onto the right to get some space, but this is how the complexities increases. And guys, this is something which we may not even notice, and we may feel that okay, why are we doing this? And then if you have, it may have the there is a label text which changes, and then the icons you can change. So if you have, Google has added all their icons, so I can change all the icons to any icon I want. So you can understand that it's a extremely robust design system that they have provided. You can add a GIF image also, whatever you want, to the buttons, or light mode or anything. So basically, to create all these things, and then by the way guys, all these things will actually have a dark mode also. So right now the dark modes and light modes are separate design system files, but I will show you how to create a singular source which can be converted into dark mode in just a click, right? So all these buttons comes with so many things. So we have to look at the minute detailings when it comes to buttons. This is what I will say. And then there I will show you a lot of when we do the UI quiz, you will understand that there are subtleties which makes good UI, the use of buttons. When do you use a primary button and a secondary button? How do you use 3 buttons? All those things we will go through it. Okay, then we have the last 5th one as toggles. So toggles are just like a real life switch. Are you okay for notifications? Toggle. You want to switch to dark mode? Toggle, right? Switch on, switch off experience. So can anyone here tell that what is an associated element with toggle which may or may not come? Anything, like you just turn on a switch and everything changes. What is an anticipated thing to come? And then you have used those switches and created some design, and then you want to switch off. Maybe all your designs will not work because you're switching off, right? So Figma should give you a dialogue saying, are you sure you want to switch off? This will not let you work on the files that you have created with it. So it's a double check before the switch off happens. It doesn't happen in real life that when you're switching off a geyser, it says that are you sure you want to switch off a geyser? But it happens in very few cases where a toggle can change the entire appearance of a software, or can change the entire access of a software, all those things. Okay. Now, absolutely toggle we can check in material design also. And what they did is that toggles are having dialog, list, menus, navigation, radio button, search, sliders, switch. So Google calls it switch. And if you see all these switch, they are the different states of the switch. So we take a switch, selected, deselected, enabled, hovered, focused, pressed, and suppressed. See the size increases, and then disabled. So what is the difference between hovered and pressed state? Let us see. See, this is the rest state, right? Enabled state. And then this is the hovered state. Then this is the focus state. And then this one is the pressed state. So in desktop, in web, a hover state works. But in mouse, how can you hover? In mobile, how can you hover? So in mobile, the hover state of web is the pressed state of mobile. Clear, guys? And as you see, when you press this thing, the size increases, and then it goes into the focus state like this. Clear, guys? Small nuances. So imagine you are actually hovering on top of it. You will see this in web, but if you are actually pressing this thing in mobile, it will grow bigger and then go to the focus state. Okay, so this is the nuance of this particular component. Now let us see the other one, text and password field. So text and password fields are commonly used, places where you enter text. Text fields allow both single line and multi-line input. So it's just like, the nuances of UX in a text fields are that how many lines you can write, after how many lines a scroll should appear, is there a character limit, and what happens when something goes wrong, for example, a password incorrectly added, so that there should be some label. So should there be a field, like if you see material design, how they have designed, I love their text field because they have designed it in a really nice way. And list, icon, floating, dialog, state pickers, chips, checkbox, carousels, buttons, divider. Yes, I think they changed the design. Okay, so if you see here, they have added this label thing. So a label will actually tell you that this is where add the email address. The other way to show the label is through a helper text. So this email address, what happens is that as soon as you start typing, the email address changes, right? And when you erase everything, again it goes to helper text. So this is a more smarter technique, right? Otherwise, you will have always email address written like this, say email address, and then you will have, say, the email address xyz@google.com, right? xyz@gmail.com. So this seems like a redundant thing. Before they had it inside a box, I think they changed it to Material Design 3. So the previous one I like better. Okay. Now, if you see, okay, these are the things, right? Clear with everyone that there are some nuances which will come. It is not a very flat thing that you just have a box, you just keep on writing, right? Okay. Then comes the date pickers. Now, date pickers, people have done immense amount of ideation and brainstorming with date picker. I have seen big companies doing, if you go to the most amazing date picker that I saw recently was the Airbnb date picker. So if you see date picker in Airbnb, these components are company to company wise different. So if I see Material 3 date picker, you can see that date picker looks like this. Progress indicator. Things were alphabetical. Yeah, this is how the time picker works. Time picker is like this. And date picker, I'm not sure. Command F, let's see, date picker. Date picker is not there. Date picker is also there. So this is the date picker, and then the time picker is over there. So this is how you do date picker. And for few experiences, date pickers are really important. like travel agencies, flight, and movie ticket, all those things, rental places, you're doing online renting and all those stuff. So very, very important date picker experience. I will show you a very weird and nice date picker experience which I recently saw. Like, let it be, this is the Airbnb thing. So if I do start your search, and then the search is also amazing. As you guys all know, Airbnb founder is a designer, it's a UX designer. So if I search, say, Paris, and then Paris comes, and then the date picker looks like this, start date to end date. So it creates this light gray connection between it, right? Which shows me the volume of days I am traveling. And the date picker looks like, you have December, November. But if you see, because I started with November 1st, it has October. And then these all dates are grayed out. So this is a scenario, guys, because today is October 22. How can you choose October 21? So as a UX designer, you have to keep your eyes and ears open. If you are creating a scenario like this and showing it to your PM and you have not muted them, they will ask, oh my God, you can go back and select. So these are nuances. But as soon as you are to the future, everything is positive and you have both the carousels. Can anyone say another detail that happened here? Because we cannot go to the past. So the chevron or the carousel chevron is disabled, and these are all disabled, right? And the way it has come up is excellent, super. And then all these components, if you see, this is another brilliant component that they created. 3 months, 4 months, like it's such a jazzy experience, right? When is your trip? And it looks brilliant actually. We will try to create these things when our Figma things come like this. And flexible. So they have 3 different experiences of choosing your date like this. So yeah, let us now see the next things. Then radio buttons, we already discussed that radio buttons is when you have to choose one out of many. And confirmation dialogues. So confirmation dialogues are responsible for collecting user consent for a particular action. When we are deleting a file, then the system asks me, are you sure you want to delete? When we are kind of, saving something, and then we have not saved, and we are changing our navigation, and because of internal limitation, all your work is gone. Like the same example can be, I actually have come here, I can, like, just to simulate the same situation with you, like I go to this place and I already choose that, how many check-in dates I have selected, 3 to 10. Then I have selected, like this, and then I have searched and I have found a lot of things like this, and all these things are coming up like this. But then if I click on Airbnb, all my search and everything is going to go away. So if I click on Airbnb, a dialog might come saying that, because see, everything is gone right now. So if it had asked that everything is going to go away, are you sure you want to do it? So in enterprise, it is a typical scenario. People do a lot of hard work, right? They don't want to lose it. So that's why these dialogues come. Dialogues are just like human beings. We are having dialogue. A computer has a dialogue with the user like that. Then let's see these elements. So this is where we have done the input elements. Now we will see output elements. So in output elements, we have message bars. These are called alert UI element. Now message bars usually come in lot of colors. When we are working on a product, sometimes the message is just an informational message that, wow, order successfully placed. But then sometimes the message is little warning. It seems your credit card is hacked. So please contact your bank. Now this is an important message for me, right? If Amazon can tell me that your credit card is jeopardized or compromised, then basically it should give up a message to the top of the experience that, tada, it's like the moment, please look into it. But if you have made a purchase, you do purchase every day, it's a success message. Show it in green. So this is the context of using message bar. Okay. Then toast UI element, we see it every day. Toast UIs are like, if I show you an example, let me go to Google Maps, right? So when we go to Google Maps, And just for the sake of it, let me just search Gachibowli. So I will search Gachibowli, Hyderabad, and I will search. I will just zoom in, and I will find that okay, there is this. Uh, let's say Osman Sagar, like this lake, and I find Osman Sagar, and then I will select, and then I will try to in Osman Sagar. Maybe I'll try to save it. So you see, as soon as I save it to say travel plans, saving, see something came, right? Save to travel plans, and then after some time it will disappear. Or okay, you have to cross it for Google, but this is the toast UI element. It just says that UP work is done, right? Okay, then we have the other output elements as badge. Who doesn't know what is a badge? It's those counters which keeps on. Is my voice faster than the PPT? Mm, but currently I am in badge only. Are you guys in the badge? Are you able to see badge?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So Akash, can you see badge?
Yes, sir. Now I can see.
Maybe there was a lag because of internet. Yeah.
Maybe.
Yes, maybe. Anyways, so these badge things are counters. So these counters talk about various things. And when I have a really vast horizontal and vertical experience, like a smartphone, everyone is trying to bring my attention, right? You have this notification, you have won this thing, you have won payment due, all those things. So they come on top of those, high level icons or those navigation places where I need to see there are some unfinished tasks. Maybe I'm checking messages. I am checking. So mostly it is those places where something is due on you, right? Or some incidences has happened. If you are a customer service agent and you handle tickets for split AC, so you'd like to see how many tickets are coming to your inbox, right? So that you are on top of your tickets. So those things. Then you have charts. So charts are just data visualizations. So whenever we look at any kind of SaaS product, like let us look at uh, dashboards. Whenever we look at dashboards, the dashboards usually come with lot of data visualizations. Like these are common dashboards where a lot of data visualizations come. So these are all different kind of data visualizations would come, and it is all grouped under these charts. Then the last part is about helper elements. So helper elements are what? Like these navigation menus are helper elements. So they are actually drop downs or list and all, but they are helping me to navigate. Their whole job is to take me to a destination. You can consider them as the roads or the Google map. So when I'm going to Hyderabad or I'm going to Kanpur, the road is the helper element for me. My destination is Kanpur, it does not change, right? And then what are breadcrumbs? So breadcrumbs typically leave traces of the interaction. Like I went to dashboard, I went to device pipeline, I went to device group. It helps me to click on dashboard and immediately go to dashboard, but then again I have to leave breadcrumb. But these are important places when from one level you go to another level and to another level and to another level, and like that. So you might be lost in all those levels, right? Because when the interactions happens in more than 3 levels, a breadcrumb will help you, understand, or bring you up to the same level, whatever level you want. So this is the pattern for breadcrumb. Then we have absolutely search fields. Search fields are like a very common pattern for UI. So, but it is the most wicked pattern for UI. It looks the cutest, but it is the most complicated UX thing, because if your search is not good, if it stays like a bad search, the whole experience is ruined, right? So I think the most important, powerful, most feature of Amazon is its search. I feel that this search, as you keep on searching, see, as even if I have not searched anything, it gives me a lot of stuff. I can always choose the area of my search. I can start typing S and it auto completes. You know, every letter it auto completes, and these are not simple things, guys. So, you know, shows, and then all this prioritization is happening based on your purchase history and lot of stuff. So Amazon's heroist experience is this search, I feel, and absolutely other stuff also. So a small radio button is not a problem or deal breaker for Amazon. This is the most grandest experience of all that they have, right? And then if we go to, like, I have never faced a situation where I searched for something and that item is not there in Amazon. It has never happened for me. It has somehow guided me to some other things which I wanted and I have bought something else like that. Okay. So then we have paginations. Now paginations come at the bottom of these pages. So if you look at Amazon also, if I click on this particular sports shoes, and then if I click on, say, whatever, I mean this shoe, and then we're looking at it, paginations come. Now why does pagination come? Can anyone tell me? So when you do not know how many things are being pulled, it becomes infinitely difficult for managing performance. So it will keep on trying to load everything. Sometimes there might be 1,000 levels, right? So to load all those 1,000 things at once becomes a big problem. So this pagination UI element also, if you see, it is an interesting thing. Some places you will find 1, 2, 3, something like that, the last one. And here, if you see, I cannot go to the last one, right? So this is an interesting thing to observe, guys, that even though I see there are 26, only when I click on next and then I go down again, where did it go? Yes, I can click on these 3, but not on 26. So as a UX designer, you click on, you basically, for Amazon, if you're an Amazon UX designer, you will first create, okay, I have previous is disabled when I'm at 1. When I'm at 2, previous is enabled and next is enabled, but these two are disabled. Then when I click on next, I will show 4 cells and then previous. Can anyone tell me what happens? Till how many it will add? Has anyone observed? See, I have clicked again. Till how much it will grow?
Till 25.
Till 25. Let's see. This is a question that developers is going to ask you. But see, as soon as I did more than 5, this got truncated. 2 and 3 got truncated. Are you seeing? These are the nuances I want all of you to focus on. And then as soon as I do next, 1, 2, 3, 4 got truncated. So after this, I don't have to worry about anything because now I have a pattern. If you see, it's just symmetrical. That after this number, we will truncate these two and we will truncate this. So that means I can immediately go to 1 and go to 2, 3, 4. From here, I can go to the last one and the next one. That means if I go to 5, I can access also 4, right? If I click on 5, I can click on 4. Or I can click on 1 and I can go to 2 and 3. But I cannot click on 26. I don't know why. Same performance problem might be. So in many places, I have seen that the last one also you can click, but it's not here. So small element, so many nuances, guys. And as a UX designer, your PMs are going to ask you about this only, because pagination as a UI element might be used in 10 products, but their behaviors are not the same. This behavior is the UX part of it. You will define it for your product based on your development stack, based on performance, based on other things. That is your call. You will be getting salary for taking that call, because you're not inventing pagination as a component, right? you are inventing an experience with this component. Clear, everyone? Next time when you go to this Amazon or Spotify or Instagram, try to look at these nuances. Now, Amazon pagination thing is actually printed in my brain. So if I work on pagination, I will refer to this as a foundation. This is how Amazon handled it. Because who has decided this 26 number? It can be any number, right? Look for a very common thing, smartphone. Smartphone is a very common search. Now, if I click on smartphone, let's say when I come down, there are 20 pages, but if I go to say Redmi Note 10, let's see. This is the product page. So my point is that you don't know whether it will be 26 or 30 or 100 or 500 or 2000. So creating a scalable archetype is what we are trying to solve. So this is a UX problem that we discussed. We'll go into more of these patterns when next class. Anyways, so now let us see the pagination part is done. Then we have very few helper elements left. Something is called a tooltip. So in Spotify, if you guys saw that when I was in my liked songs and when I hovered here, download came, what's new came, friend activity came. These are called tooltips. Now tooltips may also have a lot of nuances. Tooltips may have small description with another button inside. There will be some discussions like the initial discussion we were having. Whenever we have things getting truncated, we try to bring tooltip. Here the tooltip is not coming, but in our designs, what we do, if any text gets truncated, we try to bring the tooltip, because otherwise how can you know, right, what was written? And also tooltips, sometimes we use some learn more link or something in our tooltips. Then icons is needless to say, these are these elements in our interface. Icons, so many icons we have, right? Then we have progress bar. Progress bars come in and gives you assurance that I'm working on it. Bear with me. I will be back, like that, all those things. Now, progress bars also can be of different types. There can be determinate progress bars. There can be indeterminate progress bars. Like if I show you the fluent progress bars, then this is a default progress bar, which starts here and ends something there. And then these are some of the colors of progress bars. Then there is an indeterminate progress bar, if you see. The indeterminate progress bars comes when it is difficult for us to even predict. But the below ones is a max progress bar. So it shows the determinate progress bar, right? Then we have different shapes, rounded corners, rectangle, different thicknesses, sleek, thick. These are for Microsoft. So whenever I have to use progress bar, I have to look into this library and use this progress bar. But I can change the size. I can make it thinner also, like that. So then we have the helper elements called notifications. So notifications are those elements which shows the indication of something which you should focus on. Then we have message boxes. Message boxes are small windows that provide information to users, but typically does not prevent users from continuing task. Now, what is a message box is sometimes you land in Figma and a small thing comes up like this, that there are new features in Figma. Do you want to try out? So those are message boxes, but not hindering you from working. But modal windows are something which comes up and blocks you from working. Unless you cancel it or take the action, it will block you. So the previous is this example. If you see the left hand side, you can still code, but here the page is blocked. So modals are extremely common things in UX, whether it's mobile or web. So there are widgets.
So why are they common, sir? Aren't
Why
they
are they
irritating?
common modals?
Yeah, aren't they irritating?
They are irritating, but sometimes there is no option also, because modals come. Forget about the advertisement scenarios where modals come and ask you to click something to get things. Those are annoying modals. but there are important modals that saves you tons of work. For example, in enterprise products, you sometimes create complex rules. And then if you want to delete those complex rules, shouldn't it or should it not like ask you that, are you sure you want to delete it? Right? It should ask you, right? If it doesn't come, you will not get irritated, but then you'll be massively irritated when you see your work is lost, right? So these modal
Yes.
things, yeah. And then also sometimes you are already in a complex page and you want to stay in the context and work in a detailing of one of the part of the interface. Then if you do not use modal, then you are leaving the context. You are going to the level 1 of that page, right? And then you're working on it and then you have to come back. So in that cases also modals are really, really helpful. Right? So modals are friends actually, unless you're using it to, irritate people with advertisements. Those are basically pop-ups, pop-up modal. But what I'm saying, we are talking about working surfaces as modals. Those are really helpful. The more complex business applications you work, because you do not choose the product you work unless you are super pro. You are like, I will work on only Spotify, otherwise I'll not join any company. Sometimes we have to join products which we are not associated with, from our heart. And then these patterns really, really help us a lot in handling those complex scenarios. Even in B2C scenarios also, when we are first, suppose some application wants to access your location, it's a privacy concern. So it should stop you from doing anything else unless you confirm it. It comes as a modal. So all these experiences, if you see, these all the initial experiences of page flows, any flow, let's go to this flow only, onboarding. And then this is where the modals come, see. As soon as after the splash screen, the modals come and asks you about permissions. Any page you start, iPhone, this thing will come only, no option. Right? Because if you do not get it, and later on you can sue, Apple didn't ask for my permission, my privacy is being hampered, all those things. Right? So at places, multiple places, modals come. Yes, so like there are some UX patterns which we will study next class, where we will understand that at places you may use a panel versus a modal. So there are some broad patterns which are already established. Like if you want to work in the context, this is what you should do. If you want to leave the context, this is what you should do. Sometimes you open stuffs in new tab. So irrespective of whether it is a finance app or ER or a CRM or a travel booking thing, like example is this one, the Airbnb example. If you see in Airbnb, if you actually look at the experience, it is one of the most brilliant experiences that I have recently seen. Because anything that you search here, let's search Kanpur, and then as soon as you get Kanpur, you add some date like start and end date, and if you do search, then this is one of the brilliant most experiences. Because if you so if you have you ever seen a pattern like this? Say the map is filtering.
Yeah.
See, the map is filtering the left side. And if you zoom out, can you imagine how they have designed the system? Because if you zoom out, you get entire Kanpur, right? I mean, a map is such a thing which can zoom out to such a vast place also. I mean, you can get outside the planet also. A map is such a, element. But using a map, keeping Kanpur as the pivot, they are generating these things. And this pattern, for example, where you can hover on these things. So I have to go to Kanpur for that. If you hover on these things, then I can actually understand everything about this place without even going inside it. I can even like it. I have never seen a pattern this cool recently, which is like from the map I can see. And if I like it, I click it, it opens in a new tab. My context is same. So like you were asking whether to open a modal or not, I could have opened this page in a modal also and blocking this experience. But instead I decided to leave it and go to a new tab. Extremely brilliant problem solution, this one. the idea is that you have to keep on looking at other applications, try to get inspired from different patterns that it has. There are also several patterns that we will study in the next class. Then if you are mostly focused into that, what kind of components I should use in ERP or finance, right? That is a very broad question, because you will be mostly using all the patterns for ERP,
Okay.
right? You
Right.
you cannot specifically say that for ERP I can never use a panel, I have to always use a modal. No, not like that. Depending on the job that your user is trying to do, you may choose any of the components. That should not bind you from suggesting solutions, in my opinion.
Okay.
You're getting me? So
Yeah.
my suggestion is that master the components and use it wherever it is required. And finding the best solution within those constraint design systems sometimes is the biggest exam that we have to pass in corporates. Right.
Okay. Got it. Understood. Thank you.
Yeah. But see, Airbnb created a design system which is totally disruptive. So Airbnb, I have never seen any component, even Google, Amazon, Microsoft, nobody has a problem solution like that Airbnb thing. So that might give me a trigger when I'm solving a problem, and I might try to, solve it for CRM one day. That this is how you can solve it. I have a zoom in, zoom out level. That it's a new paradigm of filtering, right? Then we talked about these things. So what are widgets? Widgets are basically, it's called organisms, where you have multiple UI elements combined and packed into one thing, which are like, it can be cards, where it's kind of a map widget, it's a clock widget, it's a calculator widget, it's in itself an application inside an application. And on the other hand, these UI containers, if you see, you may have seen it a lot of times. While if you go to this, like an example can be Behance only. Like if you go to Behance, and in Behance, the best part is that the responsiveness of Behance is extremely good. So we can see how Behance has created these cards at the initial level. So this becomes a very interesting component for every UX UI designer, because it talks about the balance of the card, it talks about the hierarchy of information, it talks about actions, lot of stuff. So if you see these cards, all these cards are coming, and these cards are consistent. Like even if I scale it down, the same cards come in mobile also. So, and in the same proportion also, that's the beauty of it. So these cards, the fundamental size of the card was decided, and outside the card, if you see, some actions are kept, right? Multiple owners and all these things. But on the cards, on hover, these informations are coming. So the cards look simple, but if you see, it has a ellipsis, it has this recommended, it has lot of information. So this is a pattern where information is less unless you want to interact with the information. On hover information along with a tooltip also, right? So different cards are bringing different kinds of tooltips, different types of, this is a kind of a tag, product design tag. Then these are all, you can also add multiple functions, like this thing. See, like is there, view is there, but you may want to, save for later. You can do it. So this ellipsis gives you the option to have a drop down with 2-3 actions also. Even just looking at the thumbnail, you can like it like this, right? So this way, this becomes like a really, really strong candidate for containers. And then sidebars is the last thing. Sidebars are what? Sidebars are basically a group of elements and components. Mainly it helps you for your navigation. So some sidebars are collapsed, some are expanded, some can do both. So when a sidebar collapses, it goes into this menu which is called hamburger menu. So a hamburger menu basically kind of like how a hamburger has lot of things confined between two breads. It actually puts in different navigation things inside, right? Like this. So there might be more elements also, but I think we had a fairly deep dive discussion around the different elements, because just talking about these elements is something, but when we see real life example how different companies have used it, or great product companies have used it, you get to see the depth of these things. And all the game happens with these components only, whatever we discussed. Now we will do the next thing. Now that we know the components, now that we have little bit of friendship with the components, we will try to understand atomic design principles. This is a really short presentation, and I have shared the link in that Google Drive also with all of you. So there was a guy called Brad Frost. If you are interested to learn more about this thing, the hard copy book is not available. So he created a PDF file. I bought the PDF file. It's just $10, and it's a digital book only. He came up with this concept. This is the book actually called Atomic Design Principles, right? And you can order the ebook. Let me share this with all of you. So the entire world, be it Amazon, Google, Microsoft, or Facebook, any top product company to startups, unicorns, this influenced the entire world because nobody had anything to describe that part which he explained. Let us see what he talked about. So, atomic design principles, if you see, just like how atoms are the smallest thing in the universe which we cannot divide. Similarly, in UI also, he took the metaphor of atoms and molecules and created this principle. He is saying that there are some subatomic components like typography, a simple text, shadow, spacing. Like spacing is invisible, right? Gap between this form typo and this thing, it is invisible, but it is a subatomic component. Color palette. Color you cannot touch, you just can feel it, experience it. But on the other hand, atoms like these input labels, text box, buttons, just with a button you cannot do anything, right? That is the atomic component. But then a label and a text field combines with each other with a helper text to create a module which you can repeat. Email, password, repeat password, name, getting it. So a molecule can combine 2-3 molecules and then create an organism. So 2 molecules of this, 1 atom of this, creating an organism. 1 surface done, sign up experience. But then this one with another atom and another organism creates a template. And then several templates creates a page. Concept clear, folks? So,
Yes. Yes.
so when we will do Figma, we will do inside out, not outside in. If you are working in the outside in pattern, that you took a screen in the proportion of iPhone 15 and you started putting in atoms to it, you will be in big time mess in your life. And then you will not be able to get out of that mess. Your designs will not be responsive, you will not be able to work faster and all. So when I discovered this atomic design principle approach of working in Figma, my life changed. I'll share it with all of you. Then let's see the next one. So subatomic, atomic, molecule, organism, template pages. Some examples are there. So if we see, there are some subatomic particles which are called design tokens, right? Their design tokens are currently like, if you see heading 1, button text, section header, song title, body text, tab bar label, then there is a white color, gray color. These are all tokens. So I will also show you how to use tokens to create, not use colors directly, but use colors with tokens so that you can change your design to a dark theme and just flick your finger and it becomes dark theme. Change a master token and it changes your entire flow of 100 screens or 1000 screens. So you just it will be taking you to a lot of speed because you will work on the designs without much deeper consideration. And finally, you can sit, relax, have some coffee, and work on those detailed considerations that what should be that exact gray, mera wala gray, and then that white, and then this dark background, and it influences the entire work that you have done, right? And you can keep on changing it. Then if you see the atomic parts, so icon button, this symbol, guys, is called a chevron. Chevron is this word. So let me add all these terminologies also here. Then the next one, these three dots, they are called three dots or kebab menu or ellipses. So in the industry, they are called ellipses. Ellipses basically host a lot of actions inside them. So when I have 4 actions, I don't show those 4 because my UI will be cluttered. I show it in an ellipsis. Then album art is an atom. Whenever you want to understand what is an atom, just look at it individually and say, can it do anything alone? No, it's an atom, right? All these things are atoms. Then if we go to molecules, this is where the album art, those elements only, typography, icon button, rectangular card created a molecule. Now, can this molecule do something? Yes, you can interact with the molecule, absolutely. This molecule, even if there is this one molecule in your page, you can listen to one song at least forever, but that doesn't mean that it has no value. Much value than that atom, right? But without the atom, this molecule had no existence. Then if we go to organism, a playlist. Multiple molecules, I have option to choose between, right? And then if we look at the template, so this is a template where we have 1 molecule, 2 molecule, 3rd organism, 4th molecule, 5th molecule. So a template is a combination of either multiple organisms or multiple molecules, right? And if we go to the pages part, absolutely, this is the home page. This is the search page. So every page will be a combination of molecules and organisms, and it may also have some atoms also, right? And yeah, this is the end of it basically. It's a very crisp presentation just for you to understand the basic logic of it, right? So whenever from now you look at these examples, like if you look at the page flow example, or then let's say this example only, let us do some quick quiz. So what do you think this particular thing is? Molecule. Perfect. Let us do another. This particular thing, this card, this entire thing is made up of a image and some text labels, some buttons, some icons. So this is what? This one entity is what?
Organism.
No, this is a molecule. This is a
No, it's
molecule.
molecule.
It's a molecule. This is a molecule. This is a molecule. Together, this row of molecules creates what?
Organism.
Organism. And this organism, this is also a molecule because this has some
Yes.
button. And so a molecule can be created with only 2 elements. 2 atoms can create a molecule. Whenever it is more than 1, it's a molecule. It can have multiple things. Like this is a complex molecule, this is a simple molecule, right? But then whenever a lot of molecules create a section, what does it create?
Organisms.
Organisms. And when we have multiple organisms in a page, what does it call? Template. And then this is one page, this is the second page, right? We can go to the following page or this following page, like that. It's not working, but yeah, like these are all different pages. All the pages will have different, this is another structure of an organism, right? So organism, this is an organism, this is an organism, this is a molecule, this is not an organism. So organisms and a molecule sandwich between 2 organisms, just like that. So when we actually work with Figma, we will say that work on the organism, work on the molecule. Your molecule doesn't look good, like that, right? So, and all of these are templates. So this was template 1. So if you see, the templates are different, right? The template for you, the template for discover, the template for hire, the template for assets, the template for jobs, all different. So as a UX designer, you may be working on the assets template and working on these experiences, search experience. These are all looks very simple and cute, but a lot goes inside them. There is a sort experience, there is a filter experience, there are some radio options to choose either all categories or fonts or templates or vectors. There are 2 searches, and then it has a scroll. What happens with the scroll? The header diminishes. See, a lot of interactions happening like that. So just trying to give you a taste of the finer nuances and start developing that eye for detail, right? So these are all brilliant products, top products of the world. That's why they are so polished and refined. So with that, let's do a quick time check and let's see if we can yeah, maybe we can take a break and then we can do the rest of the stuff. So yeah, then we will have good design and bad design. So we have this UX quiz which I'm going to share. So once we come back from our break, I want all of you to join this file and just put your votes on what you think is good, what you think is bad, right? And then we will go into the last part, which is principles of making good UI design, because we should have some principles also which we should follow to make good UI design, right? And we are going to look at these principles of good versus bad UI design. This file I have shared with all of you. This has an explanation also. So if you look at it, it will say that pointless inconsistency in your UI elements. And it also has a guideline: consistent use of color palette for elements like buttons, text, links, header, footer, hover states, etc. Consistent font style for title, paragraph, link. Use either rounded or squared corner for the shape. Don't make it sometimes rounded, sometimes squared. Consistent line thickness for icons, dividers, and any other lines you use. Every element that deviates in any way must have a reason to do so, right? This is the reason for it. Sparsha, this is happening quite often. Is there any technical challenge you're facing? There is some, I'm not sure if it is only me or everyone is getting noise when Sparsha is unmuting herself. That there is a subtle text below and then there is a strong text to the top. All this creates something which is called hierarchy. See, daily mix is strong, this is subtle. And the same thing you will be able to see in Airbnb also. This is strong, this is subtle, this is bold, this is subtle, right? Even when you see all this, whatever website you go, whatever product you see, these are some of the things which are kept. Even when you see these things, this is strong, this is subtle. Something is filled, something is thin line, something is thick line and dynamic, rushing towards you like this. So I keep the same style. If all the icons are dynamic, rushing towards you, make everything like that. Here, comparatively, although the thickness of the clock icon can be better, but overall, everything is line icon. So in UX design, there are some recommended accessibility guideline, and developers have programs to check whether your design is passing that guideline. If it fails, then they will come back to you and say that design for accessibility. So when we will do our, after we complete our Figma, we will do a class on accessibility and we will help you understand accessibility in a better way, right? Then if we go to the 8th one, this is where, the left one and right one, what is the problem with this one? So if you see that confusing form, so forms are crucial part of user interface. They are used to log in, to sign up, check out on all those things. So avoid only using colors to indicate error. So here the error is given, but what is the error you don't know. So unless the error is specifically mentioned, you will not know what to do, right? And also there is no option to reset it. An error will keep on coming and you'll be trapped here forever of your life. So that's why this reset link keeps it. So it's a UX well represented in a error scenario. And the UI problem was that the error scenario was not highlighted throughout this. So you may see that this error is with something else, not password. And then if we go to ninth one, few people voted this, few people voted this. So the problem with this is the touch target. So the touch target, this cross are too small. So a good touch target is around 45 to 57 pixels wide in mobile phones. But here, this is, if you see, this is broad. I mean, you can have a proper touch target to click this cross. But here you may need a stylus to do it. Very small touch target, right? So that's why not this, but this is the right answer. Then this one, inevitably, the quality of image. The quality of image should not be blurred, pixelated, disproportionate, right? When we do Figma, I will show you how to create techniques so that no matter how weirdly you stretch your screens, the image does not get disproportionate, how you used to happen in some other applications. Then the next one we have this one versus this one. Everyone understood that this is the right answer because of the same reason of poor contrast, right? Then if we go to the next one, again, the icon style, if you see, it was the same question, but here the icon styles are more better and consistent. Everyone voted here. Few people, one person voted here. So the reason for this is, Sujit, that the styles are different. Something is broken, rounded, light, something is filled. So we have to use the same style of icons. Then the 13th one, the same problem, that error scenario, right? It is the same thing got repeated like this. So improper contact form. And then the next one is this one versus this one. So this is a UI problem or effective use of color and hierarchy. I think this is also wrongly written. This is actually simplicity of content. Simplicity of content is the this thing. The topic header was wrong. That a good user experience is one that speaks to the user with words they understand. Deploy vehicle is a simple word. Initiate autonomous control sequence looks like some defense minister trying to push a button. But this one looks really, really simple to understand. So that's the important thing here. So let's see how people voted. Yeah, absolutely, people were right. Regarding 15th, on the left hand side, everyone voted absolutely right answer. So if you see on the left hand side, effective use of color and hierarchy, right? We have color and hierarchy here. Text, header, content, CTS, everything looks like one thing. Very bad design. Then the 16th one, few people voted this part, few people voted on the left hand side. Let us understand what is the answer for this. So this is the right answer, this is the wrong answer because there is a chance of error here. So we have turn on, turn off, lot of all the available actions are given here. If it is turned off, if it is already turned on, why do you give turn on? Give turn off. If it is already unloaded, then give for load. Why do you give more options when you cannot do it? So this way, we will keep on clicking, something will not happen and people will get, uncertain about what is happening. So that's why whatever state you are in, you're in the safe state, give a state to unsafe. If you're in the unsafe, unpublished state, give a state to publish it, like that. Do not give publish, unpublished both, and people are confused. Which state am I in, right? Like that. Okay. Then the 17th one is about, so this is the right answer because communicate errors and next steps. Same problem was happening here, that there was no error prevention or error correction way we could do. The 18th one, these two. Now this was a really, really tricky one if you see. So at the file also. Okay. Now we will go little deeper into principles of making good UI design. Now we will talk in a little psychological manner, how psychology helps you in doing this thing. So there are few principles that we will talk to, and so this is how we start, I guess. Yes, this is how we start. So learn to use human perception laws in your interface. Although we will do the laws of UX in detail in the next class with examples. But these three laws are important for UI. That's why we are doing it in the context of UI class. Law of proximity, that when we have multiple elements present, the ones that are close to each other are perceived as a group, even if they look different. This is the law of proximity. When the distance between nanonewton and then this photograph increases, the bond decreases, right? So it's like when you heat water, water escapes as steam, right? Because the molecules becomes loose. So similarly, this molecule loses one of the atom when the distance increases. So law of proximity is something which we should extremely carefully work on. If you look at the pages like Medium, right? If you go to medium.com, and in Medium, you will see Medium's cards are one of the most beautiful cards using law of proximity. Can you or can you not agree with me that these two things look together, that they are together? Do they look there 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 together?
Yes.
This is law of proximity used in the best possible way. One of the best examples of law of proximity. Because Medium is just text heavy thing. With the help of law of proximity and white space, it creates such a fantastic inviting experience. I can scan so much of text content, yet not feel intimidated. On the other hand, if you go to Quora, Quora looks little bit. Medium is selling text in a very easy way, and these gaps that they have created, they are invisible way they are creating that these are groups of information. Here, that lack of gap is creating a lot of that I have to read a lot. That kind of a notion is coming. When you go to Twitter, now Twitter also has a lot of text content. Let me wait. Twitter is still there or it's X? Yeah, X. Yeah. Oh, it's a Japanese X. Samurai X. Okay. But I think we are pretty clear with it, right? That these kind of proximity creates a lot of difference in the UI. Here is also a lot of text, but here if you see the information looks loaded here. In my opinion, there is like absolutely Quora is not a simple thing. Quora is a huge product. Lot of users come and get very important information in Quora. That is not the point of it. The point of it is that the UI looks little bit suffocating to me. This looks little bit of relaxed and breathing, and I can stay here longer. That's the point actually. I can stay here longer. I can stay here and get my job done and just leave. Maybe the engagement score will be higher in Medium compared to Quora. So if both were saving the same purpose, then let us look at Jacob's law. That users spend most of their time on the other sides. So you definitely heard that one before. In general, it's all about making the UI elements look familiar to the user. In many cases, too creative UI design can be overwhelming. So idea is that if you have a pattern for checkout, design the pattern for checkout, like the pattern for checkout. Do not reinvent the pattern for checkout every time. People will be lost. They have to use their brain to figure out how to navigate. It's a totally new thing, right? But that doesn't mean innovation cannot be there. The one of the best examples that we saw was Airbnb's that circle thing, right? That was a very nice example of a new way of rediscovering dates. So as soon as you select on this, I am flexible, and whatever date you choose, and you to search, and then you click on the date part. So this particular thing, this is a very different interaction pattern, but it's quite intuitive enough because it has inspiration from real world to how to navigate with it, right? So this is Jacob's law. Jacob's law is bring familiarity. Law proximity is bring groups, create groups. And then there is this effect called von Restroff effect, which is the isolation effect. That when there are many elements present, the one that differs catches attention, and it's easier to remember. For example, that's why when we design CTA button, CTA is call to action button. We have to make sure that the color of the button stands out. That's why the button should stand out for von Restroff effect, right? Then let's see the next things. Try different design styles and trends. So if some of you are doing freelancing, your client may ask that, can you try that trend? Can you try that trend? So although you can have your style of working as a UI UX designer, but it's good to try out different industry trends that are going on, right? I will share some trends with all of you now. And then the next thing is try different design styles and trends. Sorry, this is, I think, about the typography. So this is about be conservative with typefaces, right? So that means designers often tend to complicate the typography in the designs. Use too many fonts, too many pairings. The truth is you don't have to own many fonts to create a stunning, useful UI. Own just a few, 2 or 3 sans serif fonts, one serif, one decorative. That's it. If you have a handful of these fonts, which I have added in the link, you can actually get all the things done with it, right? So then the fourth one is learn about the cognitive load and try to minimize it. Sometimes we tend to over design. So if you see, this is the law of proximity bringing them together and everything together. Then this is a von Restroff effect, which is bringing the 7 prominent. But then there are a lot of sparkles, celebrations happening around these things, circles, all these things happening. This is like increases a lot of cognitive load. People think that, is there something I have to do with this? So it is not a poster, it is an interface where people are interacting with stuff. So you have to be conservative with the cognitive load. Then always check the accessibility. So the contrast is too low, the target is too narrow, the text is hard to read, text size is small. Check for accessibility. So in a nutshell, if we look at all these 3 laws and try out different design trends, be conservative with typefaces, diminish cognitive load by working with designs that's essential, not too much overwhelming, and look for accessibility, you can pretty much create decent UI, right? Then comes to some of the secrets. The secret behind every amazing user interface design is the strong attention to even the smallest visual details. And this is where I get really, like nitpicky in my team. So if you see this particular thing, I have to drag only. So let's take a look at the magic list for the design perfectionist. The blissful alignment. So all these alignments, if you see, this is the beautifully aligned content makes the interface looks great. Every time you design an interface, try to perfectly align. Then the glorious consistency. The consistency of corner radius, the consistency of typefaces, consistency of colors, everything. Then the heavenly balance. When it comes to details, it is important to distinguish which details should stay and which details should go. It is sometimes easier to add a lot of details and very difficult to let things go. People who are already an UX designer, they know it's very difficult to let things go. Letting things go is the most important skill that you should work on. Then the sensational small tweaks. After you are mostly finished with your interface, try to look at the full picture and see if you can spot anything that can be improved with little extra effort, like a small micro interaction, a small emoji, some small magic touches that you can add. And lastly, it's like being a designer with strong attention to detail will make you the best of the best. It's true. That skill may require years to master, but it's worth it. All these things that I shared with all of you, these are very important. 10 years of experience designers also struggling with this in the industry. If you master them, you will stand out in the market, right? Okay. Then, in the interest of time, let me go to this particular file which I've shared with all of you. So this is the file where we do the same interface in 5 different levels, right? So if you see this particular design, the stage 1, if you are designing an interface at stage 1, then forget about getting a job. It's that harsh truth. Everything is wrong here. 2 big icons, missing touch targets, completely misaligned everything. multiple different fonts with different spacing, multiple corner radiuses, different line thicknesses, different colors, and a background that does not match anything here, right? Then the stage 2, if you see, it is after you start working initially, this might happen, that there are practically everything looks in terms of everything lacks in terms of alignment. There are a lot of things which are misaligned, moved to the side and not in the right spot. Bottom navigation icons are too big, right? And these icons, these are too big and aligned randomly. So if you see, if I draw invisible boxes around them, you will find that their alignments are wrong. Alignments does not have any logic. Then at the next level, you can see a background color that does not match to any of the elements in the design and really bad alignment. So these are the problems. And as we say, as we understood, alignment, colors are what? Atomic components or what? These are subatomic components. So when you look at your atomic design PDF, you will understand these are subatomic things. Subatomic things are bad, atoms are bad, molecules are bad, organisms are bad, templates are bad, pages are bad. Right? So this is how I'm talking at the subatomic level now. Then stage 3, if you are at stage 3, still things are good. You might think that, wow, what's wrong with it? Everything is good. If I can make something like this, I'll be so proud. But let's look at it. There are fonts overload. Some are bold, some are light. Fonts overload. Even if you see this image and this text does not align, right? And then there are too many types of fonts used. This is the biggest problem that happens with freshers. And then if you look at the alignment, the head font is too low, like this, misalignment. Then the corner radius, if you see, some corner radiuses are strong, some are less. Then illustration used is way too big. This illustration, the bottom menus have very low contrast, and practically everything is misaligned and a little bit mismatched at this level. Now, if you enter into the stage 4 zone, then you are now talking to your recruiter. So, but still, it's not the best, but not the worst also. If you see what this guy did is that the icon thickness and button icon too thin. This is too thin, this is too thick. So it doesn't matter if you're using the same style of icon, the line thicknesses should also be same. I will give you an icon pack later on, which will help you to handle most of the things. But if you have to create an icon, be mindful of the line thickness of the icons, size of the icons, color of the icons, everything. Then inconsistent spacing. So sometimes the spacings are, so all these things are measured in this particular screen where you can see that the spacings usually if it has some rationale that any gap between image and this, I will use 3x. Like if I define the smallest gap as x, then what is the multiplier of that x I'm going to use across? So the spacings are not calculated. I mean, the spacings are there, but it's not calculated, that there is no relationship, that sometimes it is 3x, sometimes it is 4x. If the gap between the text and the button is 4x, then let it be 4x. Why at one card it is 4x, in another card it is 3x, right? So these are small details which even someone, an experienced person, is looking at a screen like this. All these things comes together to that experienced eye and seems like that, yeah, it's good, but the UI skills are not that great, because he is going to take atoms from our design system, but then you mess up with all these paddings. These paddings are not coming from design system, guys. This you are creating, right? And then comes the hero mode, the stage 5 mode. This is the benchmark UI. And if we see one font, 4 sizes, couple of styles, consistent corner radius, consistent spacing, consistent icon thickness for all icons that are outlines, right? Everything is consistent. Then touch targets are excellently aligned. Icon placements are, all the icons are not randomly placed. They have their own invisible touch targets and they are aligned to those touch targets. Then the placements. If you see, this is the fundamental X dimension, and then this gap is 3x. Here is I think this is a spike over this. This gap is also consistent. So this gap is 3x. This gap is 3x. Then there is also the paddings which are coming. So the paddings are that whenever there are two sections, it is 5x. This is 5x. This is 5x. This is 5x, and these gaps are always 3x, 3x, and 3x. So all these minute considerations has gone inside this thing. And if you see everything, there are these six groups that you can identify. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 groups. So these groups are all creates a lot of logic. Now, when you look at this entire thing, you may feel that people who are already from UX background, they can say that I can create this thing in 5 minutes. Somebody can say I can create it in 2 hours. But I have experienced that working on this thing might take you 5 hours also, or maybe 8 hours also, and you better give that time because it is your home. You have to think about every single detail here, right? So yeah, but if you compare now level 1 to 5, 1, 3, 5, now you can understand. Let's stay here for a minute. So can you see the discrepancies? Right. So all these things, corner radius, bad corner radius, padding, the icon is little shifted here, the text is down, here you can compare both of them side by side, then you can understand, right? Okay. And then there is a 6th level, adding micro interactions, animations, screen transitions, and all those things. Like the Spotify thing. This is on top of everything, right? This is next level. So if you are at this level, along with level 5, immediate hack, right? And then people will look at your problem solving skills. So we are talking only about the UI perspective now. Okay. So then we will go into the last part. So anyone has any question before we move?
Hi, Prantik.
Yes.
Yeah. So for mobile and web dashboard applications, so do we?
Let's go to the last part one topic, which is popular UI design styles. So this is the style section, where if you see, the first style we talk about is called modern minimal. And whenever you plan a project from scratch, especially your capstone project, the project that you will do as your case studies, this is the first thing, because you don't have any design system, you don't have a brand guideline, you are free to fly, you can do anything. So that's why understanding these trends or UI design styles will help you choose that, okay, let us do modern minimal. And when we will learn Figma, we will try to create examples of modern minimal screens, right? And we'll try to create all these things. So what are the nitty-gritties of modern minimal is that it is the newest modern minimalistic style that is trending right now. You can spot many inspirations from the different styles in it, but it all works together, doesn't exceed certain level of visual complexity. In a nutshell, it is all about white spaces, it's all about rounded corners, it's all about lot of accent colors and real photographs, like that. If you go to minimalism and simplification, this is another trend that take a look at the most well-known leading tech companies. You can spot a strong preference for simple, informative, minimal interfaces. Apple, for example. Then Revolut, Meta, Oculus. Like year by year, this trend is getting bigger and bigger, and more brands are starting to use it. So, this kind of simple, minimal, clean designs. Then this is called brutalism. Brutalism is what? Brutalism is basically, it embraces flat design, strong outlines, contrasting colors, bold typography, and real-life photography. However, this new iteration foregoes one of its main defining factors, the seemingly absent grid. So there is no grid. Things are all random, chaotic here and there. Currently, it uses all of the other traits but conforms to a more standard layout often seen in other design styles. So one of the examples of this neo-brutalism style is, so if we go to apple.com, then we see that modern simplified thing, right? Like this. And if we go to Gumroad, then Gumroad is the neo-brutalism style. And I have seen a lot of portfolios in neo-brutalism style also. Like this is the Gumroad style. In this context, guys, let me share you a resource which is called lapaninja.com. So lapaninja.com is a fantastic resource. I keep on visiting. Lapa Ninja, okay, lapa.ninja. Got it. So this is a inspiration site actually. In inspiration site, what happens is that if you go to these landing pages and if you go to say portfolio, and if you go to portfolio, then as you can see, there are a lot of styles. So sometimes you can get inspiration. So let us just see, what do you think the style is? This is a neo-brutalism style. See, like this kind of icons, this is color. So she tried to create her portfolio in neo-brutalism style. And yeah, so you can see a lot of example pages, and the way it comes is really engaging. You can choose whatever you want from here. So people create all these things and then they tend to create trends which we capture, right? So yeah, if you see this particular, this is a really weird style of a portfolio page, Flowman. See, it's like a dialogue. Have no fear, your superhuman Webflow developer is here. Like this. It's a very nice way of communicating a story about your work, how you do. And all these things are in line with the neo-brutalism style. Then the next style is called glass morphism and glass inspired elements. So if you want to learn more about it, what happens is that glass morphism, currently it's kind of everywhere. So that's a fact. There's a background blur, semi-transparent objects like cards, watercolor, glass looking spheres and more. From native elements in Mac OS Big Sur and Windows 11 to applications, glass inspired effects is here to see. So I think I can make it into that glass morphism style. I don't exactly remember how, from settings, I guess. But Windows uses it, a lot of companies uses it. If you want to see more examples of glass morphism, you can go to Pinterest. In Pinterest, each of these styles you can check and you will be able to find a lot of nice examples. So if you search glass morphism, then you can see these examples, right? So we will learn how to create these kind of styles in Figma. See how this looks really nice, right? See, like a credit card wallet, and you have small micro interactions coming out of it. So it's a delightful new style that has emerged, and people have created these nice examples. And it's very easy to create. We will build this in Figma, right? Like this. Okay, and then the next one is called Aurora backgrounds. So Aurora backgrounds are also something which came up as a style. Aurora backgrounds, or it goes to Aurora Borealis, but then Aurora backgrounds UX, let's search. It will be difficult for Pinterest to understand it, but it's like subtle, colorful, blurred splashes. So if you see this kind of blurred things coming up in experiences, so if you're working on a mobile app, if you see these things, and they add a lot of, and sometimes they are animated also, that is blurred blobs keeps on moving and interacting with each other, moving like this. So this is the Aurora background thing, and they create extremely visually attractive interfaces. Then we have the holographic and neon style. So this is where the cyber holo neon trend seems to fit well into the era of metaverse, VR, hologram. Designers are getting inspired by all the new possibilities that virtual worlds have to offer. So vibrant, glowing colors, abstract round shape, hologram-looking textures are typical for this trend, right? And with Apple's what is it called, that new device which has come for Apple Vision. So for Apple Vision, this kind of holographic trends, people might create apps. Now there is also another trend which is called the eco-conscious cardboard style. So which looks like as if the product is sustainable. All these patterns, if you see pastel colors, the people are consuming more and more eco-friendly and sustainable products. So it looks like you can incorporate that eco look and feel into digital products. Backgrounds are usually grayish to resemble recyclable cardboard. Typography is minimal. Contrast is high. Colors are quite strict and seem dimmed. No cute 3D object this time. This style embraces real life photography, right? And real life textures and doodles like this. Then we have wild typography. So this is a style where you can see bring a team together and extremely experimental typographies and both mobile and web. So typography rules were far more strict 10 years ago when I was starting my product design career. Now it seems that you can do whatever you want with your headers and paragraphs. It's completely up to you and your imagination. Mix fonts with shapes, photos, images, put a texture on it. Choose a font that is very sophisticated in its font and experiment with the grid as you like. So these are bold typography. If you look at this, there are multiple tabs and confused. Okay, so these are like bold typography or wild typography if you search. I'm not sure how smart is this thing. Yeah, wild typography. If you search bold typography, you will be able to find this kind of layouts. See, really, strong bold typographic compositions coming in like this. Tell me one thing, guys. When all of you had a foundation class, right, with Intellipaat? Got it. Because in foundation classes, I usually let people loosen up their muscles by creating some compositions and these things. Okay, we can do it. I just asking because we can plan it in the Figma class. Right? This looks fascinating, right? And if you create it quickly in Figma, you feel empowered that now I can do anything. My God, I got a free software which is capable of doing these things. Okay, now let us go to the Figma, and wild typography is like this. Then claymorphism. So claymorphism is a kind of a adding this kind of a clay kind of a feeling. So if we add claymorphism 3D, you can see that this is kind of a new trend where objects and everything look little bit rounded and not rectangular. Looks little bit organic. If you see, this is a claymorphic card, right? So it is not that heavily recommended to create a design on claymorphism, and I believe that this style is not going to last long, but it worked on few very typical applications which need some kind of humor or fun. So those places it came. And yeah, so there is some there are some articles also for this. Then okay, then after claymorphism, this style is basically called neomorphism. I have to reload this file again. This is called neomorphism. So neomorphism was at high trend at one point of time. So if you see neomorphic interfaces, they look like this. They look like real surfaces. I'm sure you may have seen it. This kind of expressions. Yes, Cred uses it, right? So if you see, all these things are kind of neomorphic. So we will try to create some neomorphic expression, but although it is not that widely used, so but it was really, really popular at one point of time. What neomorphism did is that, have you guys heard about skeuomorphism? Skeuomorphism was something that Apple started first. So skeuomorphism is like making an interface elements look like real like things, render it in a way. So the first Apple calculator used to look like a real calculator, right? So the alarm clock will look like real alarm clock, real photograph, real alarm clock. So skeuomorphism was like this trend. But what neomorphism did is that they took away that hyper realism of skeuomorphism, and they added this kind of a realistic surfaces, but a special treatment which had these high shadows, then surface elevations, either positive or negative elevations, to create this trend, right? So this was the neomorphism trend. So I will do a little bit of editing as there are some typos, and then I'll upload the file again. So you can download it tomorrow for safety. Okay. Okay. And then, so these are some trends. So keep watching YouTube and Insta and other channels to the trends are something which is like a horse. If you try to catch a running horse, by the time you think that you'll be catching the ear, you may catch the tail. So a trend is like that. So trend moves really fast, and UX is a fast moving industry also. So, and it's good to explore some designs in brutalism style, some in neomorphic style, just for the sake of pushing your boundaries. And then work majorly on the modern minimal style, because that is the most prevalent style these days. If you work on your portfolio with modern minimal style, that's it. You don't have to think about much. Safest place, right? Okay, guys. So after this, we have this really cute small section with which we will end today's class. Let me open the prototype. This is also shared with all of you. So this talks about representation of your final designs. Now you know all the elements, you know atomic design principle, you know the different design styles, you know how to create good bad UI. So it's about now wireframe fidelities. So actual size is only this much. Okay. So for wireframe fidelities, what is a wireframe? A wireframe is a tool that designers use to represent a clear overview of a page structure. In the same way, a blueprint is used when building a house, a wireframe is used when building a digital product. Because developers need to know what is there in the screen. So you create a wireframe. Now, depending on the level of detail included, wireframes can either be sketched by hand or created digitally. But the main purpose remains to save time for all the project stakeholders. Who is your project stakeholder? PM, developer, your VPs, your CEOs, and all. So it is expressing that idea into paper so that people understand, oh, this is what you're talking about. So there are three types of wireframing: low fidelity, mid fidelity, high fidelity. Low fidelity, if you see, I can make a low fidelity wireframe immediately in our page. So just take out my screen, take out my pen, and if I have to create the idea of a Spotify app, I will say like this, it will have something, it will have something, and then it will have this image, then it will have play, it will have a slider like this, and it will have this, got it, and some written text, and maybe a chevron to open it up. That's it. This is the wireframe like this. So this is the smallest or the smartest and the easiest way of creating an idea. You can create multiple ideas like this. Then the next level is mid fidelity. So for mid fidelity, imagine that this is the design system of a mid fidelity wireframe. I can there are things which are not in high fidelity. For images, I'm using a representation like this. This is a design kit for mid fidelity. I can change it to any place, and I can use that another one as a video, and I can use another one as a default like this. I can build something. I can use alert like this. Then I can put the alert somewhere on the top like this. So this is where I can quickly create some idea with this thing, with this toolkit. This is a mid fidelity one, right? And then when you see the high fidelity ones are something that we just saw. High fidelity ones are the highest fidelity ones, like the actual product will look like. And this is the low fidelity one, which is quick, simple, black and white, no detail, saves time, facilitates collaboration. People can understand more. Okay, text, header, text, or header, image, small text, CTA action. So two ideas immediately you conveyed, and people said, no, this is better, this is better. Okay, then you work on the high fidelity. So saves time. The second one is like this: medium fidelity wireframe shows how aesthetic component complement functionality. Use monochrome or grayscale. So this is the same wireframe kit that I showed you, right? So if you have a wireframe kit, which is a free wireframe kit, you can easily create this kind of compositions. We'll do also in Figma. When we do, we'll try to create some designs in mid fidelity, right? And then can be created manually or digitally for detailed UI. Help in merging aesthetics with functionality. But then the high fidelity ones, if you see this thing, shows the final product's look. No nonsense. exclusively created using digital tools, not hand-drawn. Included color resemble the final software version. And the immediate next thing is the prototyping. Now, if images speak 1,000 words, a prototype speaks 1,000,000 images. A prototype is that important. And if you master prototyping like this, which we can do while in our class, then you actually are saving a lot of time for your stakeholders and you are a star designer, right? So this is the prototyping part. So these are basically the prototyping, high fidelity, mid fidelity, low fidelity, and these are the three things. Now question is whether you have to always make these three things. See, I work directly in high fidelity because I'm confident with my directions and I don't have time to fall back. But at times when I'm editing, I also work on mid fidelity and share it with my stakeholders. But I don't get time to work with this level of low fidelity unless I'm working on a personal project where I have no clarity and I have to make a lot of sketches. I take a pen and paper and I draw sketches and then I destroy them and then I keep some things. I take scissor and cut it out and put it in my wall and try to figure out. So this I use mostly for ideating in absolute darkness. This I use every day, every single minute of my life. I'm using this. So we will do the visual design exercises also as and when we start knowing about laws. And this is called a Figma Jam file. So I'm going to share this file with all of you. And as and when I keep on teaching Figma, you will see that there are a lot of alphabetical dividers here. So whatever is your name, just let me see the participants. Yes, there are few participants left only. I will show you how to create, but then just create your page, because eventually what we'll do is that this is something which I taught for advanced Figma batch, and there are multiple assignments. So as and when we keep on learning stuff and concepts of Figma, we're going to use those concepts to create real life stuff like this. So we'll be creating these things from scratch, and there are plenty full of examples. There are examples like these which we'll be rebuilding. There are examples like these. A lot of examples are there. Even the Spotify grid also, these are like pretty advanced topic. So these files are kept here, but don't get overwhelmed. We'll be starting with the visual design warm up, and then we'll talk about the concepts of Figma. So whatever concept I create here, just practice it in your section, so that this becomes a motivation for other people also, and they can see other people's work. And this is a one file, one source of truth for your hygiene of creating designs and everything, right? So I'll share this link with all of you once we reach here, right? Okay, now let us start by talking about the principles of design. So these are called laws of UX. The first law is called Jacob's law. Jacob's law says that users spend most of their time on other sites. This means that users prefer your site to work the same way as all the other sites they already know. What does it mean? The way you pay with scanning a QR through Paytm or any finance app, and then if you're creating a second app which is a competitor, you would like to use or leverage on the same way as it did. Let us be clear, it is not copying the design, it is called leveraging on the pattern. So likewise, UX has lot of patterns which are established. And if we use the same patterns, if we are creating our own designs, then it is leveraging on those patterns and respecting Jacob's law. If we see the first example, this example is where that users will transfer expectations they have built around one familiar product to another that appears similar. So all these are examples of e-commerce sites. The first one is Amazon, the second one is Etsy, the third one is eBay. Now if we see the details, all of their headers, let us see in detail. Now all of their headers, if you see, they have their brand thing on the left hand side. They have a tall search bar. They have the sign in and all those stuff on the right hand sides. And there are some high level categories which are added as tabs as navigation tabs on each one of them. So if you are to design an e-commerce site, then it is most likely that you should leverage on this existing pattern, so that as per Jacob's law, when user will come to visit your site, they will feel at home. And then comes the nitty-gritties of UX, where you are going to find the problems with existing patterns, which is done through a process called heuristic evaluation. And after doing the heuristic evaluation, you do suggest some changes in the interactions, which increases, the engagement and the satisfaction of customers using these products. So this example, if you see, these are all visual categories. So everyone has visual categories. But the way the visual categories are represented, that means the UI part, which we discussed in the last class, the UI part might look different. So you may create like this search bar is capsule shaped, this search bar is rectangular, based on whatever design system a particular company has, or for a project that you're creating. You can totally play around with the visual design of the stuff. But it is not recommended that you just give a microphone here and then people come here as an e-commerce site and then they feel that, oh my god, this is like a totally different, what should I do now? No, that thing should not come. So this is the first thing. Then going to the second example, if you see that by leveraging existing mental models, we can create superior user experiences in which the users can focus on their tasks rather than on learning new models. So this is a WhatsApp chat, this is Messenger, this is contacts. That's why you might feel that their overall pattern looks mostly same. There is a date divider, there are these cards, there are this left and right indentation for to and from. There are, so each card has some kind of actions or metadata with it. And so these are basically some of the nuances which stays across, but the way these things are represented might look different. And then the third point is that when making changes, minimize the discord by empowering users to continue using a familiar version for a limited time. So when YouTube upgraded from 2018 to 19, if you see their main navigation things, everything was kept same. So that's why, folks, UI plays such an important role along with UX, because out of these two, this is absolutely the most modern, latest version of YouTube, and we all like it. And now when we go back, we might think that this is dated. So this example shows that even if when we are upgrading stuff, we should be respecting the previous like navigation patterns and the way we used to interact with this product, right? So this is called Jacob's law. Be it finance, be it e-commerce, be it travel, be it, so all travel apps, if you see, you will find some kind of similarity. Let us go and see, say, Make My Trip. If we see makemytrip.com, and if we see yatra.com, and then if we have cleartrip.com, like this. So when we see Make My Trip, then this is the landing page of Make My Trip. If we look at Yatra, this is the landing page of Yatra. And if we go to Clear Trip, this is the landing page of Clear Trip. So yeah, panelist access, actually, Tanya, I have given, but I think you missed that access. Yeah. Now Tanya, Urvi, Akshay, 3 people are not panelists, except everyone is panelist. So Akshay, Urvi, I am promoting you to panelist, please rejoin. Okay. So now if you see this particular experience, search flights, one way or two way, this is a pattern. Now, this is where you are deciding whether you are taking a one-way flight or two-way flight. Now, the same thing here, it is done in one way and round trip. And here, if you see one way and round trip is there, but then they have added an additional feature, which is called multi-city. That means you can go from one to one to one, like you can. So this value is not provided here. So if you see in terms of the larger pattern, both the patterns are similar, but there is an additional value in Yatra. Let us see in Make My Trip. We have one way, round trip, multi-city, right? So these 3 things are common to Make My Trip and Yatra, but it is not present in clear trip. And is there any other flight thing that you can recommend? Now we are looking at 5 different travel products, right? Okay, so here also you have one way, round trip, and multi-city. So whatever thing except clear trip, if I remove clear trip from here, you can see that this is called a job. So we'll talk about both UX, Jacob's law, and also what kind of job a person is getting satisfied with this pattern. So this is called a UX pattern, that whatever travel conglomerate you are creating, this value should be given. So this is a user value, right? And then there is always a from to section, a departure date, and a return date, right? So if we look at every section, we have a departure from, departure to. This is, let us do round trip or one way. So depart from and departure date. And if you see, these are all small nuances, folks, which I want all of you to be mindful from day one while we are doing these things. So as a UX designer, you have to be a detective. Basically, you have to keep your eyes and ears and every senses 100%, 100% on at alert always. If you see this detail, departure from, departure date, as soon as I click round trip, then you are going, there is one more additional thing which should come here, because as soon as I do a departure from, I will select say New Delhi and going to Mumbai. So this is a round trip, so this sign came. But if it was one way, I'm doing New Delhi to going to Mumbai, departure from Mumbai and going to New Delhi, for example, like this. And then there is this departure date. So it basically, and when you do multi-city, there is this, departure from going to, an additional row comes, and the departure date comes here, if you see. So the departure date styling or the departure date experience was below this line, for both these experiences, but in multi-city, it went to the top, went on the right-hand side. So maybe for consistency, this departure date could have been kept at same level also. Let us say how Make My Trip does. As soon as you do one way, it is like this. As soon as you do return round trip, this thing is active now, right? If you do one way, this is inactive. So these states are called disabled states. So as a UX designer, when you are creating this scenario of booking a flight ticket, you should be mindful about these details, what happens. And if you see, this double seat fares is something which is coming here. As soon as I do round trip, this gets disabled. I mean, because of some of the internal policies that they might have. And if I do multi-city, then their design is such that this particular structure from to departure, if you see, from to departure does not change, right? So this, in my if I review this design, I would say that this is a more consistent pattern, be it one way or round trip or multi-city. It is a scalable design, right? But the way that Yatra did, one way round trip, and yeah, so this experience is called a Jari experience, or it's kind of jumping, right? So I would rather prefer this pattern than that pattern if we have to create two concepts. So these two things are called UX concepts based on existing pattern. Let us go to Go IBO. We have from, we have to. If I do round trip, then it becomes like this. If I do multi-city, it becomes like this. Like little bit of changes are happening, but if you can see, can you now see the pattern? Which pattern is this similar to? Right? Because it was respecting this cell widths and everything. So I am just doing a UI UX critique with all of you so that you can understand, oh, this is what makes a good or a bad design.
Make My Trip is
Like every experience where you go, these are called scalable experiences, from one way to round trip to multi-city. It is scaling. But here it was jumping one way, round trip, multi-city. It seemed that two designers worked on it. Someone who worked on multi-city didn't know that how round trip was working. Otherwise, they could have considered it in a different way. Then if you see this one also, the multi-city designer, actually what happened was that they did a mistake they actually made it a second line. But when they made a second line, they made this departure date, this return date, they deleted. And as soon as they deleted the things in Figma, all of these things scaled up and filled the spaces. And this is where a UX designer missed on the UI consistency. So I'll give low score here. Now, if you go to clear trip, one way, round way. Now, which pattern are you guys comfortable? A drop down or just clicking? Most of the designers are really experienced. They had a great design VP also, and they create this UX conference also, if you guys know. And I'll recommend if you get a chance, this is Make My Trip UX conference. You can all join. You can all try to participate. Every year they do UX Now conference. I think this is called UX Now. UX Now, yes. And all eminent UX designers come. So they have a culture of design. So it is evident in their experience if you see. But here, maybe, every time you go to a drop down, then you do a stepper, and then you click outside to close the drop down. 1 click, 2 click, 3 click. Any experience which is more than 3 click is absolutely is a big no-go. Okay. Can you, Sharnav is asking, can you repeat what was the fault that led to the bigger box in other website? Yes. So the bigger box happened because if you see, when we learn Figma, you will understand that these things are defined by fixed width, by a property called fixed width. I can define a fixed width of, say, looking at it, it seems like it is 340 pixels. And then looking at it, it looks like, maybe 100 pixels or 120 pixels. So 120 pixels and 340 pixels. But then if you look at this particular, if I just, do a small screenshot of this guy, and then if I put this screenshot in Figma, so I'll just go to Figma, my Figma Jam 3, and then I'll just paste it here like this. And then I will go to the multi-city one, and then I'll do a screenshot of this guy, and then I will do a copy paste here. Now, looking at these two things, what you can see is that this was the gap, right? This is where the box should be, and then this is where the second box should be, and this is where the third box is, and this is where the fourth box is. So what happened is that they had to delete how many boxes? Which date that did they delete? If you see, so in Figma, there is a concept called auto layout where the property is that it should fill the containers. So as soon as it was deleted, this thing, and this thing, they filled the respective spaces. And that's why it became little bigger, this became more bigger, and this became, but it didn't go proportionately. So the designer was aware about the whole thing, but because if you see this gap and this gap is different. So a deliberate fixed width was given, but without being mindful about these two screens side by side. And this is where, and if you see a lot of what is there, white space, right? And if you see, how did search appear in both the experiences, same or different?
Different.
Why? Are they searching anything better? Which one is a better search? So we need to understand from market products, from where you are actually booking your flight tickets quite often, that this is the difference. This is, we are talking about user experience. Forget about the UI part. UI part is totally bad. But then even for the UX part, what we discussed along with Jacob's law, that people expect similar pattern, but also this is a bad user experience because it needs multiple clicks. It has discoverability problems. And this is a best UX because everything is in front. I come here, things are predictable. The way information is organized in this page, the way things are, this is the hero of my page. It is simply marvelous how these people have done, right? Okay, now let us move on to the next one. So for the next one, we will go into the aesthetic usability effect. So aesthetic usability effect, before I talk about this thing, let me go to Dribble. How many of you have had get a chance to have a an account in dribble.com? You should open an account in dribble.com. because Dribble is a place of beauty. Dribble has a lot of beautiful stuffs and things related to design. So you will get a lot of inspirations from Dribble in terms of UI or visual design and all those stuff. Now, tell me one thing. Like, let me just open. Let's see your thing here. Okay, let me open this thing. Let me just open this thing. Clip. His second name is difficult to pronounce, but he's a really fascinating UX designer. And okay, so just forget about mobile and this thing. Which one feels more trustworthy? Don't go by the brand. So people seeing attractive screens or designs feel they are better in usability also. This is the law of aesthetic usability effect. Users often perceive aesthetically pleasing designs as design that's more usable, right? And if we see this thing, that an aesthetically pleasing design creates a positive response in people's brains and leads them to believe the design works better. We immediately fall in love with this thing. We didn't even look at the interaction. Even it had multiple drop downs, okay, chalega, no problem. So this is how our human brain works. As soon as we look at this particular screen, we feel, my goodness, I would love to subscribe, right? Even though I don't love birds, right? Agreed?
Yes.
Right? Because this is aesthetically pleasing. And do you know this? Let us look at this example. Airbnb and 99 acres. So for people who are outside India, 99 acres is a site for rental properties and buying properties and all those stuff. So, and Airbnb is also for booking places. Airbnb we all know. But if we go to this real estate and if we search for properties in say Kanpur, Kanpur is let's search properties in Mumbai. Mumbai is a like a place where we can buy great. I mean, the properties might be better. So, okay. Now, if you look at this particular image, right, it is distorted. It is all taken by amateur. Just look at every image in Airbnb. Doesn't it look like a magazine? See? And look at all these images in 99 acres. All different. Something like from the front, something from the back. Agreed? That this is a major difference between these two experiences. See, there is no consistency of photography. Whatever photo people took, they uploaded and it got approved, and now it is there. Because it is a huge logistics to actually take this kind of photographs. So this was a problem that Airbnb founder found immediately after opening Airbnb. He opened it with three more friends while they were sharing an apartment in New York, as far as I remember. And then he realized that people building trust with this is a product, right? This is a product that they are selling for 44,000 rupees before taxes for 5 nights from 1 to 6 December. I just click on this image because I would love to stay in this house because I am in love with this place, right? To fall in love with this place, every image of this place should be selling itself, right? And this is where Airbnb goes to these places with professional photography thing, and they do all the photography. And this is their biggest difference between all real estate places, where photographs are taken by amateurs and photographs are taken by Airbnb. So I might pay more money staying in Airbnb than some hotels also, because it looks reliable, it looks usable, it looks trustworthy. See all the images. I am confident that there will be not a single image which is bad, because that is not part of their policy. So aesthetic usability effect says that when this creates a positive response in people's brains and leads them to believe the design actually works better. So why I am focusing on this is that because once you start creating your portfolio and you will be going into this, let us go to this page. Suppose you are creating a bird watching thing. The quality of images you choose, the angle of images you choose, the color contrast you create, it all creates trust in your user, who might be your recruiter also. And that's where all these experiences, if you see this one, they all focus on aesthetic usability effect and extremely good efforts on UI. Let it load. Yeah. Right. And if you look at, Behance portfolios, which are really poor, there are poor examples, open all four, and you can see that people who do mediocre portfolios, who doesn't get a chance to actually, create impact through their portfolio, they look like this. Yeah. So their images are inconsistent. It just comes and goes, although they are taken from some good website, but the images that they add, they look little bit cheesy. Yeah, this was a Duolingo thing. This was a contrasting thing where illustrations were sometimes it was glued, sometimes it was bad. It was a very contradictory. The page layouts were extremely bad. So we will heavily depend on aesthetic usability effect throughout our work with Figma and all the stuff. And I would sincerely request everyone to please pay importance or attention to this part, right? So all these screens, they look really bad. This is another example, but right. So this is the most important part. Now, second example is that people are more tolerant of minor usability issues when the design of a product or surface is aesthetically pleasing. What can be a better example than the magic mouse? Who has used magic mouse here? So you may have heard that this is this mouse from Apple, and then the charging port is below. So if you are working on it and then suddenly you are out of power, then you have to put it upside down and then charge. You cannot work while it is charging, right? So it's an usability concern. But in terms of ergonomics, the aesthetics, the most beautiful mouse in the planet. And then it has a lot of good usability feature also. So if products look good, feel good, minor problems people ignore. But if they look bad and then there are usability problems, so this is like the products look bad, usability problems are there, and then my goodness, this guy is shaking, right? So it looks little untrustworthy. And LIC has billions of dollars of insurance and this stuff. They do not have some money to make it look modern, because it's part of mindset also for these government websites. Then we will go into Hick's law. So we quick recap also will do. We learned about Jacob's law, that users spend most of the time in other places. So bring familiarity. We talked about e-commerce and chat and all those stuff. And now we talked about aesthetic usability effect. Now we will talk about Hick's law. Hick's law says that the time it takes to make a decision increases with the number and complexity of choices. This is how Hick's law works. That minimize choice. If you see this graph, this is the reaction time. The higher it is, the more reaction time it is. And this is the number of options. So this is the place where we have the most number of options, and novice users react in the most amount of time. Average users and trained users. So consider your traditional TV remote that we have. So this is a TV remote. Traditional TV remote used to look like this. It used to have tons of buttons, God knows what for, and then this is the remote from Apple TV. You can do all whatever you were doing there, but this used to add a lot of cognitive pressure to our brain, right? And even the set-top box remotes and stuff, they look like this. But if you see, they try to add everything on the top. With the number of choices it has, it brings the amount of complexity. Any other product that you use has similar problems, if you can remember? Quick quiz. Not remote, maybe other things like other products where you have many choices and you get confused and you use only a limited things out of a lot of choices. See, this is also another example. Microwave ovens. If you go to microwave ovens, you have tons of features, right? But most of us having microwave ovens would agree that we just use it for preheat, because each of these buttons, combination of these buttons would actually create a series of these things, and then it will create some kind of cooking thing. You have to press this first and this first. So there is a series of, sequence of things which is required to make a cooking done. Best thing is that take a kadai and start cooking. So people use it only with this zone. If you see, start 30 seconds, done, heated, eat it, like that. Same, yeah, dashboard of machines is washing machine also, same example, washing machine also. So, but people would not. So if you see there, because I was in Samsung, so I can share an example of Samsung and how this this Hick's law was used in Samsung for a product. So so if you see traditional, this top load washing machines, they have so much of feature and everything, right? So we worked on this. So there is this the front load washing machine also. Let us see this front load washing machine. Now you will see that there are so many things. The dial itself has so many features and functions. It's taking some time to load. Yeah. So the dial itself, if you see, has so many features and functions, right? And then this is where Samsung came up with this new washing machine, which is the Samsung front load. And now it has scaled to a, extremely like a hit product. This one. Yes, this one. Yeah. So if you see, the dial is simplified. There are only 4 buttons below. These are the 4 buttons and a knob. So when you rotate the knob, the display shows you the function. So at one point of time, you are not overburdened with lot of stuff. So this particular washing machine was like a very innovative project, and we worked on the second version of this product by Samsung. And so this is an example where minimizing choices actually increases the response time. Then break complex tasks into smaller steps. So if we have to agree first that there are experiences which are complex. E-commerce experience, yes. So reducing the feature. So I will come to the third point, Akash, which I will tell. So it's not about reducing the feature. Apple TV is not reducing any feature. Apple TV will help you do whatever you are doing there. But the way you interact, you divide the functions with the remote and the interface in the TV makes it easier. Getting it, Akash? So you don't know, you are not diminishing any feature, you are rearranging the experience. Taking away. So previously TV was like everything will be part of the remote, and then TV has no experience. But now TV has also a part of like an GUI where TV, you can manipulate. So that's why the remote may not be that heavy. But then in TV also, how do you manipulate this number of choices is an important thing. Then so there are, as I was saying, that you have this that like a typical checkout experience. You have to add product to your cart, then you have to add your address, then you have to add your payment details, then you have to checkout, then you have to tracking. So many things are there. But if you think about all these things as part of a scroll, it would be really overwhelming. So how Amazon does is that the checkout process portrays the application of Hick's law amazingly. Rather than overloading users with several alternatives at once, Amazon divides the checkout process into steps, each with a single unambiguous call to action. So there is only one call to action in every page: add address, payment method. So you do next, 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 and done. Right? Then this particular example is avoid overwhelming users by highlighting recommended options. So this is a place where, while both, if you see both of them offer 4 plans, then this bit sketch purposefully presents its users with only one factor to consider. So this is, see, the 4th plan is here. And then in contrast, Survey Gizmo used to give its users 15 factors, right? And then according to information overload theory, choosing a plan at Survey Gizmo will be more overwhelming than choosing a plan at BitSketch. So you have so many plans, so many details, and you are comparing things like this. It is an overwhelming experience. So yeah, so here it is divided into smaller chunks. Can anyone tell me an example of this comparison, where this comparison is the most important thing we do? So Carvalho, like when you do this, because automotives have multiple categories of stuff, right? So if we go to Carvalho and if we do say Tata Nixon, this car, but then there are so many variants of Carvalho. Then there are other cars of that same competition, and then they also have multiple variants. So if you see, this is one of the most complex comparison scenario of a product. So how the delight of this experience that I want to share here is that you can actually compare with, this is a suggestion, you can compare with whatever other variants you have, Kia Sonet, Tata Punch, and all those things. So you have this car, and then you have more options that you can see the product specs basically. But then when you start comparing this car, so if you do that, it was compare with Nexon, like this. Here you can add more cars like this. You can add something from Hyundai, and maybe say Venue, and then Venue Petrol, this one, like this. We can keep on adding stuff. But here if you see, I can, as soon as I scroll it up, right, this thing becomes like a sticky header. So this is the first beauty that they added, because it usually takes up a lot of spaces. And then this gives me another level of choosing what I want to compare, right? So this is one level of simplifying this complexity. And then the most beautiful part here is that hide common features, highlight differences. So these 2 checkboxes will help me to not see stuff. But then, so maybe an option to expand on could have helped, because you have already limited it to a very few level of things, right? Hide common features, highlight differences. So now I have to open one by one and check them, that okay, because after you do this, the next thing you want to do is that okay, now let me see what are the differences and what, right? So you have to actually open it. So a simple UX feature called expand all could have helped, right? I could now, and then I could have expand all, collapse all, that's it. So this is where you have to dig inside the product and then see, because this is a good signifier. These are called UX signifiers, where you have this disabled state, meaning that there is nothing inside. But then even without it, nobody is dying because of not that feature. But it's just that one small thing can reduce lot of stuff, because I can always change this car and I can add another car. Another problem, if you see what happened, is that as soon as I deleted the car, it went back to this mode. And if I select another car, then let's say XUV 300, this car, again it goes back to that mode. Is it looking a little bit consistent or expected, or what do you think? Like again and again, I have to go back to this level. Ideally, it should have been seamless. Like I keep on adding and doing, and I might be at the braking and traction level, right? And I'm comparing braking and traction only. That is my key feature. As soon as I select another car, say I select Toyota Glanza, right? Like this. I have to again go to braking and traction, right? So do you guys see these subtle nuances of the experience where things are not thought of properly? I am just comparing the seats and upholstery, or say the telematics. So I have to again go there and do it. While I'm comparing, just two simple code change that stay where you are, and then you can always scroll up and go to this level when you want to see the images. Or you could always have like an expand collapse thing here. Like you can have a broad header or a collapsed header. Here, I don't have a choice. It's always a collapsed header, and as soon as I change a car, it jumps, right? So this is what is called a heuristic evaluation. A heuristic evaluation is where you look into an experience, you go into the nuance, and then you try to figure out that, okay, this is a gap which I can correct. And you work on a demo, and then this is a value you can add to your users. But see, this is a gut feeling thing. We try to create these things and do these two same experiences. We will do a research methodology called usability testing through A/B testing. And in A/B testing, we'll show the existing, which is uh, the existing part, and then we will show the suggested one, and we'll try to see which one is bringing more value to the user, and then we can convince with data like that. All right, now let us again go here. So this is basically avoid overwhelming users by highlighting recommended options. So this is where you have more choices. That was a complex case of many choices and how they are beautifully done. Then use progressive onboarding to minimize cognitive load for new users. So if you look at a form, just share a form which is extremely tiring to fill. This example where you have one single huge list of items at one go. Yes, passport portal, any visa that you're trying to apply, job applications, income tax filing, then Aadhaar card application, your UN number thing, anything that you do, they are painful because they go through a lot of steps. You cannot remove any step. That is the fact. There are 10 steps, 100 steps, 100 steps are important. Okay, done. But 100 steps on the face or 100 steps divided into 30, 30, 30 is the important point. 100 is just like a example number, but imagine there are 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 things, but you divide it in step 1 some step, step 2 some, step 3 some, like that. So that is basically going to add lot of remove that cognitive load to you. Now this step 1, step 2, step 3, this kind of an experience is usually called a wizard experience. So sometimes you are setting up your business, right? You are a e-commerce platform onboarding a seller to a e-commerce platform. Many things needs to be done. You have to create your own page where you're hosting your products. You may have to create the way you would like to receive payments, and then a lot of things are required to set up it. You have to add your GST number, you have to add your taxation details, you have to add your warehouse details from where Amazon is going to pick up. So all these things needs to be done. Given all those things in one single shot, the man will kill himself like doing it. But this is how we try to break it into small chunks of information. And another nuance is, if you guys have observed, for applying to job and these things, when you go to step 1 to step 2, then or in between, while you are doing step 1 also, there are 4 steps, suddenly the internet got disconnected. What would you expect? It's an important thing, right? Because if you do not put it that the form is automatically saved, people will be under anxiety till they complete one thing and do a hit and trial, and then come back and say, oh my god, everything is gone, I have to do again. And I remember filling a visa, and then the same thing happened. I think US visa only. My goodness. And it was like 7 attempts, and then it happened. It was a pathetic experience I had. I mean, it was terrible actually. And then another thing is that you can have explicit save buttons. So in terms of UX pattern, just close your eyes and think that from step 1, if you want to go to step 2, and if you have not saved it explicitly, then what should come? Because the save button means without saving, nothing is saved, right?
A pop-up or something like
Yes.
saved
A
up.
pop-up should come. A dialogue, which is called a dialogue model, should
Yeah.
come and say that do you want to save your changes before going to the next one. right? So that way you will actually know that your step 1 is saved. Now you go to step 2, right? All these things. Now, okay, this is another example, that be careful. Yes, so online visa forms do have save button on every page, but considering the user experience, an auto save, nothing better than an auto save, giving and then calling it out at the beginning of the form that don't worry, whatever or wherever you were in the form will always be there, right? Real time saving that information. This is the confidence that Figma gives. Every time the data is saved. But Photoshop, 3ds Max, Blender, if you have not saved it, gone, everything gone, right? It's not automatically saving. This is the benefit of cloud products. Then be careful not to simplify to the point of abstraction. So the example of Google doesn't mean that it did it wrongly. It did it in the most beautiful way. Google search is the heart and soul of this, whole thing. I mean, this is how we know Google. So being like creating a search experience this simple and this powerful, it was like one of the best examples of removing complexity and best examples of Hick's law. So Google keeps the decisions required to enter a keyword to a minimum by eliminating any additional content that could distract from the act of typing a keyword or require additional decision making, like this, right? So now let us go into the next one, which is called goal gradient effect. So what is goal gradient effect? It is called that the tendency to approach a goal increases. Yes, Manas is saying we can use checked icon after first step is completed or make the text green. Yes, that's also a great idea. You can actually, try to have the first option checked. So in wizard experience, Manas, if I show you wizard experiences in Dribble, this is Dribble, right? If I share this thing called Wizard UI. Yeah, this is a Wizard UI. If you see, this is a typical Wizard UI. Whatever steps you are doing, it's automatically coming as a check mark, right? So you are doing next. We are seeing limited amount of information, and then you are seeing what is your current one, what are the future ones, unfinished one, and what are the completed ones, right? So this particular example or this particular design, this is called a UI wizard example. Wizard example. Now, I will, before I forget, let me also tell all of you something that in order to sharpen your UI skills, there is this thing called daily UI. So before like moving ahead, let me just tell you this thing. Please enroll in this daily UI thing. Okay. And in daily UI, every day they will give you a challenge. So if you go to this second website called Collect UI, you can see the challenges how people have done it. And daily UI, after 180 challenges, you will be like a pro, you can master, right? So there is almost 183 days of challenges. And the challenges are really, really granular challenge, like create a sign up page, create a checkout.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers UI UX course in collaboration with iHub Divya Sampark IIT Roorkee. Through this course, you will learn complete UI UX design thinking, interaction designs, wireframing, and guerrilla testing for a rewarding UI UX design career. This UI UX design course will be taught by IIT faculty and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards the career growth in the field of UI UX design.
Experience, create a landing page. And if you see, there are examples of 167. So 167 days of everyday practice is basically going to make you really, really perfect. And you will be knowing about a lot of nuances. So let us look at this, landing page. So when we make landing page, just any landing page, But you have to think about what landing page should I make, what information should I bring, how should I represent it, and you have to do it, in 2-3 hours you have to do it. So a good learning experience for you. You will understand about everything, right? So please try to enroll into these two things, and then sharpen your design skills. So whatever you do here, you can create your Dribble account or Behance account and start uploading. Okay. Same example is here where you have 1, 2, 3 step things, and then this shows how you're moving from one to the other. So the important UI pattern consideration here is that you should be able to go back and correct something if things you feel that are not good. And then also at the end, you should get an option to review whatever you have done, right? A review thing with independent sections, and then the review thing can be a long list of items. And then you're just reviewing stuff. Okay, this is what I did. The first step, second step, third step, fourth step. Third step, I had a mistake. Click edit and edit there only. Getting it? So this is like where you are solving that problem of anxiety, and those feeling that I did so many steps. How do I know everything I did correctly? Specifically for job applications, very important, right? And then, okay, Samir is asking breadcrumbs with changing color. So breadcrumbs are, Samir, they are navigational things. You navigate through breadcrumbs. So changing colors will tell you which location you are in. It will not tell you what completion rate it is, right? Okay, then we go to the next one, which is the goal gradient effect. So it says that the tendency to approach a goal increases with proximity to a goal. So the closer users are to completing a task, the faster they work towards reaching it. So basically, you call out that this much percentage of this experiment is done. So the more closer they reach, the more chances of them towards reaching the end goal become stronger. Then providing artificial progress towards a goal will help to ensure users are more likely to have the motivation to complete that task. So these Starbucks and other coffee shops, they give this kind of small stickers. So once every time you drink a coffee, you get a sticker. So this is kind of a technique that is used for motivating people to buy more coffee, because once you reach, you don't see how many stickers you got, you will see how many stickers you did not get, and you will try to work hard towards getting all these stickers subconsciously, right? And then the third one is that provide a clear indication of progress in order to motivate users to complete tasks. So the biggest the importance of this kind of fitness apps and stuff there, that you see how much you have done, how much is left, and it keeps on motivating you with this kind of database, that it will keep you trying to fulfill this thing, reach that 8,000 mark, 9,000 mark, and 10,000 steps thing. Okay, then we will go into the next one, which is called Miller's law. By the way, all these things I'll share with all of you, so don't worry. The Miller's law is that the average person can only keep 7 plus or minus 2 items in their working memory. So this is a very important factor actually. And the important applications are, while you're choosing country, you have a big choose your country, so many list of items come. And then when you have, these are examples, if you see, like the first example is the phone numbers. Before, if you have such a big number, you feel overwhelmed, right? 10 digits. But the same number, when represented like this with this gap, makes it look like, wow, I mean, I can even memorize it. True or false? Right. Yeah, you can basically keep smaller informations, the same information represented in a smaller way, right? Then don't use the magical number 7 to justify unnecessarily design limitations. So it may be some plus minus can happen. So see, Netflix seems to have settled on 6 as its magic number. So this is not that you have to always make it 7. Netflix decided that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. each menu and carousel is presented on the homepage as a separate chunk, right? And from the navigation menu in the site's header to the horizontally chunked rows of icon display, trending now, popular on Netflix, site studiously avoids trading outside of Miller's recommended limitation. So even though this is a carousel, it has say 20 items, but at any point of time, when you scroll through it, you will see only those limited number, right? So this is an important pattern to see also. See, we are looking through travel, we are looking through a lot of different these things, examples, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? My goodness, it started playing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Amazing, right? Everywhere, consistently. 6 is the magic number of Netflix. Okay, right? And then even the overly numbered list of top 10 shows in the US today displays with the last 4 shows obscured. So this is where top 10 movies, you don't show top 10 all the time. You just show the top these things. First 6 and then the rest. Now, important pattern to notice here. Can anyone tell me the difference? What is the difference between this carousel and this carousel? Right? Another nuance. These are things which you guys have to work on when you start your career in UX. See, now this is fifth is signified, right? This is a 5th place, 6th place, 7th place. And then after every carousel, it should start from the 1st place. Some experiences are where, let's go to C5. I'm showing you similar products so that we can see similar interactions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, that is their magical number. Trending near you, what is their behavior? Same like Netflix, like that. But see, there is no signifier. How many items are there? Did you guys observe it? Right. And then everywhere, like sometimes you just hover here and you see 2. So you understand, okay, 2 rows are there. And here there are so many. Here, if you go, there are so many. So basically, and then one pattern, if you see, they try to evenly distribute it mostly. And this number also, if you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There are, usually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, usually there are 7 things. But sometimes it's 6 also, depending on the amount of movie it has. But it's not that, it starts from here to here. It could have, right? So as a UX designer, you have to tell how many maximum items should come here. 7, 6 are 42. So when you create those chunks at the back end, create 42 only. And you must be knowing, right, that these chunks are not created by Netflix. These chunks are created based on your usage history. These things come through AI recommendation. For me, it is coming like this. When you open your Netflix, it will be totally different, right? So like this. So see, top picks for me, because you watched this, binge-worthy TV shows. Your binge-worthy TV shows will be something different. But 42. 7, 6 are 42, like this. So small details, folks. And if you look at any other thing, like say Hotstar, Disney Hotstar, if we see, what is the experience here? Okay. So does it go to the end? Love in fair hope? Yeah, it starts from there. So what is the difference between these two? This particular, just the scroll, if you see, which scroll do you like more? Like the speed of the scroll, right? So these are called micro interactions, folks. So when we actually go into deeper, every movement, if you see here also, there is no deceleration. It is just stopping abruptly. See, when the thing stops, suddenly it stops, right? It starts so slowly and then suddenly it stops. But Netflix stops with a style, right? Like that. Even Apple TV things are best actually. If you see Apple TV transitions are one of the most favorite actually. Yeah, if you see this, like this. Oh, in the TV, it is even better when you watch it in TV, like this. Right. Okay. So these are some of the differences. See, all of them are using the same pattern. They're grouping stuff in chunk. Apple's magic number is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And after the fifth one, it starts from 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And Disney Hotstar magic number is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. G5's number is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And Netflix number is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So yes, right. So then we see organize content into smaller chunks to help users process, understand, and memorize easily. This is a text. Which text is easy to read? Absolutely, we'll say the right one, right? So the same content written like this versus this creates a difference, right? So when we are breaking a stuff into these small paragraphs, people think that, okay, I can easily finish it. Here, people think that, my goodness, I have to read so much. So this is the difference. Then third point is, remember that short-term memory capacity will vary per individual based on their prior knowledge and situational context. So based on this thing, their short-term memory will be kind of, so if you, even if you see all these drop downs, all these menus, see, lot of things are there, but things are always grouped 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's grouped in smaller things. So in your career, you will be required to create this kind of complex drop downs with lot of information and all. And if you see Spotify also, I keep giving example of Spotify. And if you click on this thing and go to artists, if you see there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Lot of items were there. So Spotify added dividers. So dividers are basically, if you see, dividing this drop down into 3 distinct zones. Add to playlist, remove, and add to keyword on the top zone. So there are only 3 items. So because of these divisions, you tend to perceive as 3 different chunks of information as one continuous big list, right? Like this. Okay. So guys, any question, anyone so far? There's a Twitter page I remember before where you can post those things, but the best place to upload these are your Behance or Dribble accounts. People will be seeing it and they will be giving you feedback. They will be giving, liking it or not liking it. So it's really motivating to see how your designs are coming up. So when we do the Figma part, I will talk even in detail about the daily vibe part, right? Yeah. So now we have 3 things left, and then yes, it is, the laws are not related to phone or web or something. These are psychology laws. These are available for even physical products also, right? So when you are creating a physical digital door lock, do not put lot of feature over there. When you're creating a car dashboard, do not overcomplicate stuff like this. Okay, now let us see serial position effect. Users have a propensity to best remember the first and last items in a series, right? So this is a very important thing. When you have multiple things, like placing the least important items in the middle of list can be helpful because these items tend to be stored less frequently in long-term and working memory, like that. So Instagram places heavily trafficked task buttons on the far left and far right. They got creative and placed the direct message button in the upper right hand corner, like this. to save room in the lower taskbar, which is already full, because the lower taskbar is already full. So the direct message was placed here, so that this is on the top and the first thing. So I should be, because creating post is more important for Instagram, as and when the engagement is happening here. But if you want to direct message someone or create something, these are on the top and your navigation is below, and then the content is coming in between, right? And then this particular, if you see, positioning key actions on the far left and right within elements such as navigation can increase monetization. Like premium, if you see, premium and login. If premium is important, then we keep premium here. So when you are creating this kind of navigations, important things keep on the first and the last. Right. Let us look at Airbnb. Yes, Akash, we'll just take a break after finishing this, and then we will come back after 10 minutes and do the rest. So if we look at Airbnb, so in Airbnb, if you see, the important thing is rooms, and the right hand side we have the display total before taxes, because this is an important action for them. Then stays and online experiences. Experiences are centered. So whatever they keep, that search is on the right and where is on the left. Everything is basically important. And this is equally important for placing movies. Like whenever we are having, like, all these things are meticulously thought of actually. What should be the first one? What should be the last one? Because we tend to remember the last one, right? So our eyes will go from here to here. Everything in between will be of less importance to us. So the way those 7 items should be organized should also, kind of respect the serial positioning effect. Okay, 2 more to go, and then we'll take a break. Okay, guys. Okay, perfect. So then comes the next one, which is called von Restroff effect. The von Restroff effect, also known as the isolation effect, predicts that when multiple similar objects are present, the one that differs from the rest is most likely to be remembered. So if we look at this particular thing, where is our eyes going? Absolutely going through these tiles. But if you see, we kind of see this blue thing. We kind of see Netflix branding, because this looks different from anything else in the screen. So at one point of time, if I have to go into my profile and stuff, I can easily find it. The same thing happens when we suppose we are looking at this Carvale site and all. Let us go to Carvale. Now, what are the 2 important things that attracts our attention? Absolutely the beautiful cars, but then what else in the UI? This red search button, right? And then this green book now thing. So in this thing where multiple similar things are kept, multiple white texts are kept, something which is different draws my attention, right? In this particular thing, everything is white. Okay, a car is there and all, but no more. I want that action to happen here. So I would like to make it look different. And that's something which is called a CTA. Yes. So this particular thing is heavily used in CTAs. So if we see, make important information or key actions visually distinctive. If you want in a pricing page, so one of the pricing to be highlighted, then highlight that pricing, right? If you want one of those, all of these styles look similar, but the messages ones has the counter. So it basically draws my attention, because the idea of this notification is that I should not miss a notification. I should stay on top of all my notifications. That's why dissimilarity in similar items draws attention. Then this particular example, if you see, these strong visualizations, they draw our attention. This strong, this impactful images or visuals draws our attention, right? Like this. And if you see all these examples where, in a list of black and white icons, a single vibrant icon, see, it's going to attract us, and it will help us understand what is our navigation point at that moment. On a website, a strategically placed call to action button, which a contrasting color stands out, increasing the chances of it being noticed and clicked. Because we want people to engage with our product and click things and know where they are, all these things. So this is how the von Restroff effect is used. And the last example is like this, carefully consider users with motion sensitivity when using motion to communicate contrast. So this is related to motion, but the image is related to something else, which is that, the message is written in the message only, that highlight key elements with bold type, but don't overdo, because the more you are highlighting, the less effect of isolation. Out of all these things, because there are multiple highlights, it tends to lose the value. But here, highlight key elements is something which we can observe, the rest we will not observe. All these principles we are going to use while we will learn Figma and create granular atomic components and create hierarchy. So these are very important foundation for your knowledge as a UX designer. Okay, now we are at the last of the lost section. This is the Zeigarnik effect, that people remember uncompleted or interrupted tasks better than completed tasks. Right? The first thing I would say is that suppose you are creating your portfolio in Figma, right? Create a page like this, and then make a copy and try to add simple slides that, okay, this will be my introduction, my background, what I'm going to show today. These are the 3 projects like this. And then project 1, first create the dummy slides like this. When you create something, create so many unfinished tasks, you can complete your portfolio faster. But if you start working like this, let me do the cover page. And then amazing cover page you created. Let me do the contents page. You will take more time in completing your portfolio. I have realized it in my real life only. Many times when I have a tight deadline, I try to create slides which I haven't filled, and then I eventually fill it, right? And then if you see this particular example, invite content discovery by providing clear signifiers of additional content. So this particular effect, if you see that, this is that you have this incomplete part. So the incomplete part of this progress bar draws your attention, and then you tend to, so although this black is strong, the gray is light, your mind is always unhappy with the things which you do not have than the things which you already have, right? Then this example, providing artificial progress towards a goal, that your profile is 50% complete. Nothing is stopping you from using their app. But whenever somebody says that, this 30% is incomplete, you tend to focus on their, let's complete it, man. I mean, whatever I've done, but let's complete it. Then provide a clear indication of progress in order to motivate users to complete tasks. That, this is that wizard experience where we see that, okay, these are done, this is being done, this is the upcoming one, like this. So yeah, in a nutshell, yeah, these are all the different principles or laws of UX. I will try to create a, for the isometric option to, can it be a possible isometric option to like bigger the design to fit bigger font size text so that one can have a clear look while choosing multiple cities. So Sharnav, for multiple cities, you need a bigger font, but for round trip or one way, you don't need a bigger font. So it's not about the font size. If you see the font size, they've slightly increased this font size, but this font is also not small. And this Delhi, Mumbai, if you see, it is like a huge font size in terms of a digital product. So that justification that you need little bit bigger and for that break every pattern and all, doesn't think like a strong background thought process. But the other possibility where see, the developers are not good with UI, and they are not good with these patterns and things. That's why this discipline emerged, right? UX design. And then developers are a lot more costlier. For creating this thing, a single designer can design, but 10 developers need to work on it because they have to do integration, lot of back end, front end, lot of things they have to do. So in order to reduce their cost, a designer creates patterns, UI, UX, and delivers, and developers just blindly follows as a guidebook and develops it. So if a designer creates a problem, a developer will not point out. Sometimes the PMs are really mindful, PMs point out these things, but usually a developer or PM, if it doesn't point out these things, both of them look visually, they look good. They have gradient and stuff. But the right and left padding, there are a lot of small nuances because of which there is a jump happening, if you see.
Yeah, that's
Right?
true.
There is a jump happening. So here, and this is a very frequently happening problem in the industry. Even designers who have 10 years of experience make these mistakes. Since I am working as a design manager, it's my role that my team members don't make these mistakes. So whenever I do design review, my eye first catches these things. Whenever I see it, I try to point out these things. So that's why I mentioned that you have to be a mindful designer, where you need to question your screens that why does search need to look differently. And even the thing that we discussed, that multi-city and round trip, the paddings are different. Why this kind of, I call it like silly mistakes? Because it is going to be coded. A lot of effort will go into coding it. You're just putting in, leaving breadcrumbs of mistakes, basically. All the mistakes pile up and create a massacre, a low quality product. This is where, if you see all high quality products which are created by experienced designers, there is no chance of mistake, mostly. But it started. Got it? So there are no chance of these mistakes which you see. So, and I'll just call out here, if you create an experience like this, and if your hiring manager is having a sharp eye, your hiring manager will catch this nuance and can grill you for 30 minutes in your interview. And if you are not able to answer it properly, then you are done for the job. Right? Depends on which role, which company, where you are going, whether these things matter to them or not. That is also important, right? That is the problem. That is a problem with like early startups and unicorns and big techs. This is a difference where people need to be mindful and all those stuff. Yeah. So now let us do this the Gestalt thing. So this is our Figma jam file. So before we will do Gestalt, we'll try to see stuffs over there also. And here, so we will start Figma and Gestalt together. So let us look at Gestalt's first principle. So the first principle of Gestalt says it's called the law of common region. That elements tend to be perceived into groups if they're sharing an area with a clearly defined boundary. Example like this. Now all these cards, they tend to seem like three cards, right? You can count 3 cards. Because of this purple light overlay behind them, common region creates a clear structure and helps user quickly understand the relationship between elements and sections. So typically when we are talking about organism level atomic components, organisms should stand out from organisms next organisms. So this kind of grouping becomes really important. Like if you see this thing, adding a border around element or group is an easy way to create a common region. This is also possible. And then if you see this, common regions can also be created by defining a background behind an element or group of elements, like the first thing, like this. But then there are another level of common region. If I show you this example or in Pinterest, if we go to Pinterest and if we search with law of common region, you will find a lot of examples that sometimes a common region is created through invisible tension. Law of common region. So like this example, if you see that these things, this particular text, these three things basically are creating common regions. I mean, they are three distinct pillars of paragraphs like this. So they without any strong divider or things like that, because of the spacing or gap between them and how they are arranged, they tend to create these kind of common regions. So we will let us first do the Gestalt only, then we'll go to Figma, and then we'll come back and go again. So this thing calls law of proximity. So law of proximity says that objects that are near or proximate to each other tend to be grouped together. So if you see this website, this particular screenshot from medium.com, you can see that proximity helps to establish a relationship with nearby objects. These three objects tend to create a group without any border, without any shade, shadow, box, nothing. Just because the three of them are close to each other, they create a group. This kind of group is close to each other, they create another group. This is another group, this is another group. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There are 5 groups here. So with the help of proximity, we are creating these groups. We will practice all of them in Figma. And then elements in close proximity are perceived to share similar functionality or traits. So whenever these kind of things are at proximity to each other, they will seem to give you the same kind of interaction, same kind of functionality. If it is kind of a filter for your dashboard or anything else. And the third one is that proximity helps users understand and organize information faster and more efficiently. So because of this law of proximity, we tend to process information faster. Whenever you have chunks of information, in UX, a big part of UX designers is to handle a lot of data and represent it in the simple, clear, consumable way. So law of proximity and then this law of common region, both of them helps you to create those groups and easily consumable parts. Now comes the third law, which is called law of pregnance. People will perceive and interpret ambiguous or complex images as the simplest form possible because it is the interpretation that requires the least cognitive effort of us. So although we can see that every element is a complex shape, but we can see a box around it, right? If you see, you can see that this is a box, a 3D cube. Can everyone see a cube here?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
But individually, if you see all these dots, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 8 dots creating a cube seems impossible. But our brain can easily see the simplest thing out of all these complex objects, right? So this is like how human brain, these are all different kinds of square, but we can see a face, right? So this is a really interesting topic. So when we are creating this kind of objects and stuff, although things can be complex, but people can understand it in really simple way of deciphering complexity. So this is a great law actually. Sometimes the most important part is when you are creating identities or logos or your splash screens or things like that. There, I mean, these kind of things helps you a lot to create those wow effect by creating nothing. Then the last law of Gestalt is law of similarity, that human eye tends to perceive similar elements in a design as a complete picture, shape, or group, even if those elements are separated. So whenever we see this thing, that the CTAs, although they are separated by distance, they look similar, right? Try for free. So elements that are visually similar will be perceived as related, like this. Also, if you see color, shape, size, orientation, movement can signal that elements belong to the same group. So this shape, you can see that they look like they are part of the same group. This is about your verbatims. This is about your pricing plans, or these are about some matrices. Because of this similarity of color, shape, size, they tend to see in this kind of groups. And then ensure that links and navigation systems are visually differentiated from normal text elements. So that's why what happens is that if you have used blue color usually means that it is a clickable text. And whenever you use blue color, even if they're used in different pages, they're separated from each other in a page, people will always understand that, oh, this is where I have to click. Even though it is not a upfront strong CTA like this. So these are some Gestalt laws which are important for UX. Now, considering that we have understood about laws of, uh, the laws of UX and then the Gestalt laws. So this is kind of our core foundation of psychology, and that how people tend to see things, how people tend to react. And also we went through some comparison of travel sites and OTT platforms and see how that subtle nuances of experiences can make or break products, perception like that. So with this, folks, yes. So law pregnance is mostly used in logos and identities. Like sometimes, let me show you this. Logitech logo. If you see, kind of in branding and stuffs like that. So there is this G over here, even though it's not, the G is not complete, but we tend to create like lot of metaphors from this. Right. So sometimes, these are where complex shapes come. So if you see this is the new one. You can always see a G and an S if you see. Right. So if you are creating this kind of branding, sometimes when you are doing freelancing and all, you will be approached to create a visual identity also. So if I show you law of, yeah, so there will be lot of examples where these kind of things you may think, right? So there are places like, for example, if you see this R, do you see R, or do you see in a white background a girl is with a balloon?
Both of these.
Both of these, right? So this is where you can create really nice, interesting identities. And sometimes you are creating loading animations, like like for example this one. So this is a really complex scenario, but if you guys have seen Google animations, Google loading animations, anyone having Chromecast here might be able to see it. But if you see Google loading animations, my goodness, not this one. Google loading animations. There was an excellent video which talked about stuffs like that. So if you consider this, these kind of complex animations while they are in motion, yeah, this one, if you have seen anyone, they create lot of shapes, complex shapes, intersect with each other, break from each other. This is a Google Home animations project. Yeah, if I play this, you can see. Right. See, a lot of complex shapes were created, but then complex shapes in motion, bringing some kind of simple storytelling. So they created a modular visual system based on those complex shapes. So you can, this particular visualization, this is kind of, I consider it as a really nice example of law pregnance. See, you feel like, this shape is coming and dropping in a hole and then again coming and dropping in a hole, right? See, you seem like something hit it and then it made a motion as if a gear rotated like that. But these are all simple shapes, but the impact of those shapes can be totally different to different people, right? This was a really beautiful project actually. See, while this last part happened, you may seen that it went into a house and then the house changed into the shape changed. So different time because it's Google Home. So they use lot of metaphorical shapes, right? So this is not a like frequently required law, but at times it is delightfully represented at many places, right? So if you guys want, you can have this link. Great project example. And do you know these are not aesthetic; these are purposeful. Because when you are setting up your Chromecast, it takes a lot of time. Anything that takes more than 400 milliseconds, people tend to lose their interest. But in Google Home, if you are watching, how the Google Home is trying to sync with you, your device, it is taking 3-4 minutes. Still, you don't feel bored because you are engaged with this kind of complex shape animations, which people can perceive as anything. So these are really engaging animations. See. You can perceive it as if it is a tire, as if it is in like some cylinder moving like that, or any other way, whatever you want to perceive it like. Application. If you do not see, I have a instructor account. If you do not have a student account, you will not be able to access the pro features. And it is really easy. You will say that I am part of Intellipaat and all, and you will get. So I'll be mindful. I will do delete page so that these pages are not. So deleting, adding pages, we understood. Now, in terms of this visual design warm up, we are talking about balance, symmetry, asymmetry, radial, all this stuff. So since if you see this particular thing is a special kind of a card which we will build in while we learn about the concepts, and this is where we are mostly focused about learning about this concept of balance. And if we look at what I did previously is that these are some of the example screenshots which I took from Amazon. Sorry, from Pinterest. All these things come from Amazon. So if I go to Pinterest, let me go to Pinterest. So this is a proven technique that if your visual design skills are not good, you are new to design industry. Even if you are good in design and you are doing design for last 200 years, still, if you want to become better, you have to practice. Nothing is better than practicing. So if I start with symmetry, graphic design, just write symmetry graphic design like this, you will find lot of examples like this. And whatever we choose, we as soon as we select this, we will get more examples like this. And this is, as you can see, this one was the example that was there. And yeah, there are multiple brilliant examples that you can see over here. So take a simple example like this, contrarian, like this. I'll just do copy image, and when I go to our file, and in this section, I'm going to just paste it like this. This is one of my reference images. What all things I can get? Let us look at symmetry, asymmetry, both. So this is an example of symmetric visual but asymmetric typography. So this looks like an interesting composition. So I'll take a screenshot of this also. And now when I'm looking at other stuff, maybe, yeah, this looks really like bright and vibrant and nice. So we are going to explore and learn Figma while practicing visual design principles, all things merged together so that we are not repeating stuffs like this. We can select this one, which is also really nice. And these are all, nice, cute examples which we are trying to put here like this. And let us see more. Okay, this looks brilliant. I'll just do copy image. So if you can understand, we are going to learn about gradient while doing this, at the same time learn symmetry. We're going to learn compositions while doing it, at the same time learning symmetry. We are going to learn contrast while doing this, at the same time learning gradient and typography and alignment. So this is how our knowledge is going to overlap and stack on top of each other and create a powerful knowledge base. By the end we complete Figma. And this is not going to stop here. It's going to go all that across to advanced UI screens and all other stuff, right? So if I see these things, yeah, things look pretty good while you search in this thing in Pinterest, you tend to get a lot of examples like this, brilliant examples like this, right? Now there are pretty handful good examples. So we have stuffs which are symmetric, which are asymmetric, which are radial, lot of different examples we have. So why we have these kind of elements? Now if I have to move these things around, I will have to select everything and then move these things around. And the way I was introducing these images in my canvas was by just selecting this. I am just doing copy image and I'm just going here and I'm just doing paste image. But how I could have done it differently is I could have saved this image in my pictures folder like this. It is saved, and I could have gone to file, place image, and gone to my pictures folder and clicked on this particular example. Where did it go? Okay, I have only this one only. I will click this example. Okay, Figma ran into a problem. I'll restart. Yes. My goodness, everything gone? Oh no, it is coming. It is refreshing, I guess. Are you guys able to see the posters? Yes, I am also going to see it soon. So I'll go file, place image video, and then click on, what was the example? Okay, save image as. It is saving in JPEG format only in pictures. Let me see if I have it. Yes. So it is in my here, pictures and extra large image and this, right? So this is how also I can import an image. Another way I can do it is that there is something in Figma called frames. So if you want to learn about the concept of frames, let us write here. Let us understand everything here. So this particular concept is called frames. Shift A like this and left align, and maybe make it left align, and this one I will make it 200 like this, and then this one I'll make it light like this, right? So that you can easily this is the first concept, frames. So if you try to understand this concept of frame, we have to understand about this particular tool called you can click F and get it, or you can just click on this particular icon, and then as soon as you select this, what Figma does is that Figma creates contextual tools. So when I select the rectangle, the right hand side changes, the controls changes. When I click on T, or when I click on this particular frame, again it changes. So whatever I choose, based on that, this thing changes. That way, the information is not overloaded. This information comes only when it is required. Now, when you go into frame, you can see every device has a particular resolution, like 430, 932, 393, 852, all these things. And there are different device sizes. So what Figma has done is that as a quick get started thing, you can click on iPhone 14 and 15 Pro Max, and this is the exact dimension of an iPhone 14 Pro Max screen. Now that I'm selecting this frame, this thing changes, right, on the right hand side. So I can also create a frame and just manually drag and create it. So this property and this property are not different. Only what is different is the X and Y value, and then the W and H value. That means the width and height and the X and Y. Rest everything is same. Also, if you see, the frame has a portrait and a horizontal landscape thing. If I click on landscape, the frame becomes landscape. If I click on portrait, it becomes portrait. The same thing can become landscape or portrait like this, right? Like this. So I can always manipulate a frame. Like this frame is what? This is 1039, 279. I can change this thing to 1039, 279. Now, since you guys already have, sorry, this is 1039, my numlock, and 279. Okay. Oh, sorry, this is the XY value. So this one is 430, 932. So I will change it to 430 and 932. So now this one and this one are practically the same thing, right? So since you guys have done the preliminary Figma, I will assume there are many things which you did not do. So if things are repetitive, please consume it as if it's a revision, because it will be difficult to omit stuff. You can miss on valuable things. So if you see this frame, this particular 430, I can do an addition directly here. I don't need a calculator. I can write plus 124. So it does an addition. Minus 124, it can do subtraction. Into 2, it can do multiplication. Divided by 2, it can do divisions. So directly the field of this value, you can do multiplications. You can even do complex equations. 430 plus 24 minus 36 plus 900 and divided by 2. That also you can calculate, right? So this becomes a really handy tool for you. Sometimes you feel that, okay, there is only 40 pixels more. You can do that calculation and add 40 pixels here, right? Like those things. Now going to this nitty gritty of this frame, see, I will have to zoom in and zoom out, right? Like this. So there are some keyboard shortcuts which we want to add. So let us say that we will add a keyboard shortcut section for this. So keyboard shortcut for creating frame is what? Which we just saw. Keyboard shortcut is
F. F.
F, yes. Shift A, I will make it as 8 pixels, and Control C, Control V. This one I will make as F is to create frame, right? And then this is an important shortcut, which is Shift F2. Shift plus F2 is to zoom into a frame. And then we add this color over here. Now this one has this option of representing. So what we learned is that a square is a square, a rectangle is a rectangle. Let's make it sharp corners like this. And then the third example that I want to show for squares or rectangles is that you may have seen the chat bubbles which has asymmetric corner radius. So I can have, say, 24, 24, 24, 0. You have seen this shape, right? Where
Yes.
chat happens. So this is how you create it. Now, if I want to create a chat scenario like this, I can do this, and I can do right click and do flip horizontal. So this is how, two chats happen. I can make it flip vertical also, like this. So this is how flip vertical is basically mirroring it like this. So both these shapes I can select and I can do flip vertical. So they collectively flips vertical, like this. So this is an example of using the corner radius differently. I can choose what value to give to whom, and this becomes a very strong feature. And this is a place where no corner radius is given, and this is a place where a little bit of corner radius is given. And then we'll slowly transition into square. So you cannot do much more with a square. If you add 1000, it becomes a circle, basically, right? So these are basically whatever you can do with square, actually. So we can write that the first shape here is, this is rectangle. So this is rectangle tool, and then we are going to take this section, Control C. Now, if you see, I want to replace this section, so I'll do Control Paste to replace. So it replaces everything. So it's simple that we do R, and R is to create rectangle like this. So this is the keyboard shortcut, create rectangle, and then you can make squares, constraints, and all those things which you discussed. I will select the text. Text tool is very simple. I can choose, T and add here, and then I can write a rectangle. This is the most simplest form of adding text. and then you can change the text font to this thing. And this is a really great thing that you can see the styling of the font right here only before choosing. Before this feature was not there, and this is now a really great thing. So you can choose, say, Inter. You can search and find Inter, and then you can change the style to say extra light, size to say 440, or maybe size to 72, and size to say semi bold, like this. So this is about the rectangle stuff, right? And also you can, while writing paragraphs, I mean, there we'll go much deeper into text later on, but this is how you can write rectangle. Now comes circle. Now circle has some very amazing properties. So we'll do circle. So circle has, first expression is this. The second expression is that you can actually click on this small dot and make it a Pac-Man, right? Like this. So you can create truncated things like this. And where is this thing important? Do you guys think? This is to duplicate. Actually, this is what happens. If I have my MacBook, I will remember. Because when I'm doing it in my MacBook, I don't even but now from Windows to Mac, it is little bit. I have a Mac keyboard, but it's Command Shift as far as I remember.
So it's
Okay.
option drag.
I think it's option shift drag.
Option
It's
shift drag.
option shift drag. Yeah, that's what I said. When I'll do it, I'll do option shift only, but I will not even look at option shift. Yes, right. So this is how you can drag. So this particular shape will have lot of importance, which we will come soon. Then the next thing is for Windows, it's Alt Shift, and then I'm dragging it this shape. Now comes the beauty that I can make it like this and then pull it from the center to create a donut. This is important for creating donut charts, like this. And you can change the thickness and things like those things like this. Very powerful, right? Like this. I can make it thinner also, like this. So you can represent. So this is, if you see how they have not overkilled you with all these separate icons to create these shapes. Rather, they have started with a simple thing and then given it an user choice to go to the complex part. Then we will go into the next shape, which is triangle. Now, triangles are important shapes. This donut part, Shanu? Yeah, okay. So you basically, I'm duplicating a circle or creating a circle. First is that I am pulling it with the first dot on hover, and then I'm pulling it from the center, and then I'm pulling it back. Right. So this is also a very powerful data viz tool because I can make Control C, Control V, and change this color to say green, and then change it. As you can see, I can show percentage progress, right? Like I can make it gray color like this, and now I can show how much percentage I have moved and on all those stuff like this, starting with the center and going in this direction. You can show like this. You can create data visualizations like this. How much unfinished task you have. Recalling the law, tooltips we discussed during our UI thing. So usually tooltips look like this. It has this, suppose this corner radius and all, and it will have a small triangular part to it to save from where the tooltip is coming, something like this, right? This is a known thing which you guys may have seen. Let's see how it comes here. Tooltip not coming. See, notice the triangle. Yes, so that's the triangles I have only used in these situations only, where this, I have to create this component. And also there are some patterns where in first run experience, you may have seen these kind of things come and sit that, saying that clicking here will do this, clicking there will do that. You know, when 3 new features have come, you will see them in your screen like this. You guys may have seen it, right? So these are called coach marks. Yes, I will show how to do the progress circle. Right. So these are called, basically, these are in the first run experiences, these things come that, you know, clicking here will create this, clicking there will create this, and then it does not come for the second time. So in tooltips and in this thing, the triangles play an important role, right? So now we will look into the triangle part. So sorry, repeat the progress circle. Yeah, the progress circle is basically, you have one circle. So let me show you from scratch. So you have one ellipse like this. I am clicking shift. If I do not click shift, I will be I'll be creating a ellipse, you know. So clicking shift makes sure that I'm creating a circle. So when I'm created a circle, which is a gray colored one, I will do control C, control. I will first, you know, do this and, you know, drag this and like this. This we are all done, this much part. And then we will do control C, control V. That means there are 2 items now, one on top. And, you know, if I change it to yellow color, now you can see, right? The yellow one is above the gray one. How both of these are moving in the with a single click. Both of them are not moving in a, okay, if I drag and select both, then both of them are moving in a single click, if this is what you're asking, Akash. Right. So you have to basically bring in objects within that selection zone to move them together. But now all this knowledge will be mixed with the knowledge of frames, and you will see how things will move together if they're put inside a frame. So, okay, going back to creating this progress thing, this is only one. I'll do control C, control V. This is 2. The top one I will make yellow color. And then the top one, I will change this sweep value like that. Here. Like this. Clear? This one now. Okay, now because let me know if this is clear or you want it, you know, to work slowly. Okay, perfect. Now if you see this particular thing, what is the difference between the circle and circle? What are properties do you see here, and what extra property do you see here? You see the corner radius, see? That means you can add a corner radius also here. Sometimes you might see like this also, right? In modern UIs. Right? You will actually see stuffs like this. So, I mean, this is how you can actually create complex shapes with just simple things, nothing else. Now, triangle. So, triangle comes with a baggage. A triangle has this extra gap here. So, what we will do is that we will have, see, triangle has wattle property. This is actually not a triangle, this is a polygon. Like you can change this value to 4, it becomes a square. At 5 it becomes a pentagon. You at 6 it becomes a hexagon. At 112 it becomes almost like a circle. It goes till 60 only. Okay, so go to 24 and you get like a, you know, jagged circle. See, sometimes who knows, you may need some to represent something. So this is a dodecahedron, and then you have 16 faces, whatever you create like this. And you can even create a ring like this with this also. I'm going to show you how. But you know, when you have this, you also have this radius thing. So so changing the corner radius will change a less faced thing, say a 6 faced thing. Sometimes you may need to create complex icons, and this is how you can create a complex icon, you know, like this one and a green one, you know, placed on top of each other. And this is how you can create a complex icon like this, which kind of gives you a 3D appearance, right? It looks like a hexagon extruded. Just it started with triangle, or rather, let's write it as polygons. But this is where your creative freedom can show you the potential that it has no limits. You can make it 5 faces, and you can have one more thing. You can rotate them like this, so you can have this thing like this, and you can merge both of them. See, you can create complex iconographies with these things. So they become really, really powerful and potential tools. And while looking, but all of them, if you see, have a gap or an extra gap. But what if I want to get rid of this gap? Be it a polygon, be it like a pentagon, be it like a triangle. How do I get rid of this gap? And also see this, yeah, because this gap is annoying. So I will do right click and I will do outline stroke. What happens is that as soon as I do outline stroke, it does not remember that it was a triangle, but it gives you a tightly fitting shape like this. Also, one thing to note is the corner radius value is also like made 0. Now, if you do a more corner radius, nothing happens because it does not have a corner yet. On the other hand, if you had created a triangle like this, a polygon like this, basically, and if you had created right click and outline stroke, now you could add corner radius. For corner radius, you should have corner. You cannot add corner radius to a circle. But as soon as a circle becomes a pie, it gets corners, sharp corners, and you can go corner radius. Right? So this is how basically your triangle thing becomes like a tight and end to end merging like a normal triangle, because this is something which you might face as a problem, right? And then you can change it to, because now it is a polygon shape, so it does not remember it was a polygon 3 sides or 5 or whatever. It does not remember. So this thing happens like this. And so the Figma structure is that we have this cover page, we have this concepts thing, where we'll talk about these concepts. I have made them slightly elongated so that we have more real estate to work on. And today we have a lot of things to do, so it's going to be a totally hands-on sessions, and we will reinforce our concepts with Gestalt and whatever we were learning. We will try to make our visual design exercises also around mobile experience design. So everything that you do will have a purpose finally. So let me start the class first by showing while we do our portfolio. So visual design plays, like talked about, law of aesthetic usability effect. When we see beautiful things, we tend to believe in those things, and that adds that sense of trust when we show our portfolios. So if you see, I have few example portfolios, case studies, great examples, open all. So these are extremely nice, beautiful, visually appealing pages. If you see, this is an animation, so this is even more impactful. And all these pages, if you see, they have this kind of a cover page. So the cover page is extremely aesthetic and pleasing, right? And I will share you how to create this, this kind of cover pages, this, because they create the first impression. So apart from these folks, rest of the class feels confident that they will be able to create this thing. Okay,
Yes.
that's great actually. Perfect. So the classes are always going to be mixed. So there will be folks who have come with knowledge of design. There will be folks who are new to design, but then it's always good to even reinforce your learning for folks who already know, because there is no end to learning. So if you see how a Behance portfolio happens, so you can create your portfolio either by creating a website, and that is a little difficult route. But if you are creating something in Behance, that becomes a little easy, because Behance is a site where you basically come and you can actually give a link to your profile and all your projects will be there. So this person, if you see, she is the designer, Karina, and if I go to Karina's profile, she has uploaded 2 projects. So these are her works actually. But in this small thumbnail, if you see, these thumbnails itself look enticing. They look really nice, and they show some sense of maturity and some sense of the project that they're giving. And this is the first most important thing, so that people comes and they click on these links and then they go deeper inside, and then a different ballgame starts. But this one should be important. If a movie's poster looks ugly, you might not think about clicking those posters like in OTT platforms. So if I go into Karina's profile, I'll share this profile with all of you. You can check their work in detail, and we will go a detailed portfolio review later on. But if you click on the followers, so since she is a mature and polished designer, although she's a new designer and a kind of a fresher, but if you click on people that she is following, these are all the folks that she is following. Typically, a mature designer follows other mature designers. So how do you discover good Behance profiles is that you click on the followers part of it, and then this is how you discover lot of good designers whom Karina is following for inspiration. So if you just quickly scroll these things, you feel like, okay, Iqbal looks good from Indonesia, I can click it. And chalo, this one also, Philip person, this also looks good. Philip is from Sweden. And yeah, so mostly she will be following good designers. And then if I randomly click on projects, let me just try to see the thumbnails. So see, how am I judging before clicking on someone? Can anyone tell me?
Yeah.
So if your thumbnails look ugly, your likeliness of clicking these things would be less, right? So this is where I'm coming, that these thumbnails are really, really the first impression of your project. Okay, then Lilia from Ukraine. And now if I click on Iqbal, you will see that Iqbal has done 2 projects. So eventually we will learn how to create this kind of use mockups and represent your design like this. And then this is where you can see an experimental typography is created. And the compositions, so there are laws of proximity, there are similarity, there are a lot of laws. So if you see, there are these compositions itself look really, it talks about the designer's style. And then if you click on Christian has done a lot of projects. And then these are like different ways Christian has presented. Now if you think of Apul, this particular project, and now if you go back to Karina, you will find that there is some similarity, right? See this one, Apul, and Karina's this one, and Apul. Okay, this is a video, but from the thumbnail perspective, it looked a little bit similar, like this kind of a greenish background. There are some artifacts behind and a laptop with the screen like this. And this is how Karina's project also looked like. See, if you see it in detail, they have used the exact same background, right? The same item is placed here. See, this is the same item, but the cropping is different, right? So this is how they, and both have used this laptop. So that means they have taken it from a composition or from a plugin or something, from where they have used this, but use different kind of compositions to present their idea, and they have cropped the background image differently, little bit, but it's kind of the same thing. Karina's composition is where the laptop is exactly symmetrically placed, but Christian's composition is where the laptop is asymmetrically placed. Yes, many folks have joined. I will make them panelists. Right. So we will learn by doing some of these example compositions. And in the meanwhile, we will learn about the basics of Figma, the tools and tricks of Figma also. Because if you are not able to reproduce or express your thumbnail page, this is the first landing thing, then it becomes kind of a first level blocker for your portfolio. So that's why I try to give super emphasis on this. Then these are also, if you see, these look like little different compositions. Then if I select this is like a super high resolution. It's a video thing that they have added. Absolutely, a video creates a lot more impact than a still image. So going back to these kind of compositions, this is something where contrast is used. So we will try to reproduce some of these things and with the kind of things that we have kept on learning. So let me just take a screenshot of this thing, Command Shift S, and then I just, sorry, I'm using a Windows thing. And then here I'll go and then I'll be taking it to our visual design warm-up. And in visual design warm-up, let me put it in contrast like this. And here, if you see this particular card, this particular thing we learned yesterday. So we will brush up our things, what we did before. So many famous designers and experienced designers, they keep on saying that if you want to improve your UI skills, just copy 100 designs, 100 good UI, just copy on top of them, and then you will have excellent idea about hierarchy, about small details. And when you copy it, don't apply your thinking process at that time, because when 100 copies you do, then your brain can process all of them and create a style of its own, and then the brain can reproduce new things from its own, which we have seen. So this is the fastest way where people who are new to the industry, they can immediately ramp up. For example, if this thing I have to create, I will take a rectangle. So yesterday we learned about rectangle. I'll create a rectangle like this. I will add a corner radius, say 16 pixels like this, right? And then selecting this, I can change this color. I can click on this thing, and then I can click on this eyedropper tool, and then I can click on this card. So this way the same color is reproduced here. Now I will select the ellipse tool, and I will draw a circle here like this. Then yesterday we learned that I can make it like first pie and then a donut like this. So I'll make it like this, and I will not even click here, rather I'll just click I and select this color, right? Then I will make semi-bold, write steps, right? And then make another copy, and then I'll change it to say 20, and I'll write 3500 / 8000 and make it regular. I will do I, select, zoom in and select one of these blue colors. So this is done. Now I'll select this, I'll click I, I'll zoom in and hit one of these colors. Okay. 3500, 8000, this looks little bit bad, so I'll make it 35, like medium size. Now I can select both again and again. It seems that the gaps are little tight, so I will select them. I will use my arrow in the keyboard to make it like this. This one I will make 3.52 kilometer. Now there is a technique that I will show you, that if I want to match this property, what is a property? Interregular 20, and this is the color. I will do Alt Control C, select this, Alt Control V. So copying the property and pasting it. This is Command Shift C, Command Shift V, I think in Mac, right? So say this is exactly not matching, but I can make it at least this gray color and change this size to say 14 pixels or something like this. Change this to medium, Alt Control C, Alt Control V, and this one is 30.04 minute like this, and this one is 3.52 kilometer. This one we will yes, this shortcut is Alt Control C, Alt Control V. We will write it here. So this is the shortcut is Alt Control C, Alt Control V. Should I write it in the chat, or it's actually there in the shortcuts pane? Here, if you see, like this shortcut will be there, right? Anyways, okay, so I was in the visual design warm-up, yes. And then this one I will make it as distance, and this is total time. So this is my card, but if you see, if I move this card, Manas, which link? The Figma link? Okay. But if you create a shape, this is somewhere where beginners struggle a lot. But if you create a rectangle, both of which look exactly same, and you change the color, and now if you draw a circle, the circle does not move with the rectangle. See? Because they are discrete shapes, they are not connected with each other. But you may have created a lot of designs creating a shape, not a frame. So you can convert a shape into a frame like this, frame selection. But then converting it to a frame does not mean that all these items will be on top of the frame. So I can select everything, shift, deselect this thing. So I have these elements. I will do Control X. That means cutting it, select the frame, Control V. Now everything is part of the frame. So on the top, if you see, it's written frame 95. I can write here and make it as card. I can change it as card, right? And here, this is a frame which comes. Now, let us imagine that we want to introduce, say, another circle inside it. So if I create that circle outside like this, and let's add this blue color to this circle. Now, as soon as I bring this circle, if you see, something will happen. Because it is a frame, as soon as I touched the border, this guide came. See, so far nothing happened, but when the object is 50% inside, then if you see this blue outline is coming, that means it is becoming part of the frame. So now, even though it is outside of it, it is part of the frame now. So I can drop an object inside a frame like this, or I can take out an object from a frame like this. So now it is outside the frame. So Shanu, the right way of doing it is not neither of these. The right way of doing it is using auto layout, which is an advanced Figma concept. But even if you're doing auto layout, or if you're creating something, the right way is to start with a frame. Anything that you create, an icon or whatever, everything should be a frame. The smallest atoms should be a frame in itself, right? So we will learn it eventually. So is this concept clear, folks, that this frame, it can be part of the frame, it can be outside the frame. So part of the frame is when it comes 50% inside, the frame becomes blue. But now, if you see, this is part of the frame, but I can see objects which are outside the frame. But selecting the frame, if I click on clip content, then this is what happens. That means now if I select the circle and clicking on shift, if I click on the right arrow, a peculiar thing happens. An object is part of a frame, but it's not visible. But if you go to the left side, if you go to the layers panel, and if you select this card, you will see that there is an ellipse. There is this ellipse. Now, as soon as you select on the ellipse, it is highlighted. Now you can bring it inside. So a big part of the application of this concept we will learn while doing prototyping. So when you have actually seen that, you suppose you are signing up in a mobile device. Yeah, I will repeat it. So if you see, this frame has something checked which is called clip content, right? If clip content is not there, and if I select it and if I click on right arrow, then the object is outside the frame like this. And then now if I move the, it is still, see, if you see, it is connected to the frame. So if I do it with left arrow.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers UI UX course in collaboration with iHub Divya Sampark IIT Roorkee. Through this course, you will learn complete UI UX design thinking, interaction designs, wireframing, and guerrilla testing for a rewarding UI UX design career. This UI UX design course will be taught by IIT faculty and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards the career growth in the field of UI UX design.
It is outside the frame, but it still has a connection with the frame. So only way to break that connection is by selecting it and moving it with your mouse. Oh, not even moving with your mouse. You have to, now this is hard coded. So you can do Control X, click on outside and Control V. So now this thing is detached from the frame. But anytime when it is part of the frame, when this blue outline comes, now this becomes part of the frame. So I can keep on adding stuffs like this. But if I select the frame and click on clip content, then you will see that the frame is cutting or chopping any object which is outside the frame. So I can, from the layers panel, I can select this ellipse and I can check that this ellipse is there. And in any case, if this thing is outside the frame, then also it's part of it, but you will not be able to see it. So the application of this thing is, folks, when you actually do this kind of, in future we will do that, this kind of applications. So the concept is when you actually do a sign up experience, the keyboard stays in the frame but outside the frame. So when you click on see continue with email, suppose we do continue with email and we click here, see the keyboard comes out like this. So this is that same concept that we will use while we are doing it. When if you select this frame and if you go to the design and uncheck the clip content, you will see that the keyboard is part of the frame but outside the frame. Clear, everyone? This is the application of it. In future we will do. Got it? Yes. So for now, let us take it slow. So we have basically replicated this design, which was part of this thing, and it seems pretty decent. Whatever it was like looking like this, now I can I can absolutely look at finer nuances. But then this looks pretty much one ripoff, and then we came to know that law of proximity says that these steps and these things are grouped together. So even without having any box or a line or a shape or a fill behind, we know that there are three groups. Basically, there are four groups. So they look like part of one group. These looks like part of one group, another group, another group. Everyone agreed? These are all left aligned. I can make them center aligned. I can make them right aligned. I can make them top aligned, which is like this, but I can make them left aligned. But this distribution, I can click on here, I can make it tidy up. So tidy up means that everything is clicked together. But if you create a design like this, I mean, don't you think that this together creates like a group? And then that bond and then the three group structure is broken. This will be even more broken when you actually make another mistake like this. And in second one, do you feel that this 3500 8000 can be part of both steps and distance? Like you might get confused that whether I should read text and data first or data text. I mean, what is the relationship between them? Relationship gets blurred if you see, right? But at the same way, if we try to correct it in different style also, we'll just select these two groups and just create these three distinct groups. Now see, this will start getting better, and it will even get better when I select these informations and I change the size to a smaller size. And this will even get better when I select these things and then add a little bit of a grayish color. This concept is called hierarchy. And it will even become better if you select them and add a different text style like this. See? So can you imagine how from this one to this one, how far have we gone to reach this level? Can you see clearly the difference between them? Right. So whenever you are creating your designs, you have to create good hierarchy of information. And also there can be several ways to control the hierarchies. You can make them a little bit closer to each other because they might be different. And this is where a UX designer's visual design knowledge becomes important, right? So this is kind of the exercise that we have done for it. So I will put this thing Control C, and let us put this thing in the example of hierarchy. Where is hierarchy? Yes, let us put this in the example of hierarchy. So I will put this as one of your first assignments. As in when we do, I'll add it over there. So in your assignments, you have concept practice and assignments, and in hierarchy, we have added our first assignment. And the assignment is basically you have to recreate this thing and then maybe experiment with the hierarchy of this thing, because this is a very simple hierarchy, but then we will work in complex hierarchies also as we go, right? So what am I doing? Okay, so unsplash.com, I have shared the link. It is a resource of extraordinarily high resolution good images. So if I search neon, you can see a lot of great images for neon will come like this, right? So I can either select, or if I select on say minimal, lot of minimal images would come. So let's select this image and I can do copy image, and I just go to Figma and I do Control V, and then an image has been captured in Figma. If I had downloaded this image, save image as this one will be a problem. Save image as PNG. Let me save this image in my pictures section. Save. And now if I go to file and I can go to place image video, and I can go to pictures and place this image. And then if you see, this image comes like this, place image. Both are bringing the exact same size resolution image. Now, one thing that happens in Figma is that if I click on this image, right, and if I do copy image, so if I click on this image, copy image, and let's say I have 3 images. Now I can select the first one to Control V, and this image will be replaced. I can click on any other image. I can do copy image, but point to be noted, guys, the proportion is different if you see. Now if I select this and do Control V, that image comes without distorting the image. So the problem that people faced with early users of Photoshop, Illustrator is that images used to get distorted, but it didn't get distorted. Another fun tip is that if I have say Control D, 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 like this, and if I have say, let me go to my folder, downloads, this image, for example, if you see, so we can keep on copying images and we can pasting images like this, and it does not crop the image. So this is an example of using images. And then if you select an image can also have corner radius like this. So if I make this image small, you'll be able to see it. And the best part of the other most important part of images is that you can select them and you can do crop. So basically you select this image and you select on crop image, and this is where you can crop this image to only the cloud or the water, whatever is important to you. You can crop it to only the mountain part, for example, right? Like this. And then this becomes a strip of your image like this. And in a cropped image also, you can add this corner radius. So when we have this growth image, when I'm putting it in your assignment, I am going to the assignment section, I'm making a copy of this image and I'm adding crop, and then I'm cropping this image to only the card. See, I have zoomed in. I will crop only to the card like this. Like this. And then I will add a corner details. So now if you see, I have grabbed a screenshot of only the card. So this is your first assignment. You can try to use, your practice will be for frames, for circles, for making them sweep, for picking colors, for creating little bit of hierarchy and text, right? So this is kind of the first exercise you can see. Now, if we go back to our visual design warm-up. In visual design warm-up, we talked about hierarchy. Now, if we look at balance, as we discussed, that these were simple posters with nice balance and all. So how do we reproduce few stuffs like that? So for creating, if you see these shapes, they have some kind of half a donut, and then like this one, for example, has a very peculiar gradient. So how do you create it? So like these examples mostly will be part of our exercise for concepts for uh, gradient. I have created a section called gradient. So I will add gradient and we will see this. And then this particular part, the Boolean part, if you see, even if you see the Figma logo that you have. So now that we have understood shapes, let us try to see that how we can reproduce this kind of little bit of complex shapes. So I've collected few shapes like this. So how do you create these kind of complex shapes like this? And a typical application of these complex shapes is creating identities. So if I show you in Pinterest, this is a Pinterest page. Yes, here only, growth. So if you see, this person started the project, and then this is where the person created an identity of the application and showed it how this application would look like in a real life iPhone like this. So we will try to understand how we can create this kind of identities within Figma only and not leaving Figma. For that, we will learn the Boolean applications. Starting with the basic thing, this is a really simple one. So what we will do is that we will take a rectangle like this, the Figma rectangle like this, and then anyone can tell me what to do.
Change the corner radius.
Border radius.
Change the corner radius differently, right? So 50-50 like this.
Yes.
So the first corner radius is done. Make a copy, right click, flip horizontal. Second one done. The second one is this, the first one is this. Then again make a copy of it. This, make a copy of it. And maybe you add
Mix
like this. And this one should be say 90-90, can make it 90-90. And this one you can change it to 91, change it to 90-90 only. Like this. These two also you can change to 90 and 90. Yes. This color is this. And then the last one is also very simple. We have to add one more corner radius. So when we add a frame behind this shape, the shape becomes part of the frame. So now we can select it, bring it to the center, select the frame. I can change the color of a frame also. So I can change it to black. So done, right? So this is a very simple application of shapes. I will do Control C and goes to your assignment section in your polygon. So this is a good exercise for polygons, right? All of you can create this exercise over here. Now going to concepts, our second thing, which is this thing. Now, this might look a little bit complicated, but actually it is not that complicated. You can use text also to create stuffs like this. So I can select the text and I can write B, and this is where I will not try to add a value here. Rather, I will going to use this thing called scale. So this is the scale tool. I will scale this thing like this, right? So I don't care about the value. And then once the scale is done, I can click on the select tool again. And this is where I can choose a font, which is, a little bit better font, which can help me do this thing. If you feel that the font is not matching, we can do it with normal shapes also. So for doing that, we will do one activity called Boolean. So if you see, if we have a shape like this, and then the shape has a left corner radius as say 16 pixels, right? And then this one as 50 50, like this, or maybe 100 100, like this, and I'm looking at like this, right? And then I'll make it like a B, so which looks same like this one, right? And then I will make a copy of it, and I'll do flip vertical, and I'll place it next to each other like this, and it looks like okay, almost there. But then what I will do is that this one is white, this one is also white, and then I will take an ellipse, place it over here. Yes, we can see font also, we'll see. And then I will do I like this. So if you see, this one ideally should be placed here. So I can actually scale it up till here. Okay, now it looks more or less like this. So these two, but these two are separate. So what I can do is that I can select both of them, and from here I can do union selection. When I do union selection, this becomes one shape, if you see. So to do it again, whenever you have two shapes, say you have one ellipse, another ellipse, selecting both, say this ellipse is yellow color, this is blue color, selecting both, if you select union, they unites. So if we practice the different shapes, different Boolean actions like this, I will make a copy of them. I will use K. K is for scale, if you see, guys. I will use K, or I can go and click here scale, and then I can expand them so that I can create all the conditions. So conditions are say 1 2 3 4 5 conditions. Selecting both, if I do unions the selections. If I do subtraction, what will happen? Both. And if I do exclude, then excluding the common region, right? So you can create this kind of complex intersection applications with this. And then the last one is flatten selection. If you flatten it, they become part of it. I have not used it much, but these options are really good for creating icons and logos and all those stuff. And when we create something like this, as you can see, it has a sharp corner. I can always make it like this. See, it becomes like a blob, right? This becomes like an organic shape. And because I created symmetrical things, it looked like this. Had I have created it like a smaller circle and a bigger circle like this, and if I created it like union selection and now created this thing, it created which icon, which is so organic and so cute. Now if you want to subtract the filament part, what do? You create another circle, place it inside. This you can do, right? And then what should you do? How do you remove? Sorry. So before doing subtraction, select both and to make them center aligned, right? And make sure that the alignments are proper. And now you select them and then do subtract, right? So this can become a very, very cute magnifying glass or whatever you feel like, right? So you can create complex shapes like this. So Control C, and I can put it in your assignments in the Boolean thing. So in the Boolean part, now I can see even scale it like this. So this is one of the shapes which you can try to recreate in your Boolean application. Now if I go to concepts, if I see this, what was happening is that I am selecting both of them and just doing union. And this one also I can do union. But then the color will all go. And also if you see this, the size is where little, the size was not matching. Yeah, so now I can keep it like this only, or and yeah, so this is kind of this application. And I will again do a frame behind. I will go to frame selection. I will add a frame here. and I will select on I and getting the color. So Praveen, this is how I'm getting the color. I and selecting the color. Got it? So this one also is part of your Boolean assignment, as you can see. So I will add this logo over here. So there are two Boolean things. And then if we go to concepts, this particular thing, any idea how you can create? Okay, I'll take, you guys tell me, I'll just do whatever you say. Okay, make a donut. I'll make a donut like this. Okay, and then add triangle, outline stroke. And after doing outline stroke, oh, this will add, okay, no problem. I will just select this and add corner radius like this. Even the inside parts are having corner radius. Who cares, right, guys?
Yeah.
Who cares? So, but now if you see, I may have to scale it a little bit like this. But some part of it will intersect inside. So what do I do?
Exclude.
So I will select, I'll make another circle like this, which is exactly fitting in the inside of it like this. And I will make sure that this circle is exactly the same size. Like this. Select these two and do subtract, right? And now select these two, do union. Done?
Done.
Right? So not difficult, right? Creating these things. Small triangle, actually, when we added this corner radius, it became little bigger actually. So let us try to do it with a small triangle. So see, if you see this triangle, it may come here, but this has to be tangential also. So because of this corner radius, it started bending here. Invisible lines, it started bending here. Let me show you with a triangle. Like this small triangle, see? Little bit bigger, like this. Now, I cannot control which corner I need to make it smaller. So if you see, now if I add the circle on top of it, there is this gap. This is the gap. So in order to fill that gap, what we had to do was we had to make it bigger like this. And now when we made the donut like this, what we could have done is created the donut in a way that the triangle is inside, because it is up to us, right? Now if you select both and if you do union, then it's no problem. But then this internal diameter is less. That's why if you see, the internal diameter is actually less. But if you want to create a more bigger internal diameter, now if you see, oh, later on also you can change, but this thing will come. So that's why this is the problem, right? So it's up to you whether you want a bigger internal diameter or not. Now we will do, so I think this was a little bit of a complex this thing.
So we can add a circle and subtract it also so that it's a shape. And we can increase or decrease the internal diameter.
So yeah, so yes, this also you could have done. So what you could do is that, so there are multiple ways to do it. You could have taken, say, a circle, not a donut.
Yeah.
Right. So you start with a circle like this, and then you take a triangle like this, place it like this, and a little bit bigger. Adding a corner radius. I have to make sure that it is tangent. Making it tangent is really important. Like this. And now selecting both, I will do left align. Left align will make sure, oh no, this I have to make it outline stroke. And because it is tilted, it will not left align. So I have to, I can actually take a guide here and really go detail and check, yeah, it is tangent. Now I can select both and make union. After making the union, I can take another circle of whatever diameter I want and do a. So now that we have created this, here we have different variants of this. Let us take the first one only. Let us take this one. And what we will do, we will take a frame and we will add a frame like this. And this is my concept. And then I'll make a copy of the frame, 2 frames side by side. Selecting this, I'll make it white color. By selecting the frame, I will add a gradient color. The gradient color is really simple. We'll just click on this color and then we'll click on the second one and click on this color. So exactly same thing. What we'll do is we can select this gradient thing. We can select this thing as in this gradient color and change from this color to this color like this. And we can change this direction from here to here like this. This is what you were saying, right, Akash? Okay. Yeah. Yes, we will do gradient again. So basically whatever shape we have frame. So let us see, we have this as our final shape and this is a flat color that we have picked. And we will draw a frame around it like this. And this one, if we have to bring it to the center, I can do center align, right? Now I will make a copy of it. And this one, I will click on I, select on white, selecting the frame. I will go to the fill color. Now, as I can add different fill colors in flat shade, I can select on the gradient tool. And now I can choose the gradient shades from this. So in gradient, what happens? Now we will go into details of gradient so you can understand more better. But imagine that these are the 2 colors which we are fading. Now this color may be different also. It can be yellow to this, it can be green to this, it can be whatever color you give. It basically blends between 2 colors. See, whatever 2 colors you give, it blends like this. Now this is something also, and this is where when we will do color theory, you can understand that how color theory, you can choose complementary colors to create this gradient. Like not all gradients look good, right? So this gradient does not look as beautiful as this gradient. Similarly, if you see these 2 gradients, they are from the same family. So if we select these 2 colors, the final gradient looks like this. Now, similarly, when we select this thing and we add a gradient color, the way gradient works is that it has a start. This is the start thing. If you see, this is blue color, this is gray color, the outline I'm saying. And if I move this thing, the end one is basically, if you see, 0%. If I make it 100%, it is the same color from here to here. I can either change the color from here like this, or I can choose a color like this. So it will be exactly the same color as it was there. And if you see, the gradient moves in this direction from here to here. So that's how this gradient. You are getting it, right? And then this is how you can actually delete, select a tab and delete. We will do gradient now. So we'll get all different types of gradient and stuffs. And then you can, understand it better. You have this app in your phone, you took a screenshot and then you added the screenshot in Figma to replicate it 1:1. Then what you do is that you basically have these guides. So as you zoom in, you see that there are the outer peripheries of the guides, right? So you can bring all these guides and then zoom in and see. You have to make a decision that whether this is the outer periphery or this is the outer periphery, right? Because this is a pixelated image, so this looks not super compromised. Absolutely, there will be a pixel like 2 or 3 pixels difference from the actual one and this one, because so
Right.
now what happens is that the circle is snapping, right? So this circle 141 is the pixel dimension that you derived,
Okay. Got it.
because without that pixel snap, it is difficult to zoom it this level and then scale. How can you do, right?
Right. Right.
But you can zoom at that level and get a ruler, like this, and then get it snapped to those things. And later on, when you're done, you can remove all this. Yeah,
Got it.
like this. Yeah.
So
Thanks.
how you choose the
Yeah.
guide, that red line?
The guides, you basically on both sides, if you see, there is this ruler. If you do not see the ruler, it is likely that on the right hand side this rulers is unchecked. Then if you see, there is no ruler. But if you select the rulers, then this is the rulers how it comes, and you just go to the ruler, on hover on it, you see that this icon changes. Now you just pull as many rulers as you want, like this, also from the left hand side. And then if you do not need them, you can actually move them back, or you can hide them. You can say that rulers, and then the lines and the ruler both disappear. Similarly, there might be plugins to delete all the rulers at once. You can even create a plugin. I have not used a plugin or a out of the box feature which deletes all the rulers at once. It will be difficult to tell that it is the exactly same one or little bit different one, because what I have done is that I have created a linear gradient, and if this angle changes little bit, see, the impact changes. And 1000% replication means that maybe you have to add a little bit of a white color here, like trying to make it 3D, or this is the max that you can do. But there is no way unless than selecting with this pen tool from the respective similar regions of the gradient to replicate it as it is. Right? See, I can make it in little outside, and this is where you can see that, okay, this is how it is coming. This is a very simple example of gradient. But as it goes, this example is also a nice assignment to practice under your Boolean section, right? So this is where you can practice 3 things for your Boolean, and you'll be rock solid with anything that comes in your way for Boolean. And this is for polygons. I think these 2 are good examples. So like this, we are going to keep stuff in your assignment section. This sounds good to everyone? You are learning something, you have the video reference, you go to the
Yes.
page and practice it. And if you are lost, go to my page, see how it is done, go to your page, do it. Do not do it on other people's page. If someone wants to help other friends, then it's up to them. But everyone should do, this is a step-by-step thing, and it will help you. Yes, Sanjay and Nupur has their hands raised. Pantone shades, like this color, for example, right? Copy image. Now, as soon as you paste, let us put it under color and gradient section. So if we have Pantone shades like this, we'll spray, or people add in real life. So Pantones are used by product designers, fashion designers, and accessory designers, a lot of people like that. So in
Yeah. But in
digital
Figma,
design,
we cannot
Figma works with hex
exact
codes.
codes.
Yeah, Figma works with hex
Okay.
codes. Hashtag 6 numbers, A, B, C, X, L, F, like that.
Got it. So
But
thank
you
you.
can reproduce it. You can convert it
So
to a
I
hex
know
code.
by picking the color and dropping
Yeah,
it to the
yes.
required image.
Yes.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Okay.
Hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now that we have done little bit of the Boolean actions, let us look at the vector network part also. So in the vector network part, you remember there was a guy whom we saw in the portfolio who created, and someone also said that can we do this kind of typographic compositions like this with type? How can we do compositions? So let me open this thing. Yeah, so I will do put it here only. By the way, there was one more thing I believe you guys can create it, right? There was one more example. Try this. If there is any problem, then we can always see. So, okay, then we have the vector network. So what happens with vector network is that Figma's pen tool, many people are coming from design background in this class, so they might be knowing pen tool is a tool where you can actually draw shapes. So this is the pen tool where you can actually draw shapes like this, random shapes. And then the random shapes you can select, you can add a fill color, any color. And because it has corners, so you can make it smooth and stuff like that. But Figma's vector network goes way beyond it. What Figma's vector network does is that if you have say you're working on this kind of a graph, right, for a data viz or whatever, we're working on it like this, and there is no corner radius, and then because it is a line, the stroke is important. I can increase the stroke thickness. If you see, the line becomes thin or thick, and the stroke, if you see, the stroke comes from the center, or it can come from inside, or it can come from outside. So there are different ways of representation. And then the stroke can have an arrow like this, start arrow. This is really big, so let's make it 5 pixels, or let's 24 pixels for all of you to understand. It can have a start arrow, or it can have a end arrow, or it can have like this, or it can have, this kind of circle and arrow, or it can have nothing, yet it can have rounded corners, rounded corner, rounded corner. So when you zoom in, you see that these corners are rounded. So this is kind of what you can do with these lines. You can go and create dashed lines also, right? So if you are creating some kind of dotted, some navigation that, this is a Google map area which is being created, you can use this with lines like this. And they have, these kind of conditions that what is the gap of this dash. If you make it 100, then the gaps increases. If you make it 2, it is quite dense. 20, like this. 40, like this. So this is how the gaps come. But then the fantastic part of Figma is that you can draw a shape. You have to go inside the shape, and then you can draw into the shape. So it's basically adding, and if you see, everything is part of the same vector network. This is quite contrary to how Illustrator or Photoshop works. This is where the vector network, and then I can choose this end and I can close this. I can choose this end and I can even close it like this, and I can go inside and then choose the pen tool and close this part and then close this part. So individually and together, both ways, it is really powerful. Now this is a single point where so many lines have come and connected with each other like this. Now this is a single point. Can you understand the beauty of it? It is little different from Adobe products. Can you see how I am basically playing with it and creating a really complex geometry? So I can create a 3D shape like this, which becomes like a prism, right? But did I start with a prism? I started with just a zigzag line like this. So you can make it like this also. Someone working in the edtech industry is required to create a lot of illustrations for teaching physics concepts, or refractions of light, and required to create a lot of these kind of things. So this is the beauty of vector networks. As you see, whatever I draw from within it becomes part of it. Now we will go into some details, like there are some minor nuances, like this is what we are creating with vector network. Let us bring it back to the nice cool thing that we were creating, like this. Okay, like this. Now if I change this thing from dotted to a single solid line, it becomes okay, perfect. And if I add fill color, then it adds fill color on both the sides. I can make, say, green color. So yes. So but now if I see that this is one of the colors and this is like, can we add different colors? So it is difficult to add different colors, but what we can do is that we can make a copy of it and select this and delete it, and make another copy of this and select this and delete this, and now we can add different colors. So basically now I can add pink color like this. And if you see here, the line says that it is from center. If it is from outside, and if this one is also from outside, this is what you get to see. And now if I select everything and if I remove the stroke, that it does not have stroke, only it has fill, then this is what you get. So very flexible. Momita is asking, what are we supposed to click to use pen tool on my mouse? Okay, P tool, P. Now let us understand, right Momita, P. How to remove outline. Yes, remove outline is simple. So if you see this shape has add outline. Absolutely, it has a stroke. If you see, the stroke is very thin, black color. And if you increase the stroke, then it's like a very big stroke, right? And then you just click on minus, the stroke is removed once and for all. Again, at stroke, the thinnest stroke starts and with black color, right? You can add lot of stroke and remove the fill, or you can add fill and remove the stroke. Clear, everyone? Now let us see where this thing is coming. Okay, can you please repeat how to remove outline? Yes, I think we are good with our chat. Now we will look at little bit of different stuff that let me see if I have that example. Otherwise, I think we will have it. Let me show all of you. How the stroke things are important. So I was working on a fitness app thing, and then this thing came up. The case studies, no, Figma Jam 2, which we will also do eventually. In the Figma Jam 2, in assignments, and in the Shazam assignment part, yes. If you see this prototype, I think this one was kept here. It will look like as if water is being filled. In fitness app, see, we will learn how to make this, but it was created with simple pen tool. Right? Want to say again? So how it was created is, let me just quickly show you the shape part of it. So if we go to Figma Jam, we will have this. What we will do is that we will create some zigzag lines like this. Done. Now, once we create this, I'll make it smoother. Maybe I'll try 1000. See, it becomes like a wave, and I can remove the stroke and add, say, a blue color. And I can add one more thing and add, say, green color. That's it. So it might look like mountains, even kid storybook, but every fill color that is added, you can make the fill color to be less opaque. So now if I create a frame, a very tight frame like this, and if I add these two, Control X, and put it here like this, what do you see? You can even scale one of them. So do you see waves?
Yes.
Right. Now, if you move these waves, it will look like the waves are moving. So what we will do is that these waves will move like this, and at the same time, go to the top like this. And when we will learn animation, it will look like it is filling it. Right. But the essence remains that it is created with this line tool only. And in line tool, that's why mastering these tools are important. And you can understand that how even adding a line tool thing can help you add smoothness to it. Now we will see that what happens if we want to manipulate text. In text, if we write, say, H, capital H. So it is same as the triangle. If you see, it has a lot of extra space here. If I make it, say, Inter is a really beautiful font, Inter, and make it, say, bold like this, H I and T, high intensity intensive training, like this. Now what I can do is I can select this one. Let me show you how you can manipulate text. What I can do is that I can put it inside a frame like this and keep all of these things at the center. Select everything and make them as outline stroke. Now if I double click, I get to work with the vector network. So I can select these dots and put them to the top like this. I can select these like this. Either you can do it like this, or what you can do is that you can choose these and spread them like this. And you can even select them and do it like this. So this is how you can create experimental typographies in your compositions. So again, if I have to do it from scratch, it's just simple as a text, a typeface. I can right click, make it outline stroke. And after I'm doing outline stroke, I have the liberty to, choose partial dots and increase it like this. And then add the IIT on top of it and add white color. Now, anyone has heard about positive negative space? Got it. So, but this is something which I did extempo. You can always think a lot and then work on it. And as we learned that you can add a gradient, and we already have a beautiful gradient here. We'll select this gradient, Alt Control C, and we can go here, select this H, Alt Control V, C. Immediately that same gradient is copied here. Copying styles like this. So this is also part of the, all of these are manipulating shapes and creating, stuffs with our vector networks. So I will do Control C and put it in, assignment part in vector network. And as and we do more stuff, you can practice. So, and the way I want to keep these things here is in a more screenshot way, so that you can see that this is a screenshot that you have to replicate. So if I have to get assets from Figma and create a screenshot, I can do right click, copy as PNG, and then delete it, and then Control V. Now this thing came as a PNG image. So you will remember it, but you will not have anything. So you have to remember and do, which will be good for your learning. Okay. All right. So yeah, we are at 9:30. If anyone has any question, we can take, and then we can take a 10 minutes break. Okay, Sharnav is asking two questions. First is the pen tool of Figma works same like Adobe, and then is the part of vector network. Yeah, pen tool of Figma doesn't work exactly like Adobe. In pen tool, if you see, I can draw. Yes, Shanu, which one do you want to repeat? This one. Yeah, this is just creating one single shape and then creating multiple copies of it. Yes, I can show with this also. So basically for Sharnav, if you see, yeah, I'll show you creating patterns. So if you see Sharnav, that this is a vector network, right? Which is a closed vector network. And I can draw, if I double click in Adobe, it is not possible to draw from a vector network. So here the vector networks are all connected. Now if I move this thing, and if I put on top of it, if you see, this point merged. So from that complex shape, I can create an arrow, if you see. So it's kind of works in a different way than Adobe. Right?
Yeah, got it, sir.
Yeah. I love vector network actually, very nice. Yes, and then regarding Shanu, so Shanu, it's like you create a pattern like this, right? Now I will distort this pattern. I click on Control and I will make this pattern like this, or whatever I want. I will select few stuffs. Yes, Devani, we'll just take 4 minutes and then we'll start the break. In that case, people have a lot of questions. So imagine that you created a shape like this, and then instead of fill, you added a stroke, and you made a copy of this, made flip horizontal, right? And made another copy of this, and then flip horizontal, flip vertical. So this way you created a pattern like this. You can scale it like this, and then now you keep on copying it. It keeps on replicating. That's how you create patterns. Yes. Yeah. So yeah, Momita, I'll just show you this thing, and for others also. So how do you create this wave using vector networks? Just using pen tool, click once, and click on shift, so that you actually draw in 45 degrees. If you click shift, it works really symmetric like this. And once you reach to the end, just complete the shape like this. Now you can selectively, this is also another important thing, you can selectively make it smooth. You may not select everything. Select only this part and then create smooth, or select only this points and then make it smooth like this. So if this is good enough, I will delete the stroke, rather I'll add fill, and in fill color I can also add gradient, like from here to white color, so which will make it look more like a wave like this, and make another copy of it and change this gradient to a different blue or a little green shade like this, something like this, And what I can do is that I can scale it up or down so that I can make it a really subtle wave or a strong wave. And now together these waves, when they superimpose on top of them, what I can do is that I can just take a frame, a small frame. So use pen tool P, click once, and whatever angle you create, it will always move in 45 degrees if you keep shift pressed. If not, then it will be a difficult thing, you know. So keep press shift, and then you can actually create a symmetrical triangular mesh like this. And then you have to close this thing. Is this clear? This much part, Shanu, Mumita? Yeah. Now we select partial points and make it round. Clear this part? Just selecting point and making it corner smooth. Then I'm removing stroke, adding fill color. The color can be gradient color with blue and white, but white transparency is 0. So you get to see this kind of a faded thing, because this is white color, but the transparency is 0. This is blue color, the transparency is 100. So from blue to white it is going, but as it is going to white, it is also fading to 0. Now you can always change the pitch of the wave by scaling it. Is this part clear, everyone? Make a copy of it, change this blue color to a different shade, like this, or to a green shade or any other shade, whatever you want. Clear, everyone? Now you select a frame, create a small frame like this, and select both of them, Control X, and select the frame and Control V, and put it below like this. So this way all these things are inside it. If you remove clip content, you can see that the entire wave is there. But if you clip content, you only see that much part which is visible to you. And this way you can actually create a nice wave like this. You can change the frame's color to black also, and you can change this green gradient to something like this. You can always change the pitch, make it stronger or less stronger. Move the wave with your keyboard, and you'll be able to control it like this. Something like this. So just simply if you move it, it will look like as if water is flowing. But the more subtle it is, the more subtle pitch it is like this, the more natural it will look, because usually waves are not that peaked, right? Like this. So now if you see, I'm selecting this and I'm moving it, it will look like as if real wave is flowing. And if I move them in opposite directions, then it will look like real wave, like this. Right? Clear, everyone?
Yes.
Yeah. Control for smooth edge and vice versa. Please repeat that one. Okay. So if you actually are creating a vector network like this, if I just click, it creates strong points. But if I click and drag, it creates smooth point like this, And now, if you see this vector, this whole, pen tool drawing that it has, maybe it's a funky E. I have created a custom E character. But then this part looks bad. So I can click here. I can click Control and click it so that it becomes sharp, 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 sharp. All the points are sharp like this, right? Or I can again click them and make it smooth, 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 like this. Got it, everyone? Got it, Mamita? Okay, now let us go with the rest of the topics. So we will go into, yeah. So as a UX designer, you might ask, how many times do I have to use this vector network? If you are part of a team where there is a custom icon requirement and you don't have a custom icon for whatever reason, you are creating an icon, and that time you may be required to create a custom icon. It'll just like, imagine that this is a custom icon requirement where we are showing spark. So I can, create this, I can, remove the fill, I can add a stroke, and I can, I can go inside and I can add using pen tools. Because it is a vector network, I can keep on adding lines like this, and keep on adding lines like this. Like this, and then I can go inside and imagine that this is kind of a custom pizza slice, whatever thing that was required, and that time you maybe it is required for you to create using vector networks. When do we use pencil tool? If you have a graphic tablet, you can use pencil tool and you can make quick sketches like this. You can make quick screens like this. But see, now I am drawing with my mouse, so the drawings are really bad. But good point to notice with pen tool is that for creating quick concepts, now if you see, even if I create a really bad stroke, see, it smooths it, right? It tries to make it as good as possible. I'll show you by drawing a circle, at least better than what I was drawing. So if you have a graphic tablet, which I don't have, you can, but if you use shift, you can actually create straight lines like this, like a quick mobile concept, and you are drawing it like this using shift tool. Because in UX, usually you have things like this. And now that you have created something like this, all of them are actually vector networks only. But you have drawn it with pencil, because pencil gives you a lot of freedom also, and you can actually take a color. You go to this pencil tool, you can choose a different color like this, and you can start brainstorming that, okay, so it's like this, like something like this. So we're going to write something like this. So this becomes a more like this kind of a thing. And you can add that, add some comments here, and here you can add some comments here, like that. So this is the pencil tool usage. Got it? Like this. Okay. Now that we have fair amount of idea about these things. Yeah. Sorry. Okay, perfect. Now let us go into this concept called mask. Okay. Sorry. Let us use this concept called mask. Now, there are examples. I don't have a prototype ready, but at times you may see that things appear from nowhere. This same mask thing can imagine that this is a frame tool, and I can quickly show you. Don't look into that animation aspect, but mask tool helps you a lot in creating micro interactions. So how it helps in creating micro interactions? That this is a frame, and like a black frame, and we have a shape like an ellipse shape like this, and then we have a rectangle also like this. Now, which one is on top of which one? The square, whatever part of the object on top of the other object, basically whatever it was. If you see on the left hand side, you can understand that in this frame, this ellipse and this rectangle, their relationship is that this ellipse If the ellipse is not being overlapped, you will not see anything. So whatever is the overlap portion, we will be only able to see this part. So if I give you another example, like imagine we write stay hungry, stay hungry, stay foolish. Who said? Steve Jobs. And let's say we write it like this, and now we want to mask it. So I will mask this much portion, I'll send it to the back, and then I'll select both. And if I now do mask, what will happen is, if you see, the top portion stayed. So whatever portion was below got cut off like this. Again, if you see it properly, the object which, if I keep the object only this much portion, and if I select these two, and if I do mask, then only this much portion stays. So basically you can see that it masks only that much part and omits the rest of the part. So the mask should be always behind the object like this. And then if I create a copy of it and it like this. So if I mask this, it will be like this. If I mask this, it will be like this. So we can make like, stay hungry, stay foolish, some experimental typography. So now you can select the rectangle and you can actually cut it like this, something like this. So a good example sometimes happens is that, let me make the best example, that there was this book cover page that I created in one of the classes, that there was a book from Blake Crouch called the Dark Matter, recursion. It was called recursion. And then the cover page, it is in one of my previous examples. Let me show all of you. In the visual design hands-on principles part, yes, upgrade this one. Now if you want to create something like this, and if I go to our Figma Jam 3 and if I delete it, something like this. So you basically take, this is an image actually like this. So I can actually create a frame like this, add a red color like this, then write upgrade. Okay, if this is upgrade, then I can create this kind of chopped typography, right? So I can create 2 copies of it, use a rectangle. So if I put it like this, whatever portion, and send it to back and make it, another copy like this. So the rectangle actually passes to the center of this typography. And if I do mask, and if I select both of them, and if I do mask, looks like this. Now if I put them together, it is okay, but you can select one of them and just move it like this. You may have seen similar posters in your life. Yeah, I can do it. So imagine that you have this typeface, that upgrade, right? So what we will do is, we will have a rectangle, but the rectangle should be behind the text, sent to back. And then this is black color. So this rectangle is basically passing through the center of the typography. And I'll make another copy of the text. And here I will pull the rectangle down. Now in one of the places, the rectangle is cutting the top part, and the other one, it is cutting the bottom part. Like this. Now if I connect them together, nobody will understand, it's chopped actually.
Yeah.
But I can, move it little bit and sweep, change the positions. And this way the typography looks chopped.
Okay, understood.
Understood. So these can be, this is one example of use of mask, but mask helps you to create a lot of cool effects. For example, let me show you another example that you have, for example, an ellipse like this, and then there can be a lot of small ellipses like this. Right, like this. And now what I will do is that I will just, let me take it outside. I'll just select, these things, make a copy, flip vertical, move it like this, Control C, just rotate it a little bit, and then copy, flip vertical, and move it to this part, and copy, rotate it even more. There is no array tool or things like there in Illustrator, so it has to be a little bit manual, bear with it. But say something like this, I'll make one of the quadrants and then I will copy it, and then like this at the center. Okay, like this. Yes, sure, no, we will do it with image also. Okay, so now we will select these examples, these ones. Flip vertical like this, select all of these, right side, flip vertical like this, sorry, flip horizontally like this. So it looks like there are a lot of sparks like this going on. Now if I select everything and if I create union selection, all becomes part of one object, right? Now if I draw a circle like this, I draw a circle and I send the circle behind and select this and make it mask. Will I be able to see the other things? No, because this circle, now if I expand it, it will appear, right? This union thing, if I change the union's color to white and then the ellipse, the masked one coming out like this, then I mean, let's not go into the details of this thing, the what do you say, the animation part, but we can actually create it, and in the second frame we actually make it like this, and in the first frame we actually make it smaller and almost invisible, because if the mask is almost invisible, then you don't see the object also, right? So
Right.
these are like two frames, and then now here in this one, the ellipse part, the union part, we will make it 0. So now you will feel that okay, nothing is visible, what I am going to do. So on click, this goes smart animate, and then this is the prototyping thing, which please ignore it for now, and we'll do like ease out, and let's see what happens. Because what will happen is that from between two frames, that mask is going to increase the size, but the object is also going to decrease the opacity. Two things are going to happen parallelly, and this will give you some kind of fireworks simulation. This is my expectation, right? If you see, this is some fireworks simulation thing happened. I think the ellipse got flipped, that's why it is happening like this, but you can understand if I make it 2000 pixels. This ellipse got flipped actually, that is the main reason, but you got the idea, right? How you can actually create the mask will increase in size, and let us do this thing in this frame. If we create the union, the mask thing, and then the mask thing as 100% opacity, you see it like this, and make a copy of it, and here the ellipse is actually only visible to this much part. Let us do the easy part. And then if you connect the prototypes, on click, this thing happens. So basically on click, this thing happens. Now can you understand? Because the mask is increasing. You can work on few things that you can rotate it also at the same time. And then this is what you can understand, right? So don't go with the animation. Animation we will do later on, but understand that this is a mask thing. The mask is basically going to control this ellipse is the mask which is controlling what part of this image is going to be visible, if you see. So the mask is sitting behind it. So as we discussed, like if we have an image, if we have, say, let us take an image from below, like this image. You can do a mask with an image also. If you think that this is not the right example image, but if I take an image from Unsplash, from Unsplash, if we take an image of, say, glacier, and glacier image is, say, or say mountain. Yes. So in mountain, let us select this image. This is a perfect image. Copy image, and if we paste it here, I just want to get that mountain and nothing else. So what should I do? I will take my pen tool and I will just click on these edges. This is a very thick pen tool, but let us draw the shape like this. But what we will do is that we will make sure that the sketch goes behind the image, because the mask should be behind it, whatever we want to keep. And now let us, make the pen tool like this. And then I'll do it send to back and select both and do mask. Now, because the pen tool, if you see, was just an outline, only the outline got the mountain. This is also a cool effect. But if you deselect the stroke and add a fill, see, only the mountain got selected. This is not the right way to remove background in Figma. There are much easier ways, and Mac users now can remove background from images only. But for Windows users, they can do it with background remover plugins also. But this is the core funda of mask. Clear, everyone? If let us search with a simple shape like ball. Let's see if we can get, let us say that we want to just get this football for our prototype or whatever, right? Now, how do you get only this football? You just draw a circle overlapping the football, right? But the circle is on top of the image or behind the image. It has to be behind the image. Now the football, you can see exactly that, little bit of grass was also coming, right? Now it's exactly
Yes,
the
sir.
dimension of the football. It is behind the image. You are not able to see the circle. Now select both and click on mask. So whatever part is overlap from behind, only that will be visible.
How come Mac users don't need to remove
If you're
background?
a Mac user, are you a Mac user?
Yes.
Yes.
How many Mac users? Many Mac users, right?
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
I guess.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay. Just click on this link and download this image. And just right click on your Mac, and in actions, you can have remove BG. One click, the background is gone. So even the background, if you see, the gradient is not stable. The gradient is moving. Can you see, guys?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So this is kind of a really simple splash screen where the PG is moving. And as soon as I click, if you see, the elevate text came from nowhere, right? So the elevate text was behind the mask. So the actual rectangle for the mask was here, but elevate was below it. So that's why it was not visible. So it came from nowhere like this. But to see properly, the mountain and the woman standing, so the background was removed from this person. The person was removed from the background, and then both were merged together. If you see next, same thing was there, revitalize, and same thing happened with here. So just use remove BG and mask to do these screens. And yeah, rest of the stuff follows. These kind of exercises we'll do later. But just to give all of you kick that what can be the potential of mask, why are we learning it and all. This is something which we use in our experimental projects and animations. So when we will learn animations, we will learn about micro interactions also. And then how can we this is actually part of prototyping. So when we actually work in Figma, we can create prototypes which are this powerful. Actually you can click link. It looks like a real product, right? You can add age and male, continue. See, this kind of animations you can do. You want to continue, and this is where the Figma conditional prototyping comes, where I have used after the inches are less than 0, it goes to the next thing. So these are some complex things which I will teach. And then you will see the BMI changes based on that. With a single screen, you can do things like this, and whatever goal you want to take, and then okay, I think this is still what I make like this. Okay, so this we will learn when we will have the animation part and prototyping part of our projects. Now we are doing foundation of Figma. Shanu is asking, is Figma more than sufficient for UX? It's important to have good knowledge of Photoshop as well. No knowledge needed of Photoshop. Figma is sufficient. Only learn Figma, that's enough. Yeah. Okay, so now going to the last part. So mask also we covered. So just as a practice, no, there is no grading or something. See, I'm chill
Okay.
about those things. Maybe Intellipaat will give you separate grading assignments and all. These are for your own good. Practice it, have your hands good with it, it will help you only.
Okay, fine, fine.
Right?
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Now, if you see gradients, there are different types of gradient. And this example of gradient, this is a very peculiar gradient if you see, right? So let us try to work on examples, on gradient examples. The first example is really simple. And in Figma, creating this kind of visual designs is kind of a charm. If you see, you can have a background color like this, and now you all know how to create this, but still adding this circle, making a donut like this, and then having the gradient tool from this side to this side, and then change the direction, the orangish part here, the pink part here, and maybe you can add one more layer inside and add this color. Yeah, now you have a fairly similar gradient, and in some text is written, so maybe we just write sample text, and we'll have say 36 or 42 example, and then click I. As you can see on the right hand side, I can choose the pixels without zooming in also. So sample text came like here, and we have some example text from the year of the Club Berlin. So CLUB and BERLIN. But this size will be small, so we'll make it 16 like this. Sample text is here. Now if you see Club Berlin has some spacing. So in order to add spacing to your typography, you just expand it like this, Club Berlin. Pretty simple. And you also have these things. So this absolutely has no spacing. So I will add 06, 07, 2013 and make it even smaller, 12 pixels. And you have some sample text. See, when I made this thing, I am doing practicing design for so many years now, but still it created a deep impact in my brain. Like when we were kids, our parents used to tell us, or teachers used to tell us, that if you read something, your capacity to keep it in your brain is not that much than if you write it. If you write once, it is as good as reading 10 times. Did we all hear these kind of things from our teachers and parents? If you see this visual, it doesn't create that much of impact in your brain. But if you create it once, now I can remember so many things that, okay, this was a little bit, even the sizes stay in my brain. And then the proportion stays in my brain. And then I can, create, similar kind of impactful compositions in my life, which is, in future I may come with some other situation, and then a similar poster I can create from my brain, something like this. So the same thing happens. So people who will be hardworking in this batch, who really wants to create a difference, I would recommend, don't think that, I know this thing, how to build. Why should I build? It's not that simple actually. Even if you know, if you build it, it creates a lot of difference. It actually stays in your permanent memory. Even a good design, the proportion of these things, the gap, you can stay an entire day working on these things. Okay, now I will share you one more concept, that when we have complex compositions like this.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers UI UX course in collaboration with iHub Divya Sampark IIT Roorkee. Through this course, you will learn complete UI UX design thinking, interaction designs, wireframing, and guerrilla testing for a rewarding UI UX design career. This UI UX design course will be taught by IIT faculty and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards the career growth in the field of UI UX design.
Is we don't know whether this entire composition is center aligned, right? So we do something called group selection. So when we group it and then we hit center align, it center aligns, and then we can ungroup it also, but we group it once. Okay, now the same thing we will try to create. We'll make a copy of it and just remove everything except the circle, and then the background color is different, and here it's just a circle. So okay, and then this is just a white circle, and there is one more circle. So Control C, Control V, and I expand it a little bit, and this circle is the yellow one. I'll send it to back, but this is not exactly what this circle is. So I will make it like a gradient, and I will add the color like this, whatever it was. Now what we will do is that we will understand effects. So let me write gradient and effects, or let us create a separate section only called effects, because there are many effects and the effects are really important. And next class we can learn about the effects also. Effects. So the taking example of the same thing, if I pull it below, the effect that we need is to blur it out. So how do we blur this thing out? We select this, we go to effect, and then we can do layer blur, and we can increase this blur value. And as you can see, it totally became the design that we were trying to replicate and learn. Right? Like this. So we can actually create stronger, lighter, whatever impact we want to create with it, we can control. Selecting both will make it a little smaller, and now it looks pretty much the same. Okay, Preeti is asking, can we put this animation directly to Behance, or can we just put prototype link to Behance, or do we record screen animation to put to Behance? You can do all these three things. You can put the prototypes embedded in your Behance portfolio. People can do click-throughs. You can record and put an MP4, or you can put a link also, whatever you want. All right. So now this is how you work with this kind of gradients, with this effect. Now, what about this gradient? See, every composition that we are trying to do has this circle in it. So again, I made a copy. I selected these things, and I deleted it, except this. Sorry, except this. And then I will make it again a circle, put it to the top, select this color, frame this color. Now here, the gradient that I'm going to add is going to be the angular gradient. So with angular gradient, see, one click and it matched, right? So now you want to do promotions for your projects and all, you can easily do it. Here also, if I do effects and do this, the layer blur and add the layer blur, then it looks like this. Clear, everyone? Very simple. Add another text. It's called KREISKEGEL. Okay. Now, if you see there is a line, do we know how to create a line? Yes, angle gradient. Do you know how to create a line?
It's pen tool.
Pen tool. So just take a pen tool and draw a line like this. And now change it to white color, add the thickness, line added. And then we have lot of small text. So we will take help from these small texts, put it here and add the same color, something like this. And we have really small text at the bottom, which are, let's say, 8 pixels. See, this is how you basically create a composition for your design. You don't write the exact thing, but you get a hang of it, right? They look exactly same in terms of the composition, balance, and everything. Now, one thing to note is that this line and this line are at the same level. So this image should be center aligned. Actually, the frame is this much, so I'll make the frame bigger. And then this line should touch the red guide like this. Yes. Now this thing looks balanced. Right? Okay. Angle gradient is simple, Shana. You just create a circle, a normal circle. And without any gradient, it is fill color, right? Like this. But you select it and you go to angle gradient from linear to angular, it immediately becomes like this. And then you just change the angle. The use of angular gradient comes in these kind of micro interactions, which we will do. So if you see in this, the jam3, jam2 file, yes, the jam2 file where I showed you these things, this was an angle gradient. And then the idea was to create some preloaders. See? So we can create these kind of loop animations in Figma. And how do you create this kind of a thing in Figma? You just actually create create Figma Jam 3. Yes. So basically you create, how do you create this? You create an ellipse like this. You create a donut. And after you create a donut, you add angle gradient. Done. Now all you have to do is that in animation, you have to move it like this. Clear, everyone? So now we are learning all the bits and pieces, the hacks and all those stuff from here. So all these things as exercise. Okay, the last one is left. This one is a, and then after this one, I'm going to share one more gradient thing in Pinterest. If you look at gradient posters, let me do gradient UI. Let me click this one, and we'll find something similar, which is doable within this time. Yeah, this one we can keep. Copy image, and we'll keep it as the 4th level. So the complexities of using gradient, it changed from here. This one we'll just keep it. So we have this is also really simple. We'll just make a copy of this, and then we'll delete whatever we had from here, that this frame color, the gray color, and then we will add a square like this. I make it gradient, linear gradient, and like this. Then we have a circle, Control C, Control V, and this one may be sent to back, and the circle color is red, but at the same time, it's not just red, it's a linear gradient red. From here to here, it is fading like this, and then we will add the effect of linear layer blur like this, and then we'll have a triangle. Outline stroke, place it at the center like this, linear, I from here to here. And forget about these things. You create, just spend 1 hour, 2 hours, and now you can quickly, your every concept of navigating with frame, putting objects inside, changing to gradient, layer, blur, shadow, all those things are, your hands are getting free with all these things. Yet you are learning about compositions and all those things. The last section of our class, we will look at alignment and a little bit of design principles, how whatever we created, how the principles align with it. So now if you see, if I create the last one is little bit interesting, because it's a white frame, and on top of the white frame there is a rectangle, and then the rectangle is gray like this. So the rectangle color is this, and I select the rectangle, make it center aligned, and then I'll just go inside and bring it here. So if you see the rectangle is having a shadow, I can remove the shadow. A shadow is a simple element. I just create like effects. There are 4 effects that I can do. Layer blur we did, but drop shadow is something like this. You can change the shadows, blur, all those things you can change. Shadow is something that is an integral part of UX. We will do in detail shadows. But now if you see this particular example, I will select one of these circles, something like this. And instead of layer blur, I'm going to use linear blur, I'm going to use radial blur. So radial blur is where it tends to smudge out from the center. And I'm just going to select this color, and layer blur, a huge layer blur like this. And then the interesting thing happens is when 2 colors merge with each other, they tend to blend the color. That's the beautiful part of Figma actually. And create one more copy of it and add yellow color. Send it to back. No, not that back, send it to back. Okay, something like that. And another copy is here like this, and the copy is here, which is the blue part like this. So you can see how you can actually create this kind of mushy gradient field, and whether it's on the top or below, the feeling changes, right? You can send to back or send backwards like this, and then the effect changes a little bit. If you go to the layers panel now, you'll see a lot of rectangles. Now you can put it as the second candidate, right? And then this particular rectangle, you can put it as, okay, this is good, but this blue one, you can be put below it, or the blue one can be above it, like that. You can play around with it. You can play around with the sizes. You can play around with whatever composition you want to create. Because this is such a subjective thing that nobody can say that this is right, this is wrong. Right? It is just an illusion. And then most probably what you will do is that you will move these around in your splash screen. So it looks like these bubbles are moving and interacting with each other, which will add some magic. Got it? Okay, now if we do this, so this is the gradient part, and then in effect part, we talked about this, but in effect part, we also have, if we add, we can add the fill color, we can take this thing and add a drop shadow. Now adding a drop shadow, what happens is, if I remove this, the second one, and if I control the drop shadow, as you can see, it tends to, like create this shadow expression over here. I can move the X direction, Y direction, and I can control the blur. If there is no blur, in Mr. is saying in previous gradient, you chose an option for editing the triangle. Right click and this thing, which we are doing quite frequently now. We are choosing the triangle and doing right click and outline stroke. Okay, Mr. Take a triangle, right click, outline stroke. Is this what you're asking? Yeah, outline stroke. And the best part is that I can select any gradient and add that gradient on any object. Did you see? I'm doing Alt Control C and Alt Control V. So this red one, I'll do Alt Control C, Alt Control V. Then I can change anything. Alt Control C, Alt Control V, and Alt Control C, Alt Control V. Very powerful. Okay, so now we'll talk about a little bit about effects. So in effects, this shadow thing is extremely important for UI because shadow talks about elevation. In UI, what happens is that even if things look flat in a screen, the shadows tend to communicate that an object is at this level. Behind there is the canvas where we're working, and behind there is this underlying controls that we have. So it gives you a lot of this control. And if you see, I'm controlling the X and Y value of this particular shadow. I'll trying to do something like this, and then increasing the blur value, so that as we studied in good UI, bad UI, that we should not make it quite obvious, right? So this is called a soft shadow, guys. But it's a very, very soft shadow, super soft shadow. If I change this blur value to 24 and the Y distance to 4 and 3, see now it becomes like a controlled soft shadow. And the shadows are such properties that it can be copied, and it is also a property which can be, you can copy and paste. So like if you add this rectangle, you do Alt Control C, Alt Control V. See the shadow also got copied. So shadows we will heavily use, and people do use it and create it as part of their design systems. Right. So yeah, so this is how you can actually create some quick low fidelity shadow mockups like this. Got it. So yeah, we covered a lot of fundamentals. These, all the left hand side things that you see here, they are all fundamentals. Now if you see this example now, this example is a mixture of Boolean and gradient and opacity. So like you actually create this ellipse, and then you have the triangle, which we did in that last exercise. You have the triangle and you actually make the triangle like this. The effect of soft shadow is what we created, Shanu. You have to manually create it. Yes. So this is a soft Yes, another triangle like this, and make it little shallow like this. And then what we will do is that we'll try to place it like this, right? And then we'll try to manually make sure that this is kind of a having a tangential relationship to the circle like this. The snapping is happening. So if you go to the right top and if you have snap to pixel grid off, then you can freely move this thing around. See, now you can actually kind of make it like tangential. You have much more control like this. Okay, once you have done this, let me just make it a little bit more scaled. Place it like this. Yeah, this sounds good. Once you have this, you just select both of them and unite them. So now there is an union that happened between both. Okay, snapping is that when you have snapping on, like this is called snap to pixel grid. Then when you move these objects, they tend to snap with each other. You know, if you see these red lines are coming, so these are like snapping it on the left, snapping it from the top like that. But if I do snap to pixel grid off, then although this thing comes, but you have lot more freedom. Snap, what happens is that it will snap to some definite value that we have defined, that after 2 pixels it will snap. So that's why when I was trying to move the triangle, it was misbehaving with me. It was not trying to get little bit adamant. Okay, now that I have created this particular shape, I'll do I and select this. When this is done, what we have to do is that we have to create a copy of this thing. What we can do, we can take another circle like this, place it on top of it like this, I like this, and then make this as say 50%. Like this, another copy, I like this, and then we'll make this also as 50%. Like this. So we have this little bit of small details which are required, that we will use a pen tool, and with the pen tool we will try to fill this particular place without a stroke, but a fill with this fill. And this fill and this fill, we can unite them. So as soon as I unite them, you see it looks like one continuous rectangle. So with this kind of, and then this particular part, we'll do alt click. Now, if I click on control, it gives me the smooth handle. So now I can even match the shape like this. So see, this shape is matched. In a similar way, we will be matching other shapes like these shapes. So we'll put this thing here. And based on the requirement, we'll match this shape also. Okay. And then you can select this small triangle, I. I think this is part of the unite. So we'll have this Control X, Control V. Right. Yes, you can do a capsule also and put things inside it. Whatever. I mean, there can be many different ways to do it. So you can have like what Sharna was saying. You can have this, and you can do a capsule. So yeah, 200. Right. So now this capsule will be your this thing. Let's put it here like this capsule, right? And then with this capsule, you have to do an union of a triangle. Here you can even match this. Union, add some corner radius like this, and this is like blue. But then the colors will be little tricky to play with. So you have to, manually place, because the color is only, this dark blue is the base, and then this is on top of it. The other one is another thing on top of it. So it will be difficult to, project that thing. You can add a linear gradient, but linear gradient is not the story here. Like you can add this linear gradient, fade this thing like this, and then put, you have to figure out whatever process you choose, there will be other limitations to it. Now, if you see, if I add another, if you keep another ellipse like this on top of it, I and blue color, and maybe add, so 50%, and another one like this, add this color. This one is bring to front, and this one is, yeah. So if you keep the capsule white, then yeah, then it will be like the corners will be again the problem, right, Charna?
Yes, sir. Yeah, got it.
Yeah. So it's like everything, it's there is creative freedom. You whatever process you choose, you have your freedom to do. Okay. Yeah. All right. Then last, I think we have from Nipun. And any other folks whose chat I missed, please raise your hand. You can clear everything. Like this is not a frame yet. Imagine this is a frame, right? And this is an object inside the frame. This is an object inside the frame. So there are multiple ways you can do it. You can either select the object and put it outside, so it is not linked to the frame. Control X, and then you can actually do Control X, click outside, Control V. Oh, this also, you can paste it in some other frame. So taking things out of a frame is really easy. Even putting inside a frame is also easy and intuitive. So whatever Figma thing we did so far, it is little advanced of Microsoft Paint actually. And the Boolean things are a little complicated, but now we will get into the real fun of Figma and the capability of Figma. Okay, Shanu is done. Now we have Deepika, I guess. Deepika is asking, does the group option we get while right clicking and union selection does the same work? No, group is a different thing. Union, what union does is union actually blends two objects. So if you have ellipse like this, say one of them is blue, another one is like this, and then if we have two copies of it, if I select both and create union selection, then it unites both of them. I can make a blob like this, see? But if I select them and right click and make them group selection, then it helps me to move them together. It does not get any other property. It is just binding few stuff together. Okay.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. Akash is asking how to make 3D design, how to use 4K photos in the frame. So 3D design, it's not a 3D design software, unfortunately, Akash. So you have to use Blender or any other tool for that. You can't even distort frames and make them 3D and all. But if your question is that how do you put your frames in 3D scenarios in laptops and all, that I will show you using a plugin. Okay. And how to use 4K photos in the frame, you just create a 4K frame, as simple as that. So if you click here and then if you select this frame, when I'm creating a frame, I can go to say desktop, MacBook Pro 16-inch. So if you see the 4K resolutions are not here. So if you click it and if you make it say 2560, then this is a 4K frame, right? You can make it whatever size you want. You can make it 4000 pixels also, and then put a photograph here That's a 4K frame. A photograph which is 4K, right? So whatever resolution, because we are creating for different digital products, whatever resolution we want, we may want to create something for watch. So I can take watch, these are some standard dimensions. But what if you're working for Noise or Pebble or any Indian brand? You join those teams, right? And then you are working on Pebble watch. So Pebble watch is, say it's maybe an elliptical watch. So you have to take the display at pixel dimensions, that it's 140 pixel, 140 pixels, and now that becomes your frame selection. Now this is your frame, a circular frame, and within the circular frame, I can actually write whatever, like say I am writing 10, 10, right, and making say 24 pixels. It is my watch face now. So I'm working on a watch face like that. Okay, scale it up 4 times. So if we click on K, I can add the amount of scale. I can add 2, so it becomes 2x. Now if I do K, and if I do say 0.25, then it is 1/4. And if I do K and I choose the left corner, then from the left corner it scales. So this is the left corner. And if I do say 5x, so if you see, it expanded from the left corner, 5x, right? So this way, because see, scaling this kind of an object is tricky, right? Like I can scale it. If you see, all the resolutions are mentioned on the right hand side. For tablet, these are the resolutions. For desktop, these are the resolutions. But these are all examples. What if you're designing for like any other device? It doesn't matter. So you can actually choose any one of these resolutions. Like when we actually professionally work, our resolutions do not constrain the developers to create things. So we work on in 1600 900 when we are working in desktop applications. So if you see this, there is no 1600 900 resolution here, right? So doesn't matter, I will just create a frame which is 1600 900 like this, and then I will write 1600 900, and this is the resolution which I work every day to deliver files. And then there is also resolutions 1920 1080, but it makes everything look really small. So try to avoid working in 1920 1080, because sometimes if you work in smaller resolutions, a lot of problems are resolved better. If you work in larger resolutions, when you have a lot of real estate, I'll give you a quick example. Imagine that we have this kind of a left navigation, like, and after left navigation, there is a page behind. So this is kind of a page. And then this page, let me make the color a little different, like this. And then there is a situation where a panel is opening from the right, because the panel has some more capabilities and all. So let's say this is the panel. Control X, put it on the top. So this is the panel. Now panels can be of different width and different characteristics. So a wide panel opens up. Now if you're designing in this resolution, you feel confident that, oh, it's okay, I have so much of space. But the same thing when it goes to here, there are few objects where fixed width are used. So this panel, this left navigation did not change any size. The same thing happened here also, because the page actually in a responsive way became shorter. But this also, if you have not defined, this will eat up so much of the space. And then you will feel that, oh my God, this is a really broad panel, so I should make it like this. So designing, that's why we preferred chose 1600 900 as the default resolution where we worked on web. Now going to mobile resolution, it will again depend on your team. But if you choose say a frame, and then if you go to phone, and if you choose, see there are two resolutions, Android small, Android large. If you choose Android small, then this is the resolution. And if you have Android large, then this is the resolution, frame, Android large. If you are working in these two resolutions and checking your designs for these two for reflow, all your designs will fit for any Android device, right? So anything which is 360 640 will be for Android small, because many components like header, if you have made a broad header, for Android small, you have to make a narrow header. Otherwise, entire page will be filled with that header. So people will not be able to work. Also, if you see in terms of the width, there is not much change, but in terms of the height, there is a difference. And if you are working on Android, if you are working on iOS, then you can choose any latest iOS resolution. Like you have iPhone 14 resolution is this, and iPhone 15 Pro Max is this, like this. So it doesn't mean that you have to work on two separate iOS designs for this.
Or like desktop application. So what kind of a standard we should follow according to components? Suppose we don't have a components ready, we need to create style guide. So what sizes should we target?
Yeah, so Sanjay, these are part of our next activity. If you see, it all has all the dimension and everything. So when we will go for auto layout now, we will go into each of these and understand these dimensions and create these things from scratch.
Okay, fine. Like the question is like I just wanted to know, like suppose I choose and I wanted to develop application for Android and iOS both. So my question is, what sizes we follow? Like low Android sizes or?
Yes. So this question, the answer lies in the design systems for Android and iOS. So when you apply for a job for places where they work on Android and iOS both, you should be extremely well versed with iOS and Google design guidelines. So let me share iOS guideline. And it's extremely huge, human interface guidelines. So if you go to the iOS guidelines, like how Google has specifically called out everything, each and everything Google has called out. This is the most elaborate documentation for Android development, for creating stuff with Android, the components, the guidelines, their accessibility guidelines, the like whatever you want to learn, it's all here. It's the Bible actually. And if you go to Apple, then you have let me see, yeah, if you go to components, then if you see, these are all the components for design that Apple has kept. If you go to menus and actions, so in the interview, people want to understand whether you are well versed with iOS and Android design guidelines. K and say 3, pick 3.
It is
then
like
it is
not.
Then also it is there actually. If you see, little bit is there, so you can manually adjust it. So even after a Boolean operation, it tends of it gives you that freedom. But these actually, if you want to create these things, you have to have proper guides and all those things. Like if you work with lot of respect, then even if you after scaling, these problems will not happen. What we did is that we created really fast. Yeah.
Okay.
So mask is basically anything which goes behind the object. So now let us start with few new topics. One of the thing is that Figma helps you export high resolution PNGs and stuff. So if you are taking stuff for print also, you can have the scale tool. Instead of scaling here, you can go to export, and in export you can go to whatever format you want, say PNG, and make it 4x, and then export the frame. So this will export this frame into downloads. And now if you see this image is 36%. So if I do 100%, see, such a high resolution crisp graphics is created, right? If you are using it for print or anything else, right? This is where you can export stuff. So another reason for exporting is, suppose you have worked on a icon like this particular logo, and for logo like this, you may use it for different purposes also. Developers, this is a custom logo or custom icon. Developers will tell you that please give me a SVG file. So you'll go to export, SVG, and export this thing. So I will name it as identity, right? Like this. And now if I go to my download folder, I can see this is my identity. And if I drag it in Figma, this is an SVG file. So SVG files are files which are used for PNG, for logos and all those stuff. You can also export, you could have also exported it in your PNG format or JPEG format or PDF format, anything, right? So this is basically the export thing, how you can export stuff. Now we will start a new concept which is called component. Yeah, export is that just select the frame. If you do not have the frame, if you just have an object, let's say I have this ellipse, and see, this is just an ellipse, right? This is an object. I can go to export and choose the format, JPEG, SVG, PDF, right? I can go to JPEG and I can choose the resolution, like how many times bigger it should become. So I can do 4x and export it. And let's say this is, I'll save it. So if I go to my download folder, as you can see, a super high resolution crisp image is created. If I do 1:1, then I can see that, you know, wow, this is like a really high resolution image created for me. For whatever reason I need, be it a marketing thing or whatever event. Also, you can select a frame and you can go to export. Here, if you want even bigger stuff which are, you know, super big, all you can do is that you can do K and already make it 4x, and this 4x image you will do export as 4x. That means 16x. This will become a really big image. My computer may crash. I will join again, but this will be like a huge file, right? So if you have a powerful computer and you want like a hoarding, you know, you have created a poster. Now, if you see, I will XXL. Now, when I go to my download folder, XXL, and if you see, this is only 9% of the image. And if I click on 1:1, oh my God, this is so big. Crisp and clear, right? Huge quality image generated from a free software, and you can charge a lot of money for it. This, let's say this is red, and then this is yellow, and then one more, let's say this one is this color. Now I do Control G, that means it is grouped. Now I do I and select this color. So even in grouped thing also, the color will change. All the colors will change. Now what happens if you add a fill color as a gradient fill color in group? See, a gradient fill color also works in group, you know, like this. But it will add individually. The same thing, it looks like 3 spheres, right? But the same thing, if you had created union, little bit, sorry. Same thing, if I had done union, then the gradient would have blended with each other. This is the only difference with gradient. Otherwise, if you are adding flat color, then there is no difference. Okay. Okay, more folks have joined, so then panelist access drive. All right. So, although it might be overwhelming to start with, but make sure that every day from now on till you get a job, you will dedicate at least 15 minutes and just scan these things. Just, you know, tomorrow you will wake up, you will go to components, you will go to badges, and just learn about it. Google has created a fantastic resource. Just learn about it, when it is used. Because see, you will understand a lot of details that in badges, maximum 4 characters can come, including the plus. It cannot come 1024 plus. So small things will go to your brain. Then if you go down, you will see a lot of small details. If you go to the specs part, you will see small details. You'll understand, okay, one is called small batch, two is called large batch container, three is large batch label, four is large batch maximum character count level, this one, fifth is large batch maximum character count container. And then in navigation rail, this is what happens. So you will be learning, this is the most practical thing to do your job every day. People will talk in languages like that. Use a large batch. And then if you have added 20, 12, 24 plus, your manager might come and say, you don't know material design guideline. Okay, now we will learn the most important fundamental thing of Figma and the most powerful thing of Figma, which is called component. So component is a concept in Figma that, say, if I create a rectangle like this, and if I make this rectangle as yellow color, right? And then if I select this rectangle, I can see as soon as I select this rectangle, this 4 rhombus kind of an icon comes on the top, which is called create component. Now, when you click on that, there is a purple outline on top of it. Even in the layers panel, if you see, this becomes like a specially treated thing in purple. So what happens is that if I select this and if I make a copy of it by dragging with Alt and Shift, now this also has a purple line. In the layers panel, if you now see, there are 3 types of things. A rectangular thing which is bold, a rectangle which is not bold but purple. The icon here is 4 small filled rhombus. The icon is 1 big outline rhombus. What happens is that now if you select this rectangle and if I make, say, a lot of copies of it, right? If I make 1 copy and if I do Control D, and in page flows, I will go to any other anything. Basically, if I go to music and if I go to Spotify, this is part of a subject in UX called UX strategy, hands-on UX strategy. I will go to one of the screens, and now if you see in this particular screen, home icon is like this, right? And home is written like this. What if tomorrow I want to change the icon home? Now let us see it in practice. So this is, we'll just make it like one below the other. Now imagine that I created I just took a rectangle like this. And as we all know, I'll take a polygon, I'll make it outline stroke, put it on top of it like this, union, and selecting everything, I can make it a little bit soft like this and put this thing inside, right? This looks like a decent home icon. Let me make it this color. Okay. Now what I will do is that I will make it a component and let me name it as home icon. This is called the master component or the parent component because it is coming in bold while purple text and it has this icon. When I make a copy of it, it is called an instance because it is represented in a regular font, purple color, and this outlined rhombus icon. Now if I select this home icon and if I change and see this home icon is going to be used in 1,000 screens of your design. In every place, in multiple pages, this home icon will be used. For the sake of understanding, let's say all the screens that you used, that Spotify has used, this home icon is used. Now if I select this home icon And now if I go inside and change the corner radius value to 16, everyone becomes 16. If I make it 0, everything becomes 0. If I change the fill condition to stroke condition, everything becomes stroke, right? I make it 4 pixels or say 16 pixels. Perfect. So this is part of UX strategy, folks. If you do not create your Figma screens are not just screens. They are not graphic designs. They are UX. So in UX, you are basically creating lot of reusable components. Once someone decided on the left navigation of Spotify, home, search, your library, create playlist, like song, now the complexities will increase when we will create this entire thing as a component. And tomorrow, if someone says that remove create playlist from here, create playlist will be coming on the top. Okay, I'll remove it from the master component, and in every single screen it will be updated. Designers who fail to follow this strategy, they work a lot harder than smart designers. A smart UX designer can finish their work in 2 hours. A hard-working UX designer, not smart, will work for 24 hours to do the same work. And this is I've seen in my real experience. So people don't try to become smart, they try to work hard because this is a difficult concept which they don't understand. Right? But now, if the parent changes, what will happen to the children? So if the parent decides that I want to change my yellow color to red color, parent may change. Once the child has changed, the parent will not have much control in it. But what the child cannot do is that, see, the child can work on its own proportion, the child can work on many things, but there are a few things where the child cannot have its independence. But as soon as I select it and I do right click and I do reset all changes, it again matches with the parent because the connection is there. Connection is not broken. Even if I select this and make it reset all changes, it again falls back to the parent, whatever the parent has become. So this is a relationship story, guys. The parent and child, if the child has not done any changes, it has directly followed the parent, then there is no problem. Whatever changes happen in the parent, the changes will happen in the child. But if the child has gone through some changes, then the parent may not have that flexibility. The parent, then you have to reset the child to make it a parent. Again, follow the parent. Right? Yes, Anushka. But then what happened is that now if I make any changes to this parent, see, there are some structural changes like adding corner radius. If I add 24 pixel corner radius, the child is bound to follow the corner radius because the child did not follow its own corner radius. Now, if I go inside and make it 0 pixel, then it's an override. But unless every override has happened, that override is not going to be considered. Now, if you see, if I can go inside and I can make it, change it to say blue color or other colors like this. It is okay like this. But there is a reason why this relationship works like this, because we may create a card or a list item and then copy it and then change the text, because the text should be different for every list, change the avatar image, change icons, so those should be allowed. But at the same time, structural things should be controlled from the parent component, like spacing, padding, all those things. So we will talk about these things from now on till we meet. So concepts will be cleared through live examples. Okay. For now, just have this thing in mind that a parent and child relationship exists in Figma, and if you master this skill, it will make hours of work into minutes. You can have a lot of fun time to chill while doing a job, right? Okay. Now, if this concept is more or less clear, then we will move into the next concept. The next concept is auto layout. And this is only half of auto layout. Another half of auto layout will come. And what is auto layout is basically, let's say we will work around atomic components, molecular components, and organisms, right? For all these things. So in order to appreciate auto layout, let us take our example only, this particular example. Control C, put it here like this. Now, and let us do it in the context of an Android small screen. So this is an Android small screen, and we will also take an Android, maybe an iPhone 15 Pro screen, right? So if you see, the widths are also different, right? It is wider than this one. Now imagine I am creating this component. So this is a group. Good for me. I will do T steps, make it 16 pixels, semi-bold, 3500, 8000 pixels, I, blue color, and then we have distance 3.52 kilometer, 16, normal, and we have total time. So we can create a card like this. We understood total time, and this is 30.04 minute. In a world where auto layout did not existed, life would be so pathetic. I will show you how. We will take a frame. We will take a frame like this. Everything falls inside the frame, moves with the frame. I can add a corner radius, 24 pixels or 16 pixels. Perfect. Now, this one, I can drag and put it inside this Android frame. Now, when I put this thing, and it also has a subtle shadow also. So I'll go to Effect. I will go to Effects, Drop Shadow, make it say 2. So it's a subtle drop shadow. Now, in order to fit it inside this Android thing, and then fit it inside this iOS thing, what should I do? Anyone has any idea? Because most probably I will keep the same gap, right? 14 pixels on both sides. What should I do? Manually stretch it, move it, manually move stuffs like this. Like this. And here also we have to manually adjust. But this is not smart way of working. I have to check 11 on the right side, 8 on the left. So I have to again, go here. I have to make it say 12 pixels. Okay. And then go here and then check 8 pixels and make it say 12 pixels like this. Okay. So this is a really, really time consuming and stupid way of working. So we don't want to work like this. What auto layout is going to help us is that auto layout will make everything responsive. So I can stretch this card like an elastic. Hello? Hello? Yeah, okay. So manually it's not possible to work n number of screens. Yes, manually it is absolutely not possible. So we have to learn a process of creating components, because in this kind of UX context, lot of things are reused. The cards are used, the buttons are used, lot of things are used. So we have to learn the process to repurpose, reuse stuff, make them responsive, and all those things. So for this reason, auto layout is used. So in a similar example, if I show you the example of button, so this is how this is from Google's material design only. I put it in one place. So there are so many different kind of buttons. The first button is elevated button. Then we have filled button. Then we have filled tonal button, outline button, right? Then we have text button, icon button, segmented button, right? Floating action button, extended button. So many types of buttons are there. So, and then if you see, this is kind of the strict guideline of the button, that it should be 40 pixels in height, 24 pixels should be left on the right and left, and that's it. And if it has an icon, leave 16 pixel, then put the icon, have 8 pixel, then the text, and then leave 24 pixel. So these are some of the guidelines that Google has given. And then this is the container height. Container height is 40. Container shape 20 dp corner radius. Icon size is 18 dp. Left right padding is 24 as we saw, and left padding with icon is 16. Right padding with icon is 24. Padding between elements is 8. Now what is padding? Padding is, as you can see, the gap between objects, right? So if I have to create a button like this, elevated button, now from the knowledge that I have so far, I'll put it down and then let me try to create this thing with the knowledge that I have. I will just write elevated button and make it say 16 pixels, 14 pixels, and yeah, regular is fine. I choose the purple color. Then I will take a rectangle like this and add corner radius was how much? Let's see, 20 dp corner radius. So we'll add 20 dp corner radius. Okay. Then height is 40. Container height is 40. So I will check this and change the height to 40. Send it to back. I can do it. Color of the button is this. Okay. I'm almost there. I can choose and make it as center aligned. Perfect. Everything there. And then now let me select it. Now if I want to measure the distance between this and this, as soon as I make it center aligned, it is center aligned. But if I select this and click on Alt and just move my mouse, I can see this is the gap that is coming. See, 19.21 pixels. But what is the left padding that it has set? 24 pixels. So we have to manually increase it, check it manually, 25.88. That means it has to be reduced. So you have to use a lot of maths to do it. And then 22.73, then you feel like 22.73, that means is 0.27. So width minus 0.27. And now let's see, it is 22.73. So it becomes a lot of manual effort to add these guidelines, right? It becomes decimal and all those things. And then even though if you, after all the hard work, if you manage also, the problem remains is that if you make a copy of this button and then change this thing to say start, the button did not change the shape. Again, you have to move and resize this button and then measure. Okay, I have to move it again, right? Sounds like a pain, right? How can you even become pixel perfect with this method? All you can do is that you can select both of them. Like now, if you see, they are not part of it. So I can at least make it as frame. I can make it a frame and put this thing inside, Control V, and then this frame's width is 75. So let's make it round figure. And now let's check 21.76, 20.49. I'll make it center aligned to the frame. This is the best that I could do. But then I can make it as a component, and let's name it as small button, or say let's start button. We have to specifically call it a start button. And then now if you make a copy of this component, what happens is that suppose it changes to, I change it to close, but then close is bigger than start, or maybe it can be submit. Submit is bigger, then what do you do? Now when you want to stretch an instance like this, it does not work as intended. See, you cannot even stretch this guy. So it's a huge headache to work like this. I will make a copy and make it detached instance so that it is no longer a component. Now you can understand the problem. So this was Figma, this was the world of UX before auto layout. But when auto layout came, it changed the whole game. So now if you see, if I have to create a button like this with this precise dimensions and all, I will just write elevated button. So please everyone pay a lot of attention here. I'll just hit text and I'm writing elevated button, right? Now this one also, if you see, this is a frame. This is a frame only. And please note, this object is at the center and on the stuff. Please note that the symbol for this frame in the layers panel is this kind of a symbol, you know, like this. This is the symbol for it, if you see. But auto layout, if I select this text, I just wrote this text and now I will do Shift A. As soon as I did Shift A, it became an auto layout frame. So if I select this frame now, and the way auto layout is represented is through this symbol. So this is like I'm taking screenshots for all of you to understand that this is a frame and this is an auto layout frame, but both are frame. So one is a special frame like this. What happens is that any frame, as we know, we can add a background color. So we'll add a background color. We'll add a purple light background that we have. We will select the text and add a color like we were doing. No change in this behavior. Also, we can select a frame and we can add corner radius. So what is the corner radius value given, guys? 20 dp. We'll select it at 20 dp. Okay. What is the height of the frame? So the height of the frame now, if you see, let's go to the height a little bit later. But if you see this symbol, this is called horizontal padding. What is the horizontal padding, guys? Help me with it.
Left to right.
Left and right.
24.
24. So now you can specifically add 24 here. Now if you select the text, do Alt, see it is 24. Right? And now a magic happens. Now this particular frame, if I make a copy of it, because the label of the button, let us change the color to a little bit legible color like this, you know, so that we can enjoy the color a little bit. So do you think all the buttons in this planet will be called elevated button? No, there will be different buttons for different situations. So let us, first of all, what we will do is that let us change this button only to this color, right? So that we can see. And as we learned components, I will make it a component and then I will create a copy of it. So this is an instance. Now in this instance, I can change this button to give me any label. Submit, submit. See, the button is responsive. If I make it say close, if I make it urgent request, whatever is the label of the button expands, keeping 24 pixels always. Right? So this saves a lot of time. Now here comes some inner nitty-gritties that if you see, this particular thing is currently called hug. Hug and fixed, there are two conditions. There is one more which is called fill, will come there. But hug means what? the text had something. The text had some, so if you see this frame, yeah, shift A for auto layout. I have added it here also, shift A. Okay. And guys, important thing to call out, whoever does not practice auto layout from next class will be 1,000 classes behind every classes. So you can quit the course also. No help. Right? Please take it as extremely important advice. Till everyone in this batch gets confident with auto layout, it will take time to master auto layout. Please keep on asking questions. Ask more questions in auto layout than mask. Mask you will use once in a full moon. Auto layout you will do every day. Okay. A day of a use designer starts with auto layout, ends with auto layout. That important. Most important thing in Figma. Okay. Now if you see this particular button, what is the horizontal padding? 24. What is the vertical padding?
10.
10. Let's remove it to 0. Now if you see, the button becomes extremely shallow because the condition here is hug. The button is hugging the text. If the size of the text is bigger, if it is 24, see the button grows keeping 24 pixels, but also the height is hugging the text, the height of the text. Are you getting it? Height is hugging the text, but not always. You may define your own hug, or you may define a fixed height. What did Google mention for the fixed height of the container? And we'll make it 40. This is the button's dimension. 20 corner radius, 40 height, 24 horizontal gap. This is our material design button, exactly like Google said. So while we go into the second stage of auto layout, there is a section here which I will add as another concept level thing, which is called plugin. So Figma is a place of lot of plugins which will help you become really good designers. So like we will keep on learning lot of plugins here, and this particular concept, I mean, there will be a lot of plugins which will come below it. So the way plugins work is that you don't have to install anything. You just get the plugins on demand. So you right click and then you see plugins and you go to manage plugins. And when you go to manage plugins, this thing comes. Alternatively, you can click on this icon and then you can open plugins and you can search with this plugin which is called Iconify, which is already there because I searched. So if you click on Iconify, this is a plugin where a lot of free icons are there. So let me just add a screenshot of this thing as the first plugin that we discussed. We will discuss more than 10 plugins in this course. So we'll add this. You can all remember this thing from coming here. So why I checked Iconify is that because if you see the second button variant is there is an icon here. So and also the icon has a size specified. That icon size is 18 dp. Right? So what we will do is that we will go to plugins, Iconify, and we will just write add. So there are a lot of add icons coming up. So I'll click on plus and then I'll do import icon. As soon as I did import icon, the icon came right here. So the icon already came inside a frame. So this is the frame material symbols add, and the size of the frame is 24 pixel, 24 pixel. So I can, but this particular frame, if you see, if I make it smaller, it becomes smaller also. So I can make it constrained and do it 18 pixels. So the icon becomes 18 pixels. And now this icon, I will add it inside. So how do I add this icon inside? So two ways to do it. First, I can start from scratch. I can write elevated button. Right? And then I have this particular plus thing. So Before what I did was I did Shift A and this was an auto layout. Now I will select both and do Shift A. So together it became an auto layout. And now another property came, which is the spacing, right? The spacing, as mentioned, is padding between elements is 8 dp. So what should be the value here? 8. What is the value on both sides? Can anyone remember and tell me? And what was the height? So now we will do those changes. So as soon as we have padding with an icon, the left padding is 16 pixels, but we don't know how to change it to 16 pixels. So what we'll do is that we'll click on this individual padding, and now I have left and right control. So left one, I'll make it how much? 16, right? And then the gap between them, if you see, if I hover here and if I place on Alt, I can see the gap between this one and this one 8 pixels, and this entire thing is 40 pixels. And yeah, this is my button like this. I can pick this particular color, and these two objects I can give white color. So this is a frame, so it became white as a frame. I can go inside and add color to this thing inside, and this becomes my elevated button. I can make it as a variant. I can make it as a component. So how did I do it so fast? Alt Shift K. Sorry, Alt Control K. Alt Control K is the shortcut to make a component, or I can do it from the top, or you can do Alt Control K. And then with this, if I make a copy of it, and then if I select this and if I change the spacing to 12 pixels, the spacing changes, right? If I change it to say 12 pixels, 20 pixels, everything changes. So you get that precise pixel perfect control in your design. And also this is responsive. So as and when I type, the size of the button automatically changes, right? Add, submit, send request, right? Okay, so far we have created, yeah, plugins are basically, there are a lot of plugins. How to change submit button icon? Yes. So now if you see, we will do plugins, and we have Iconify, and we can have a lot of icons like this. So we can have, say, I'm not sure if there is a submit icon. Let's see. Okay, there is this kind of an icon, a submit icon, for example. So I can click this and I can have import icon. Now, if I want to add this icon, what was the size of this icon, guys? 18 pixel. So this icon size should be, first of all, 18 pixels, right? And with this change, because this is created with lines, the thickness changes. So we'll discuss later on how to use those things. But now if I add it here, I can always add an icon to the parent auto layout like this. See, immediately it's changed. But what if you want to change this icon, which is inside, because this is part of my instance? The answer is, in this process, you cannot. How you want to change, how you can change it is by creating a process, which I will show you. That suppose you have this as one of the icons, this as one of the icons. So this is, let's call this is icon / submit. Yes. Yes, Sharna. Okay. So let me add one more icon. Plugins, Iconify, close. And let's say this is the close icon. Import icon, 18. Now, please observe how I am naming these icons. Icon backslash submit, icon backslash add, icon backslash close. Sorry, icon forward slash close. So basically this is the kind of slash that you use, and then add the name of the icon. Now if you select this, make it as a component, and use this component, Control C, and paste to replace this. So what happens is that if I get this particular nested instance, if you see it, I can select it, and now I can change it to add. I can change it to submit. Because of that slash naming, these three became part of a group. So this is also another way you can control. Add is add, and then send request, or let's disqualify. You select it and make it as close. Right? So how you learned how to create master components, and then master components with slash naming tends to form a group, and then how these are all instances yet having their own icons. Now even if I select it and if I change the spacing between it as 12 pixels, everything changes like this. So far clear, everyone? You have this particular elevated button, right? Now can we write it as button simple, button slash simple, and can we write it as button slash icon? Are we okay with this name? Then with a slash and then the description of the button. What happens is that for instances, I can change these instances easily. I can change this button style to icon to simple. See, now it becomes simple. And I can change it to icon. Same thing which is happening inside it. The icons that are used have slash naming. What are the slash namings? Icon slash submit, icon slash add, icon slash close. In this way, what is happening is that all of them imagine that they are all hanging in the same thread. So in my parent component, I can actually choose and change the icons by just not by selecting this, but by selecting the icon inside and change it to the respective icon I want. So the benefit and advantage that you get in this kind of creating a local icon library is that tomorrow you have another button. Just say the button is value. You have to say calculate. So for calculate, what is the most relevant icon? Calculator maybe. Plugins, Iconify. Let's add calculator. Right? A calculator icon. So I will add the calculator icon just like this. Import icon. But imagine the calculator icon never existed, and I'll make it as 18. Same size is important. I will go inside and change it to white color. Now I'll make it as a component. Making a component is important. All of them are master component, not instances, guys. And now what should be the name of this icon? Can anyone throw? That means I added a new member of the family, icon slash calculator. And I can choose the icon and change it to, now see, calculator has come here. Oh, the spelling mistake has also come along with it. Calculator. Okay, now if I select this icon and I'll make it calculator. So it's a scalable system. Today you have 5 icons. You have just started from scratch. And as and when you keep on requiring icons, you keep on adding it. And then you create a master huge library of icons for your startup or for your project. So you don't have to start collecting 1,000 icons and then hunt through those icons and then add it. So what is the major difference between these two is that this is the simplest form of button without any icon, but this is a button where you have a spacing component. The spacing is 8 pixels like this. Sorry, not here, but here the spacing is 8 pixels. The left padding is 16, the right one is 24, and then it is fixed 40 pixels. So we have actually created these two components, and we have actually followed the guideline which is given here as per the Google Material Design guideline. Now make it a practice that we will make more components, because every component has its own problem. So the next component that we will create is this icon button. So let's say that calculator is an icon button. Now I want to create leverage on the same calculator icon, but not have any connection with this master component. So when I create a copy of it, what is this? This is a connection, right? This is connection with this one. What if I want to break this connection? I will do right click and I will do detach instance. Now it has nothing to do with this thing. Now it is an independent, free flowing thing. So if I come here, I see that the size of the icon is 24 pixel, 24 pixel. So I will just get this icon outside, and we'll see the size of the icon is 24 pixels, 24 pixels. Okay. So I will make it as 24 pixels. Sorry, have it constraint 24 pixels, 24 pixels height, right? Like this. And now the fill behind is 40 by 40, the container. So what is the command I should do to make it auto layout?
Shift A.
Shift A. Shift A, and then add a fill color. The fill color, let me choose that same purple color. Purple color, right? And then what should I do? This is 40 by 40. So I have to add what condition? Fixed and fixed. And we'll say 40 and 40. And now if you see the gaps are uneven, I'll make it center aligned. And then I will add corner radius of say 20 dpi. And then this is my icon button ready. Right. So inside, if I select this, I will see 24, 24. If I had to make this as 24, then the height would have increased a lot. So I chose the one which is the smaller one so that it can fit inside this particular thing. Right. So this is the expression of icon button. Now I can choose. So okay, so there is this touch target. If you see, although the size of the button that Google is saying is 40 by 40, but the touch target is 48 48. That means this button, this auto layout, if you see, if I change this auto layout, this gap changes. So this auto layout needs to have another auto layout, and then this auto layout needs to have that gap, which is 48 48. So this is when an auto layout sits inside an auto layout. If you see, this is the gap. Why like this? Like when you have multiple buttons like this should be the gap to have the touch target working. If you did not do that auto layout, then you would have created it like this, right? Or manually adjusted the distance between the buttons, right? You would have done like this. So this is one auto layout. This auto layout has fixed 40 40 and then 20 dpi corner radius. So I am doing what? I am adding Shift A, an auto layout for that auto layout, and then making it fixed and 40 48 48 like this, and then making it center aligned. So we are not filling anything inside. So this concept here, if you want. So this is how you actually create this exact same material design icon button, because these are clickable buttons. Is everyone with me? So these are the different components, different phases. At first we have the button, and then we have this frame, and then you have another frame, right? Like this. So this is all about button. We can create all these different buttons. Now imagine we want to create this selected, enabled this button, which is called a split button. So we will go to material design buttons, and we will go to all buttons, segmented buttons. So if I go to segmented buttons, and if I go to specs, then I will get the specs for segmented buttons, which is this. I will do Windows Shift S in Windows, make a copy, and add it to the Figma, like this. And then we will add the other specs also. Windows Shift S. Okay. So when we see more options, more variations, then we can have more confidence. So if you see, this is a little bit of a complex construction because it has an icon and selected. Okay, let us take these two. I'll just drag it outside like this, and then I will do Shift A. Okay, this is the first auto layout, and then let me just write selected. For legibility, I will add the black color so that you can understand what we're talking about. All right. Yes. So this is selected. I need a check mark. So I'll have plugins, Iconify, I will have check. How much?
18.
18. Yes. I will keep on asking so that it goes to your brain and stays permanently. This is how you don't have to do material design separately. We will complete material design like this only. So at least one of the design systems you will be familiar with, right? And you will remember all the dimensions. So this is icon, this is check. So I will go here and I will have Control C, and I will have, okay, I can change this to check. Okay, perfect. And as you see, the color, because the instance color is changed, the color is retained, right? This is a really great thing. Okay, now the gap between them is 8 pixels, which is, I think, same. And then we have outline width is 1 dp, level alignment is center, left right padding is minimum 12 dp, and padding between elements is 8 dp. So this is 8 dp, as you can see, padding between elements, and target size is 48 dp. So target size is slightly bigger than it. So what we do is that we'll do this, and then we will add the fixed height as how much? Anyone? Fixed height, what should be the height of the one of the segments?
48.
40. 40. Height is 40. And then if you see what is the alignment, center alignment, right? So we'll make it center alignment. And what is the gap? Padding between elements is 8 pixels, as you can see. So this is 12 and 12. So we will add 12 pixels like this, right? Okay. Now we learned how to create this different corner radius. We'll use that technique, 20 and 20. So for that, the process that is there is called something called fill container. Okay, the inside outside is that whenever I choose one of these buttons, the stroke, I'll increase the stroke to show. The stroke can either be from the center or inside or outside. Because I think it is too strong. Yes, like this, if you see. This stroke is outside the shape. This stroke is inside. This is center. So center means that whatever the outline of the object is, 50% will be inside, 50% will be outside. Inside means within the boundary of the shape, the stroke will appear. And outside means outside the boundary of the stroke, the shape will appear. Here, so we are doing inside. Sorry, we are doing center. So that this center and this center, 50-50, they will overlap. So together they will create one pixel. So that it is actually overlapped to remove that thing. Now, if you see, if I select and stretch these objects, see nothing happens. By the way, guys, what am I stretching? I am selecting the frame, that is the auto layout frame, which has 3 objects, and then I'm stretching it. Nothing happens. Now I will add a special condition to each object, which is called fill container. As soon as I hovered on fill container, as you can see, a blue tag came called container frame 167. When I do fill container, this thing fills the container. Selecting this, if I do fill container, this thing fills. If I select this and if I do fill container, this thing fills. Now what happens is that whatever is your container's width, the object is going to fill container. Now if you see some problem is happening with this, ideally it should be at the center, right? So we will make it at the center. We will make it at the center, and we don't need this padding also. Because now that we have fill container, okay, by the way, these two also, these two shift A and should be made as center like this, right? So now if you see, now if I make them move, they are now responsive, see? And if you see, it has, that's why it has said left right padding is minimum 12 dp. It should not be less than 12 dp. But here, is it 12 dp or is it 0 for selected? Almost 0, right?
0.
How do you ensure that it should have 12 dp? So that's where the controls keep on increasing. Before that, tell me everyone, if you are aligned that, you know, all of them 108, 108, 108, same width they are taking. Did we follow this second guideline? The second guideline says that a segment.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers UI UX course in collaboration with iHub Divya Sampark IIT Roorkee. Through this course, you will learn complete UI UX design thinking, interaction designs, wireframing, and guerrilla testing for a rewarding UI UX design career. This UI UX design course will be taught by IIT faculty and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards the career growth in the field of UI UX design.
Width is 1/3. Right? So we followed the guideline. If I remove this enabled button, delete it, then selected and enabled takes 50-50. If I add one more, Control C, Control V, and increase it a little bit, everyone takes 1/4. See, 101.25, 101.25, 101.25, 101.25. So no matter what you do, individually, each segment is filling the container. Now this is like friendship between like 3 friends who are so good friends that they will not encroach into each other's territory. They will all respect the container and divide exactly equally between them. So see, if I change this width to 300, what should be the width of each segment? Now we will check that, this particular segment, what is the minimum dp left right padding? 12. Let me add, so this is 12 pixels. So now what I will do is that I will make this thing, this particular thing, I will do as hug content. When I did hug content, if you see the height, the width changed to 109. That's because now the entire thing is respecting the 12 pixel padding and hugging it, right? So what is the width, minimum width? 109. Below 109, if it goes, is it going to respect 12 pixel? Let's check. 6 pixel. 6 pixel. So not respecting, right? 6 pixel and 6 pixel. So only when this is 108, the gap is 12 pixels. So we'll just make it as hug content and then you'll see this is 12 pixels. So only when it is 109. So what we'll do is that we'll add minimum width as 109. And then even this one, we will see it is 12 pixels and then we will do hug content and this is 78. So we will say, but this one should also be 109 then because we are doing that 1/3 thing. So what we will do is that we will make it as minimum width 109 like this. And this one also we will do minimum width as 109. So what happens now is that this guy, hub content, this guy, when I'm doing this, fill container, they are filling the containers, but only when it reaches 109, see, you cannot squish it more than that.
Oh,
Getting it? Because otherwise, how can you follow Google guideline? You have to respect 12 pixel minimum. That's why they wrote minimum. Because if Google has to write a code, write a logic that it will divide 1/3, and at the same time, what will be the minimum 12, then this is how in Figma you can replicate it. Got it? So we will do a lot of practice for min, max, width and all like that, right? So this is where, as you can see, we have actually created this guideline and this button they are saying 48 minimum. So if you see the width is 109, so no problem. So even we are just writing okay. So this button, you'll have lot of padding, right? We have to respect this 1/3 padding with this. So this is like another component that we created. So now if you go back to your Google material design guide, icon button we did, segmented button we did, extended FAB, which is same as icon button only, something like this. Are you guys confident to create this? Then go to specs, look at how it is built. In the way you will learn about a design system, you will go to the measurements. All the measurements are given. Height is 56. This is 24/24. Dynamic minimum 80. Now you know how to add minimum, right? And if you see, this is where the gap is also given 16 pixel, 16 pixel. So when we actually work on this, whether it is Android small, did it write Android small, Android large? No. So if whether it is Android small, Android large, this should be used. So if you see, when you look at the guidelines are not absolute, but the guidelines are like guidelines, which talks about min, max, recommended, things like that. You can break few stuff also, right? So if you make 16 pixels to 20 pixels, maybe it's an experience where you are doing it, it's okay. But if you are making it 2 pixels, it's not good. Because with displays where, why Google is creating all these things, because some displays may have a curved display, some phones and all. So in that case, a button will also go into that curve. So they want to add that, minimum buffer. And this particular section has all other important information. So you can create it. Then if you look at FAB is floating action button. This is more simple. I am 100% confident you will be able to create it, right? What is the touch target that we discussed?
48 pixels.
48. So this is 8 pixel more than the touch target, because with FABs you will be interacting frequently, right? You will be clicking it and write a note. So anyone has seen this FAB recently in one of the most popular apps? Everyone has Gmail in their phone. If you open Gmail,
Yes.
You can see Google has used that extended FAB over there. And now when you see it, you know that the height of the FAB is how much? When you
40
open it in
pixels.
your phone, 56. Okay. If you go to specs, now you can see that this is 56 pixels, right? 56. And what is the gap? I have a Note 10 and Note 10 has a slight curve on both sides. So I can see it is more than 16. So it starts after the curvature flattens for phone. So for phones with more curved displays, although the curved display trend is gone now, the button will start, having more padding. But from the bottom, it has 16 pixels, right? So if you click on that floating action button, then there is a pressed state and then it opens the main this thing. All right. So assignment for all of you, FAB, extended FAB, and then practice all these things, all the buttons that you saw. I would recommend go to the button section of material design and rebuild everything. So you will get a lot of confidence. Now let us look at some weird stuffs like badge. So how do you even create badge like this? So when we created an icon button, you must know how it is created. So let us see the specs. The specs are that, so this is a spec actually. So when you create your design handoff to your developers, you create a document like this only. So as a UX designer, this is how you finally communicate. This is a blueprint for development. And when developers do the first level of coding, you try to find UI bugs in it. You specified the height of floating action button is 56. A developer has created it 48. It's your responsibility to find all those differences and get it fixed. This is also UX designer's role. Now, looking at this particular thing, what we can see there are, if you look at just badges, contain labels or numbers. There are two types, small and large. Anchor badges inside the icon bounding box at the upper trailing edge of the icon. Okay. Limit content to 4 characters, including a plus. Keep the default color mapping, whatever color mapping is there. So number 1 is small badge on a navigation item, large badge on a navigation item, large badge with maximum characters. So if we look at our icon that we created, let us look at, let us check, let us say this icon, Control C, we'll go to badge and we will paste this. Now we don't have a home icon. So again, another time I will do so that everyone can remember. How do I add a home icon to this family of icons? Home, let us take this home. And if you see the thickness is slightly more. So what should I do? Here it is difficult because it is created through Boolean operation. Had it been a line item, I could have changed this, but now changing it will be manual. So I will leave it for now, right? Some icons are created with lines, which I can change. Like this one, I guess, no, this one. If you see this one, I can change the line thickness, right? Like this, make it, 2 pixels or whatever. But anyways, this is okay. Then I'll make it as black is okay. I'll make it component. What is the shortcut for making component? And how should I write the name of this icon? Icon/home. Revision also done. Now I will go to my badge section. In the badge section, I have plus, no problem. I will create home. So now I have home. the same way. So what it is saying is that there is a red dot which comes. The size of the dot is 3. So I will create a dot. I know how to create a dot. I will create a dot and I'll make it 3. And the color that I'll add is this red color. Okay. So this one and this one should have an auto layout. By the way, the size is 18 pixels, which is what is mentioned here. So this is 18 pixels. I'll select both. Then what should I do? Shift A. But in Shift A, I can make the gap as 0. But the guideline says something different. The guideline says that yes, anchor badges inside the icon bounding box at the upper trailing edge of the icon. What is the upper trailing edge of the icon? This one. How do I bring this inside? Here, folks, auto layout can go negative. I can do -3. What was the size of the dot? 3. So I did -3. Now this is inside. Got it? Okay. Now this particular icon, this is total 8, and then this has 4 padding also, and then the number. So we'll just take a number, simple number like 1, and then this one change the size to 8 pixels. So this is the size of text and regular. Then I'll do Shift A. With Shift A, I will have this 4 pixels corner radius, 4, and have a corner radius I this. So here if you see, the width is 12, the height is 18, so the height has also to be made 12 like this. And now this color I will match to this color. Okay, so if I have to do the same thing here, I will just do Control X, and then I will select this dot and do paste to replace. Sorry, paste to replace. So now if you see, the negative padding was how much? -3. What is the size of this? -12 should be there, right? So I will do -12. And then now this thing comes on top of it. Let me just quickly check the height of it. This is 4 pixels, 4 pixels, 8. Ideally it is the thing, maybe the home icon is really small. So this is how it is coming. The design it is, oh, if you see, this is the outline of the icon. 4 pixel it is outside, and 4 pixel it is outside. Did you see?
Oh.
4 pixel outside, 4 pixel outside for this guy. So what we should do, how much should we do? -8, right? But then how do you take it to the top also? Without, if you want to fix, if you can do everything with auto layout. So what we can do is that we can take it outside, and we can add one more auto layout to this guy with 4 pixels, right? So this way what will happen is, there is this 4 pixel extra thing that you got. And now this one and this one, if you do Shift A, no, not like this. You have this. So what we will do is that we will have this one. What we'll do is that we'll do Shift A, absolutely we'll do Shift A, and we will have this top margin also, and we will have the right one also, 4 pixels. But then we will try to bring it closer like this, and then this one should be 0, this one should be 0, like this. The top margin is okay, we will put it like this. The top margin is 4 pixels. Okay, so I will make it 4 pixels. So it is 4 pixel down. So now when I do an auto layout, it is 4 pixel down. So I will do the other way around. I will add 4 pixels below, so that this total dimension, if you see, the total dimension is 18, 18. I will create a box which is 18 plus 4, 22, 22, 22, 22, and this one and this one, and this one I can remove all these things also. So now if I do auto layout, Shift A, and if I do -8, this thing comes like this, and then I can control this width also. Maybe this one I will do hug only. So now this is my boundary. If I do Alt, I can see that 4 pixels is on both sides. So I have basically what I have created is I have created a component taller than this by 4 pixels. And I have done a negative auto layout, which is 4 pixels less. So this way I get this badge. And when I make a copy of this badge and add say 999 plus. So if you see this guideline, 4 pixels it is above, and here it is not specifying because it doesn't know how much. So this is kind of the nitty-gritty that a UX designer goes through when creating components from scratch. Okay, so we have done this badge also. Now we have checkbox. Now checkbox is a cute, simple component. Did we have a check? Yes, we had a check icon. So we will go to our this section and then we'll just take check, Control C. Size is 1818. See, size is good. I will add the fill color. Fill color is added. Now what is the touch target? 40. How do I do?
Shift A.
Shift A and then
40 minus 18.
we can do fixed, 40, 40, center line, right? So this is the touch target actually. Add 20 dp corner radius also, but no one cares what is there. We are not making it like this, right? It is just for the sake of making it clickable, right? Like this. So basically, when you hover this area, it should get activated like this, right? And I will change this fill color. So this is a very simple component that we can create. Chips are like buttons only, right? So you'll not make chips. Chips can be a homework for all of you. The difference, what was the height of a button? 40. For a chip, it is 32, right? So if you compare it, this was 24, this is 16, this was 40, this is 32. So these are little small in size, right? So this one, I think all of you must be confident to create it, right? Just see the recording of the class also and you can see how to build it, right? Same as button. Anyone has any doubt? Same as button. And then after chips, this is divider. Divider is nothing but a straight line. So just use a pen tool and that's the divider, 1 pixel center. But a divider has some nuances. A divider should also be added as an auto layout. And when I stretch it, this divider should be added as fill container. So based on the size of my screen, the divider can squeeze and grow, right? And then there is no corner radius, no extra, padding, right? So this is the trick about dividers. I will add this same color. Dividers are usually very light in color, so this is my divider, but responsive divider, right? And then after divider, we have radio button. So how do you create radio button? Very simple. If you are creating radio button from scratch, it is just take an ellipse. Ellipse is add a stroke, the size of the ellipse is 20 pixels, and we'll remove the fill inside. We'll add a copy, make it a little smaller. Outer one is important, and more important is the one even outer tab. So like the one which is 40 pixels. The click area is important. So now if you see these two, if I do Shift A, I can do negative auto layout, but it will not come after a point. So what I can do is that in this case, I can group these things, Control G, so that they are together. And I can add Shift A to this group and make it as how much? 40, 40. Like this, and center aligned. Okay, center aligned, this will be a problem. This will be a problem. That's why I like doing auto layout for everything. Ungroup. What we can do is that we can do Shift A to this auto layout and make it fixed 20 pixels. And now I can make it center aligned. This is 20, this is 2020, this is 2020. It's easy for me. I'll do Shift A and I will do minus 10 pixels, I guess. No, minus 20 only. Entire. Yes, now it is exactly at the center. Now I will add Shift A, another auto layout, and make it as 40, 40. So this is my touch area. And I can change this color to the same color. So this is how a radio button is created in dimension. Icon size 20, state layer size 40, target size 48. So target size is 48. So we can make it 48. This is the state layer size. So when we say state layer size, it is there are different states also, right? There is the rest state, there is the this thing, hover state, click state, and all those things. So that zone of impact. So when you do a press, now in mobile there is a press state. So the press state should not grow more than 40.
Okay.
But the click area is 48. Otherwise, there will be a big splash of 48 pixels. I mean, twice the size of the radio button as the click thing. Right. Okay. Then the last in the row is a progress. Now, progress is also like in a similar way. There are these type of active indicator and track, and in circular progress it's okay, right? Everyone can create with that circle thing. But important thing to note here is that this is a 4 pixel stroke which is moving and 48 pixel. So now everyone will have this thing in their mind. Okay, if I have to put anything floating on the screen, I will put 16 pixels on both sides. If I have to add a click area, it is 48 pixels. So I am forgetting the name of the person who was asking this in the beginning of the class. Is this helping? It was, I'm forgetting the name. Who was it? Was it Akshay? I'm not sure. He's not responding, but I guess it is helping. Okay, so last is the progress thing. So progress thing, if you see, it is a 4 pixel thing. So cute small component, pen tool, line, 4 pixel, right? The 4 pixel color is this. But it becomes a little bit difficult when you make it like Shift A. Make it Shift A, like how we did the divider. And then just check if this is happening. Like, fill container is happening. Okay, this is happening. Now I will have one more copy of it and make it as this color. And this one I will do fixed and reduce the width like this. Now I will do Shift A and negative auto layout. Done. Okay. So I'm trying to create multiple components for all of you so that you can understand how to create your own custom component. The last part is that, okay, this is where we are going into the molecules part, where we have bottom up part. So not difficult. You just have multiple icons. That's it. You have multiple icons, and there is a similar guideline which says that it is 4 pixels from the left, 16 on the right, 12 on the top, 48 pixel as the dimension of the click area of each icon, right? And then the width is the device width. If it is a Android small device, entire width of Android small, Android large, entire Android large. So you don't even worry about the device size, but the height you worry about it, right? And then this is the height is 80 dp, alignment is vertically centered, top bottom padding is 12, as we said, left is 4, right is 16, padding between elements is 0. So this is the padding between elements. So anyone wants to see how to create this, or is confident in taking it as an assignment?
Sir, what was the shortcut to make a component? Was it Alt Control plus A or K?
K. K, I said
K.
Kanpur. Yeah. Okay. So this is like a simple one. We can just discuss few components which you guys can take as a homework or as an assignment. Even if you see this one, which is the top app bar. Top app bar, we all know what it is. Center, it is a navigational component. So it is center aligned. This is small. This is medium. This is large. So for everything, the dimension is given. It is a center aligned one. This is the dimension of the hamburger menu. 16 on the left, 24 on the right. So if you remember the floating action button, what was the gap? Now if you see for hamburger also it is 16. That means any mobile screen that we see, what is the gap all across, guys? Yes, so now you guys know what is this gap. And now when we're talking about the hamburger is more than 16. So what they have done is that they have 16 and they may have taken another 16. Right? So this is how you basically get an idea of, once you deconstruct the Google Material Design and Apple iOS guidelines and build every component from scratch, whatever custom component comes to you in your career, you will be like a breeze. Because everything is already, see, today is our first class with nitty-gritties, and we have learned so much, right? We have learned about 16 pixels gap, we have learned about 48 pixels click area, right? Yes, Preeti. And then when you are actually working in companies with their own design systems, they may have created these local components following or modifying the Google design system, Google material design thing. So we have to follow that system. If we are in Uber, if you go to, now that we have talked about plugins, if you go to this globe icon, this is the community. So in community, I can search with Uber design system, right? And as soon as I search Uber design system, let me go to files and templates. Yeah, base design system. So base is the design system for Uber. Now, if I click on base and if I open it in Figma, you will see all the components created for base. Now let us check their button for mobile, whatever they have created. And companies are not possessive about design systems. They are really open-minded to give it across everyone, for everyone to use. If you go to base components, you will see all the components that are used in Uber. So when we go to button, See, we can go to button, small button, medium button, large button, docked. So these are their type of buttons. And if you are working in Uber, like if I select one of these buttons like this, label, there is no, if you see, there is no description. There is a description outside it. Actually, see, web only, extra small, X small, secondary button, action bar, label, default. There is a description outside it. So there is a lot to learn when you see these design systems. If I click on this particular button, and if I go to the description, large, primary, button, action, bar, label, default. Some description is added where to use this thing. But if I see this button, what is the height of this button? 56, right? And if I look at a smaller button, what is the height of this button? If you see, the height is how much? Can anyone see? The height of button was 48 only. If I go to material design now, let us see. And if I go to all buttons, and if I go to say common buttons, and if I go to specs, yeah, specs. So this is 40, and then the height was 40, but the click area, as we saw in mobile, was always coming as 48. So Uber followed even for their small buttons, the height is 48. Now they will also have icon buttons. If I look at icon buttons, see what is the dimension? 48. We just did. So Google followed 48. Let me just drag and reach. Yes, 48, 40, 24, 48, 36. And this is 16. Uber improvised it. It's absolutely okay. So now will you follow, if you're working at Uber, you have to follow this button. But did anything break because of this change in dimension? No, we love Uber. Whenever you think of going out without a car, we think of Uber. Right? So, but if you make this thing as 8 pixels, really small icons, there is a boundary between which you can play. So if you want to master these skills, it's recommended that you dig into all these open systems and then look at their dimensions, because this is actually how they're using it. Then you will understand, okay, this much gap we are keeping, this much height we are keeping, like this. So first step first, we will do the Google material design, and then we will understand, we'll have a deep understanding of these things. Then you can improvise based on your design system that you're doing. So top app bar, if you see, it is the same thing. So I'm leaving these things for today because tomorrow there might be some doubts. While clearing the doubts, I'll try creating the other components from here. And there are multiple components. This is where the organism starts, where we are trying to create this kind of cards and all. These are little complex components. And if you see the component of these things, Spotify for web, for mobile, Spotify mobile screens, if you see, okay, everything is locked. I have to sign in. Okay. If you see, there are a lot of list items. List items, that's not coming from here. Searching on Spotify. Yeah, these things. So if you see, these are 3-line list items. So when we go and do list items here, if you see list, there are multiple type of list item. So there are, these list items container. We'll talk about all the anatomies of list items. And if you look at the type of list items, states, measurements, see, this is how a list item is created. A list item can have an icon, it can have an avatar, it can have an image, it can have a video also for a list item, right? If you go to YouTube, you will have list items. If you go to YouTube and if you click on, say, this this car video, right? And then these are all list items. List items with video thumbnail, right? And Spotify has list item with just image thumbnail, but there can be other list items also. So Google has created this detailed guideline how two-line list happens, all these things. The material design thing I shared, I'm sharing again, right? And then there are three-line list. Lists are one of the most complicated auto layout components, because in list item, if you see the list item in Google, do you think that this is made up of only 2 lines, or it is a lot more text? This is a lot more text, right? So as you can see, because it is a 2-line list item, after 2 lines, did you see 3 dots? The text got truncated and the additional information came as a tooltip. Same happened for this third one. Because at one point of time, people have to put a boundary. They cannot keep on, adding the number of lines based on the description. So all the cards will become inconsistent. So in UX, consistency is a pillar of creating good experience. So if you see, we will learn in auto layout, how do you create truncations? And you can control the number of lines also. So this home, if I just drag it and place it inside this auto layout, this is a frame, and I'm putting it inside this auto layout frame. See, this nothing happens. But this element, if I try to put inside, as I try to insert it inside, if you see these blue lines are coming. So if I put it, the home becomes part of auto layout with a gap of 10. So this is the horizontal gap between items. I can make it 6 or whatever. And now I can also change this vertical, the larger gap as 16 pixels and 16 pixels. And this is how an object, yes, horizontal and vertical layout also we will clarify. So if you see these 2 items, they are horizontally stacked, home and then click, and then the gap is say 16 pixels like this, right? And I can make it home. And for the sake of making it look realistic, I will make it 8 pixels and make it say 8 pixels and 4 pixels, right? So it looks like a proper home left nav thing. But if I make it vertical, the same thing becomes vertically stacked. And now we will go into the details of the construction of auto layout also. So an auto layout can be vertically stacked, and this signifies the vertical gap between them. It can be horizontally stacked, and this signifies the horizontal gap between them. Also, there is a condition called wrap. So wrap condition will do after some time. But this, whatever components, whatever things are inside, they are now aligned at center. But it can be aligned to the left. No, Venkat. We are using vertical stacking also when we are making left navigation. So for like, if you see Figma left navigation, if you are working as a designer in Figma and you want to explain the concept of this list item in the left layer panel, then you will use vertical stacking. Okay. So vertical stacking, for example, on the right hand side, if you see frame, auto layout, layer, all these are respective, tools to manipulate a frame. So we will use vertical stacking of all these things. Deepika is asking, why can't we import the icon as a component? You can import the icon as a component also, but for that you need to have a component library which has the icon. By default, when you import an icon from Iconify, they are not components. They are just raw icons. They are not yet components. But there are, like if you are using all these icons from, let's say, let us open base gallery and let us also open material 3. So if I go to material 3 design kit, there are icons which are components. So when you ask Deepika, why can't we import the icon as a component? You have to understand that the icon should be a component, right? So see, all these icons, they are component. A component is signified with these purple lines, right? So now if I copy this, this is a component. So if I take this Control X and bring it to my design, it still has that purple lines. This is a component. But when you get an icon from Iconify, whatever icon, say back arrow, this is not a component.
Okay.
But when you import it as a component directly, then you may have to, you have to scale this thing. Sometimes it's like it's better to have the local control in it, because not everyone will have the same this thing. You can import as a component and then rename it. That's also okay, because it doesn't remember if it has been generated with this or you have created it.
Thanks.
So, but if you see what is the difference between these two components, can anyone tell? This is the parent component. A parent component has this symbol, and a child component does not have it, but both are purple, right? So this is parent, this is child. Now let us consider for time being that this is kind of our horizontal stacking thing, and we will do more examples of auto layout today, where you will understand when to do horizontal stacking, when to do vertical stacking, and when to do this wrap stacking. Wrap stacking is amazing for tags and other elements. But let us first understand that if I make it this big, and if I do it top aligned, then it becomes top aligned, because we have to understand that this 4 pixel padding is given on top and bottom, but a fixed height is given 49 pixels. So with fixed height and with 4 pixels of vertical padding, the entire area inside becomes a playground for the element, and then the element can be either on the top or on the center or the bottom, right? Same goes that we can make it bigger, and I can make it left aligned, center aligned, top aligned, or anything in between, because anything in between is the playground for that home and that icon. But the moment we make it hug, how is it hugging? It is respecting that 4 pixels, and after that, whatever size these guys are taking, it is respecting, and then it is hugging it. So are we a little bit clear about the concept of hug and fixed height, fixed width? The hug is clear, right? Hug, the word hug itself is really nice from UX microcopy or content design point of view. Like a software using this term hug is so human, right? That it's not tight, it's not absolute, it's hug. It's a very human gesture way of expressing. And but if you see that sometimes we may need a home, and then the other thing that we need is maybe back. So I will just replace it, and then let me just write it as back. So if you see there is a slight height difference between these two. So when these kind of discrepancies happen, also there is a subtle, like if I have to make this as left aligned, and this is, let me just see, okay, back, and this is 8 pixels. So this is 8 pixels, and then this one, let's make it 12 pixels for the time being. Pixels. Let me just, for the sake of explaining, let me write go. So now if you see, both of them are different height, different width, but in left navigation it will look weird. So I will make this guy, instead of hug, I will make the same height of this guy, 26. So I'll select it and make it fixed height and make it 26. And then the width is more here. For the sake of consistency, I will make it say 100 pixels. And this one also I will make it 100 pixels. So my left nav will be consistent. Now these two elements, I can select both of them, and I can make Shift A, and I can make it 1 pixel. So it's a subtle gap between these two elements. And then I can make Control C, Control V. So as you can see, a left navigation is created. But all of these are horizontally stacked or vertically stacked?
Vertically stacked.
So if you see, this arrow is showing it. But the moment I make it horizontally stacked, it becomes a top navigation. So a top navigation to left navigation is created with these two things. And then the fixed height ensures that even if I am writing, say tools, the size does not change. I am writing sandbox. The height is not changing. So it is respecting this same height, and I think there is some kind of okay. This has some extra space around it, although it is 18 pixels. This is not 18 pixels, so I am going to make it 18 pixels, and now it will be at the center only, like this, right? So we can ensure that everything here will have that 100 pixel width. So these are the situations when we make fixed width or fixed height of a component. I will give you hundreds of examples when to do fixed height, fixed width while making some real life examples. Okay. Now let me just delete. So we understood how to add, but I will show you one important characteristic. So if I just select these, how do I multi-select? By clicking Shift, and I select all of them and hit delete. Now with auto layout, yeah, so Sujit is asking what if the text is longer than the fixed dimension? If the text is longer than the fixed dimension, I will show you a technique with which the text will get truncated, which happens, which we saw yesterday in YouTube, if you remember, the 2-line text was getting truncated, right? But there is, if you understand this particular thing, that how things are vertically stacked, let us take one by one. Then we can select one, and with up arrow, we can move it to the top or below. So auto layout helps you to stack things clearly even after like they are created. So this is really nice and flexible, right? Objects are moving up and down, and then you select and increase the number of the pixels as the gap, it becomes more discrete like this, right? So creating another example and showing hug and fix thing. So if I select Sharnav is saying I am unable to scale text size. Not using this or using K. What did you try? Like this. If you see on the right hand side, it is set fixed size. So your text is having fixed size. If you click on this auto width, if you see now the text is exactly embracing it is kind of hugging the text, right?
Yes.
So now if you do K and if you scale it, see it is hugging.
Okay. Okay, sir, got it.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
And also, sir, few more things in this page itself. If you see, if you go a little up, like I was trying out something with this subtraction and unifying and all of those things I was trying. So here is this oddly looking logo with the gradient in it. So when I am trying to scale it like small, then all those gaps are going away.
Because they are outlines. So if you, because all these things, ideally it should not go when you are scaling it. See, it's scaling uniformly.
Okay. But when I was trying, it was like going away. I don't know. Now it is not going.
No, it is not. Yeah. You can try again. Yeah. Okay. But now for the time, because more important is mastering auto layout. So we will go back to this doubt clearing. Yeah. Okay. So
and one more thing, sir. Like I had a question which you said you will start with the question, which was about the target area in auto layout. Yeah. So if you can give
absolutely
explain that.
Yes. So Oluknani is writing, please, I would like to see how to replace an icon in an instance that is created from a parent component. Is this about the slash naming, Oluknani?
Good evening, sir. Is the one you taught us yesterday with the button? where
With
you
the-
converted a parent, you created an instance from the parent component. Then
Okay,
you
so the
place
slash
the
naming,
icon.
right? The slash naming, and on the right hand side you could see all the local icons, and we were changing it. That thing, right?
Yes.
Yeah, sure. We will see. Okay, so so if you see what is hug component is when we write button. Let me just write again T, and this is enter, and this is 24, and I am writing text. So this text, if you see, this blue box is exactly the size of this text. If I write B, it is only that much size. But at the same time, so this is actually the condition of hug. So if I make it button, and if I do Shift A, by default the 10 pixels padding happens. If I make it 0, 0, then the condition, if you see, it is called hug. So if I make a fill color, let me add a little stronger fill color like this, and change the button color to white, and make it like a regular font like this. So this is exactly hugging the container with no gap. If I write text, as you can see, whatever I am writing, Akash is getting what Shift A denote? Shift A means to create an auto layout. So if you have this text, this is just a text. It is not an auto layout text. On the right hand side, if you see, auto layout is not written. When you do Shift A, suddenly auto layout comes. So this is a keyboard shortcut for auto layout. Okay. So got it, Akash? So now this thing is hugging it. But the same thing can hug with also a spacing of 16 pixels. But it is hugging. But the box itself has some, cushioning. So that's why you are not able to see the text going from end to end. But if instead of hugging, we change the condition to fixed, then if we change it to IN, if you see, this text is not hugging it. This is the difference between hug and fixed width. Now, if I write, say, LinkedIn, which is a big text, the text is going outside the box. It is not hugging. But the moment I select this frame and make it hug, LinkedIn goes inside. Is this concept clear, everyone? Hug and fixed and fill container.
Yes,
very, very tricky. Figma is still trying to simplify it. Entire world got crazy. What is hug? What is fixed? What is fill? Got it? So this is basically a container. Inside a container, you are putting stuff. And then if you make hug content, then the container is elastic. The container is going to expand and collapse because it is an elastic container. But the same way, if you make the container fixed, the container is made up of metal. It is not going to change its shape. And if you write only A, it is going to stay as fixed. If you write answer, the same way that answer, actually, if you see now, this answer is pushing it down. But if you make it like, horizontal spacing, and now if you select frame and make it fixed, and if you change it to ask, then the button is not, changing. So elastic and metal. And on the right hand side, as we saw, that after this Vikas, there were 3 dots. Because after Vikas, the next word was Divya Kirti. Divya Kirti was a big name to add inside. So it truncated. So we will see that how this fixed height and fixed width becomes really important while making grids. If you're making a grid experience, we will go into those complex examples. But imagine that these are the important functionalities. What is the functionality you can understand, and then we will go into examples and use cases. Why this is used, right? And then same goes with hug. So if I make it fixed, I can make it left aligned also, and I can make it right aligned or center aligned or right aligned, right? Because it is fixed. But the moment I make it hug, it doesn't matter, right? Because it is always hugging. So what are you going to align like this, and this is hug, this is hug. So usually buttons are created with hug. Now, like we created this particular thing, ask, and let's write, make it as button, and then we, instead of doing shift A, we will do shift in a different way now. So we can have, this is the one of the icons that we got from Google. So I can go to Material 3 Design Kit, and I can actually copy this entire thing, Control C, and I can bring it here, Control V. So now I have a good list of icons from material design. Okay, I have a lot of space also, that's good. So let me put all these icons over here. And because all these icons, they are not components created by me, they are components created by Google. If I actually make a copy of this, and on the right hand side, you can see there are all local components coming in from, so many people. I can go to concepts and I can go to buttons. See, these are the icons that I created. These are all the icons which I created yesterday. And okay, it is difficult to identify the Google icons. But inside Material Design 3, if you make a copy of it, because it is a local component library, you can see that all the icons of Google are easily available on the right hand side. This is happening because of another concept called variants, which we will do later on. But now let us understand the slash naming thing. So we will make a copy of all these icons from the top, copy them here. Now they are parent or child. So I can do one by one, component, okay. But is there a shortcut? Can I make all of them as individual parent components? Yes. You can go to this drop down and create multiple components. So when you do multiple components, all of them becomes components. Now by default, Google added the forward slash thing. If you see, if you see, icon slash menu, icon slash arrow, icon slash arrow forward. Even Google is the same convention, right? Okay, so icon slash close 24px. So whenever you write the same first thing and then a slash and then the name of the icon, then what happens is that any child that comes, they have the shared parent library. Now I can go to this drop down and choose any of these icons. So the same thing was not happening while I was doing it, because they were all instances. Remember? So they are all instances. So what I can do now, as you can understand, I can select everything here. And what can I do? So we are going to select everything. I think there are few, okay. Selecting everything. There is one of this component which is still an instance. This is already a master component actually. So let me select everything like this, and we will make it as multiple components. Now when I create a copy of anything, I can actually choose anything from here. Star border, sticker. Got it? So isn't it time saver? We got the icon pack from Google, we detached, and we just created multiple components. Now in my local system, I have an icon pack ready to eat. Such a time saver, right? I will share a hero icon pack library, which you can locally use for most of your projects like this. So any doubt anyone with this slash naming? How slash naming work is, you make an ellipse and then change it as yellow, make a copy, make it blue, make another copy, and make it purple. How do I create multiple components? Create multiple components. Now I have to rename them. So I will write as circle / yellow, right? Control A, Control C. circle / blue, circle / purple. Now if I make a copy of anything, I can see yellow, blue, purple. Clear, everyone?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. This is going to help you a lot for creating local PNG icons. So Venkat, I am using / because this is a convention inside Figma. Figma has created it in a way that to manage instances with naming. So Google also used it, you see. Yes, 11 more people joined. I'll make you all panelists. Okay. Now we will make that same button, that same auto layout button, but this time we are going to use one of these icons that we have. So let me just delete all these icons. Maybe we can delete all of these things. And now if I just get one of these buttons, okay, when Swarup is asking when inserting icon frame should not be added. You may or may not. A frame doesn't change anything actually. If you see this particular icon, if I make a copy and detach it, I will see that this is the icon and this is the frame. So the icon is with the frame, right? So this is the frame actually. See, I can easily put it like this. So put it with the frame, without the frame, doesn't matter. So now this is my icon, which I can change to any other icon. And now I will select both and I'll do Shift A. So either I can do select this and do Shift A, or I can select this and do Shift A, or I can select both, I can do Shift A. Or if there is another icon on the right, I can select 3 of them and do Shift A. Whatever you select, you can do Shift A. Right? So if you had selected one of them and done Shift A, it would be like single button. But now we have created these 3 things, Shift A. So what has happened is that I can, let me just do a little bit of undo, this, Shift A. So now this is 13 pixels, I'll make it 12 pixels or say 8 pixels like this. So I will add a fill color and I will add black color for this. Here I will add a fixed height of 40 pixels, which is the button height. And then a padding of 12 pixels like this. Now this icon I will change to icon arrow, right? And this icon I will change to say home. See, I can search also home, and this one I will write as home, right? So home is written. This home is too big. I will make it 14 pixels. Perfect. And then this is the arrow. So this has become one of my icons. Now there might be a requirement where I am stretching it. I want the home thing, the right arrow thing, to be on the extreme right. So how do I do? One option is that I make it fixed width and push it to the right. Possible, right, guys? So in this way, what will happen is that if I make another copy, and this one, let me write say tools, and I change this to tools. Tool is not there. Let's say settings. Yes, settings is there. Tools. But then tools and configurations, I may have to write. See, it is becoming 3 lines. So how do we control these nuances? So instead of fixed height, if we had given hug, then this will push it to the right. So I don't want hug and I don't want this thing to happen. So what do I do? This text, I will change from this 3 dots to truncation. As soon as I do truncation, and when I push it, see the text gets truncated. So what happens is that now if I actually move this guy, I want the arrow to be always to the right. That is a separate thing that we will solve. But if I write, that settings and configurations, see what happened? A color change happened, right? It automatically got truncated. Isn't this a marvelous feature of Figma that you can truncate text wherever you want? And this becomes a lifesaver for creating things like YouTube and all. So we will do many examples of truncation of text also. But let us solve this problem that we're trying to solve here, that this arrow to always be on the other side, the right hand side. So now if you see, the gap is what? 8 pixels, right? The gap between this object and this object is 8 pixels. But the gap between this arrow and this object is also 8 pixels. So what we will do is that this object and this object will select, and we will do Shift A. That means we created an auto layout inside an auto layout. And this gap is 8. But the other gap at this level, so there are 2 containers, 1 container, 2 container. So the parent container has, this is a metal container if you see, because it is a fixed height, a metal container, having a metal container, and then another small bag, which is an icon. Now instead of 8, I will make it auto. This is the best feature of Figma. So now this particular thing, if you see, if I make it smaller or larger, the arrow is always on the right. So what we are saying, that this container's width is such that whatever objects are kept here, 2 objects, they will occupy the extreme left and extreme right. Previously, it was known something differently. Now it is called auto. Is this clear, guys? Now, very tricky. Now, if you see this particular thing, instead of hug, I have found a new thing now, which is called fill container. If I do fill container, then this container will fill this container, and there will be practically no gap between them. And if you see, this particular container has this object and this object is fixed. I will make this also fill container. Now the most beautiful part of Figma happens. As soon as I make it bigger, settings and configurations, but if I make it smaller, it truncates. This is where we are heading towards. Let's do it again. So we had home, just like home. Text. Home, right? Let us do it slowly. Home. And now we have one of these icons. Let us do it slowly together. And we have this icon also. So far, so good, everyone. No confusion with these 3 things. Now we just learned about.
Can we see more example for truncation?
Yes, we will see a lot of examples for truncation. Okay. So truncations will be part of our journey. So consider this is just the beginning of a truncation thing. We'll do hundreds of examples for truncation. So this home icon, home text, the forward arrow icon, they are all individual things in space. Should we call them atoms or molecules?
Atoms.
These 3 are atoms. When 2 atoms combine, an atom can combine with lot of atoms to create a complex molecule also. So we will create a molecule only. This is nothing but a molecule. 2 atoms are binded together closely, but the 3rd atom is not part of this group. So we will do this and this. We will select and make auto layout. Done. First auto layout done. We can individually control the gap and center aligned, all these things. Now we select this auto layout and then an atom and make Shift A, another auto layout. Now the gap is 37. If I make it smaller, it is absolute position. 32, 30, 37 like that. But the moment I make it auto, magic happens. This auto makes it, whatever is my container width, we will take the extreme left and right. That means they don't have a good relationship. Right? Unless the gap between them is like this, they will never tend to be together. But they have good relationship. They are friends. So these atoms, they have good affinity. They have a good bond. Now, as we told that, imagine that this particular group is having 8 pixels and they are hugging each other. So if I change home into something else, say button, no problem. The size of this frame becomes 76. If I change this thing to test, the size of this particular thing changes to 61, no problem. But this is always going to take auto. But now if we make it as, say, settings and configurations. Now this makes it little tricky because of this hug condition, when we go inside, this is hugging. So it is respecting the condition that is given, hugging. But the parent frame, is it hugging or fixed? So always, try to remember this. Have you guys heard about this thing or seen this thing, Chinese dolls? Not Russian dolls, sorry. You may have seen it as a kid, right? This is auto layout. And Russian dolls and Inception. You may have watched the movie Inception. Dream inside dream, inside dream, inside dream, inside dream. So it's the same as like that. This is an auto layout. Inside another auto layout. Inside there can be another auto layout. Don't get confused. Just, think that this doll is inside this doll. Now this doll is a metal box. So this doll is going to adjust with whatever, permission is given here. But this can be an elastic box. So if together they are bigger, these guys will respect. Like that, it will keep on growing. So this is actually auto layout. This is a nice image actually, right? Right. So now if you see the parent frame, that means the top frame is fixed. So how do we expect that, this will be respected? If we want it to be respected, what should be the condition of that top container? Elastic or metal box? Let's make it elastic. See, immediately respected. Yes or no? Immediately respected. Because now it doesn't care what happened. And if you see, why is there a gap between these two? Because I have given it 36 pixels. Let's make it 0. It will be like respecting nothing. Immediately after this thing ends, this thing starts. So now what we are saying is that while making interfaces, we sometimes work under constraints of dimensions that a left navigation should not be more than 340 pixels. Now this thing itself, it became 219 pixels. So it is a really strong, this thing, like a huge text which is coming out. So we may want to truncate it. So now if I pull this thing, then it becomes elastic to metal, fixed width. So now what we want is that this guy to exactly follow that same rule and maintain that gap as if this is always on the right side, extreme right side of the Russian doll, and the extreme left side of the Russian doll is this component. So we will make it auto like this. So when we make it auto, irrespective of this thing, it always respects. Now, this particular thing, now if you see, as it comes and overlaps, because this particular thing is still here and the size of the icon cannot shrink, so this problem happened. But if I select inside,
just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers UI UX course in collaboration with iHub Divya Sampark IIT Roorkee. Through this course, you will learn complete UI UX design thinking, interaction designs, wireframing, and guerrilla testing for a rewarding UI UX design career. This UI UX design course will be taught by IIT faculty and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards the career growth in the field of UI UX design.
And inside, if we make this thing as fill the container. So now if you see, the container is filled. But this particular container has how many objects? 2, home icon and settings. Now if I go and select settings, is it filling the container or hugging? It is hugging. If we make it fill container, this will also fill the container. But then, because there are 2 lines, it is filling 2 lines. If there are 1000 lines, it will fit 1000 lines. So here comes the concept of truncation, where we go to this 3 dot and make the truncation thing on. And as soon as we make the truncation thing on, the text becomes truncated. So now this auto layout is filling the container, this text is filling the container, and this particular thing has a fixed height, fixed width with auto. So this helps us create this kind of flexible components. And I can always add a padding on top of it, a cherry on top of it with like say 8 pixels and 4 pixels like this, and add a fill color and add some corner radius or something like this. So now you can see it's kind of a cute little menu navigation icon like this, and I can select it, change it to the settings like this. Now whatever I write here, if I write home, not a problem. It will always stay like this. And if I change it to say, write it as our option 1, it will take that option, no problem. Something like this.
So what is the difference between the fill container and the hub container?
So fill container and hub container is that, so if you see, the text is actually not hugging, but the text is filling the container. But here also the text is trying to fill the container. That means if you see, if the text is smaller than the container size, then the text stops here, right? There is no problem. But if we make the text hub container, then the text, whatever is the size of the text, it will stay. So if I write a longer text like settings and configurations like this, then what happens is that the text is hugging. Text does not know the container size. The text has been given liberty to flow free flowing wherever, whatever is the size of it. Right. But if we make the same text as doing fill container with the truncation thing on, if the truncation thing is not there, then the text will actually go to whatever size we give. But if the truncation option is given and fill container is given, then the text is filling the container, but the text is more than the container, so it is truncating. It automatically detects where to cut, where to add the 3 dots, not 2 dots, not 1 dot, but 3 dots, like this. Now if you say, right, now if you say that, okay, even after the truncation, I just want 4 pixels gap with the icon, you may ask. So what we'll do is that inside there is a container. In this container, I'll have 4 pixels gap. So now if you see, more truncation happened. Previously, you could see R also. Now you could not see R. So now even the truncation happens, but there is a gap after which the truncation happens. Otherwise, the truncation will look like, immediately falling on top of it. An example is, if you see Spotify, in Spotify, Pritam, Arijit Singh, Amitabh Bhattacharya, and here if you see, this, there is a truncation that happened in this width. But if I make the width bigger, Jonita Gandhi, you can read, right? So this is another example. If you make it smaller, it keeps on truncating. Got it? And these are all responsive design, actually, very tough. Okay. fairly understandable. So now we will go into like more details of it. So it's still at the tip of an iceberg because we will now go deeper inside everything. We will let's make these chips when we had the chips. So in chips we saw that this is how we can create chip. So I will write, let me just quickly write assist chip, and I'll make it semi bold or medium. Then I'll do shift A, right? Auto layout. And with shift A, we can see everything. That left right padding with icon is 8 dp. The height is 32 dp. Fixed height 32 dp. Okay. And left right padding is how much? The 16 dp. 16 dp. And the shape is 8 dp corner radius. Wow, 8 dp corner radius. And then there is this outline. So instead of fill, I'll just add stroke. Stroke thickness 1, done. Assist chip. Then we will make another assist chip which is with an icon. And the size of the icon is how much? 18 dp. So I will copy from my Google icon which I just got. So I will get a car. Yeah, car is already there. Control C. And this is my chips. I will select this frame and do Control V. The car goes inside, right? And now I will see the gap between thing. This is 8 pixels. So I'll select, instead of 10, it becomes 8 dp. And here also the left padding, instead of 16, it becomes 8. And on the right side, it becomes 16. So this is kind of the how you create this particular construction like this. I'll make a copy of it and I'll select this, and let me try to see if it has a colorful icon. If not, I can also bring colorful icons from Iconify. Let me try to bring Google icon only. Yeah, Google import icon 18 dp. Control X, go inside, right click, paste to replace, right? Assist chip, and everything is 32 pixels like this. Now these chips, there is a peculiar this thing. So we will make a copy of chips, and then let me just write assist chip. This is say main, and then this is athletic. Then we'll write size 32, and then we will just write v-neck, right? And then we will write how an e-commerce thing happens, right? If you add a lot of filter criteria, Puma, Nike brands, like this, and it can have a lot of things like this. So if you select everything and if you do shift A, all of them become auto layout. I can make say 8 pixels auto layout. But here, if the size of the screen is smaller, how do you make it? This is where this wrap condition comes. When you do wrap, and if you try to make it smaller, the tags tend to move to the second row. This is also a beautiful thing that Figma introduced recently. See? So no matter if you move 90 to the top or athletic, make a copy of it and add like this is airflow, something. So the tags keep on. If you add a tag and then the tag becomes longer in length, let's write fitness. See, as soon as the text length became bigger than how much real estate it had, fitness freak, it moved to the second line, third line. So this is how, with chips, I showed you this concept of wrap. Okay, So this also not a big deal, you can all practice it. They are little smaller, they are chips. So the chips basically when you add lot of filters and stuff, so they are things with which you interact also, but at the, like you can actually some of them may have cross also. So like you can have close, some of them may have this also, right? You can cancel it. So these are like quick filters, you can click and cancel them, and then on the fly you can customize the filter criteria. These are chips which you may have seen in Myntra. So in Myntra, if you go to main t-shirts, so if you select Roadstar, then see, right, price.
Okay, basically these
color.
are not CTAs, right?
These are chips, so these have a specific purpose.
Okay.
They are like not buttons, but they are conditions which you on the fly you can change. See, so you call it tags or chips, no? Like this. Yeah. Okay, divider to we did, radio button we did. Anyone having problem with radio button or negative auto layout? Yeah, we were talking about this problem of how do you create a zone. So when we were creating icon buttons, we talked about an area, about an extra area, right? So what happens is if you click this, if you select this particular thing, this is an icon, a raw icon, and now I'm doing Shift A, first auto layout, and I am making the same fixed width. Fixed width is 40 pixels, 40, and this has to be center aligned. And then adding a fill color, the fill color can be anything, and then adding corner radius of 20, right? Like this. Now, this has a touch target of 48 pixels. So how do I ensure that it has that touch target also with it? If I try to make it 48, then the icon becomes too big and bold. Then I have to make it 24 pixels. So this will make the UX look little clunky, huge icons. So we have to solve this problem where this is actually 40, but at the same time the touch target is more. So to do the touch target more, you will add another auto layout on top of it, and this time you add that 4 pixels additional gap with it. Okay. Basically you make a copy of this guy and make Shift A, another auto layout, and then this one you change it to 48 and make it center aligned. So this way you have a transparent auto layout. Now you can actually fill it with a different color. Who is stopping you from doing it? And make it 24 pixels, right? So sometimes you may need to add a ring. So I will show you for personal avatars and all those stuff. Let me get this plugin which is called Content Reel. Usually, so what you can do is that with this Content Reel plugin, let's say I make a circle and then the circle is say 40 pixels, and I click on this image. See, immediately this image is added. It's really fast to add, this kind of avatars. So now we will create list items, then we will see how to better use it. But since we discussed this plugin, I will make a copy of it and I will put it over there so that your idea of plugins simultaneously starts building, right? We have a plugin section, if you guys remember. So in this plugin section, this is the second plugin that we're talking about. So I will go to my button area. Now, if you see, this we will add an auto layout, and then we will make it say 2 pixels only. 2 pixels, center align, and add a fill color, and then add a 40 or 100 pixels. I mean, it doesn't matter actually. But if you guys remember that you may have seen this kind of rings around images, right? Showing that if you are busy or if you are available, you have seen it, right? So this is how you can actually create these rings around it. So here, instead of creating that ring, we are keeping it empty and we are making it 48 pixels. That's it. We are not adding any corner radius or anything. We are just making it. The touch target is like this. So if we have two clickable icons and if we make a copy of it and make Shift A and then we do 0 pixels, then there is always a gap with these two. So the touch target is such that if you click it with your finger, the chances of error of clicking this icon will be reduced. Got it? So yeah, this is with the icon buttons. Now we will see how do we make this kind of complex bottom navigation bar. So this is also another example where auto is used. And this is filling the container, but auto is used here. So let us see how do we create it. I'll just leverage on the icons from Google only. I will create Control C and bottom up part. Okay. Control V. So we'll make it as check. Check. Okay. Check is there. And then the second icon is, I think it is edit. Not exactly edit. Pen to brush. Let me see like this. Not over there. Let us get this one only. And then you have a mic.
It is modern edit, I guess.
Modern edit.
I guess.
Okay. Modern edit. Not in this library. And then we have images. Still not. Okay, let me just get this one. And then we will have this plus icon. So we will have add plus. Plus is a little bigger. Okay. So first thing first, we have to create this auto layout around it. Shift A. And then what is the size of each? Width, height. Height is 80 dp. This entire thing is 80 dp. And this is a 48 dp thing, right? So we will directly make it fixed with 48. 48, 48. Yeah, you just consider this as a value, the unit of it. Okay. These are all dp's only. Got it? So actually, we will have a separate spec sheet. Next class, I will share the exact relationship between dp and pixels. But in daily work, you can add pixels dp in conversation with your team members. They know what exactly it is, so there will be no problem. Now this is 48 pixels. Now can you tell me that what should be the stroke, inside, outside, or center? But there is a 0.5 dp outside that happened, right? Because the frame dimension is 48, 48. So the frame dimension should be 47.5, 47.5 to make it 48, 48 with center. But exactly now it is 48, 48. Right?
Got it, sir.
Yeah. So now, because otherwise, how can you actually do this? How can you change this? So I'll make a copy of it and select Shift A and make it 0. Right? Select this and then I'll just make it edit. And then Control C, Control V. Select this and I'll make it mic. And then I'll do Control C, Control V. Select this and I'll make it something else, like a person, for example. So these are all done. Then this one I'll do Shift A. The size is same, I guess, 48 dp only. But then it has a color. So I'll add fill color. This is the fill color. And I'll make it 48, fixed, 48, 48. Central line. Like this. And then the corner radius. Top bottom padding, left padding, right padding, 16, device width, and This dimension it has not given how much, so I can put it on top of it and check. So in order to have those critical checking, you can see that this is little bigger than this particular thing. So this is from the floating action button guideline, which it may have taken. Okay, so let me make it 54. Yes, this is 54 pixels, and then add in it like 12 pixels. But here, if you see, this particular corner radius is slightly different. So if you go here, you can see there is a corner smoothing thing from iOS. If you change it, let's see what happened. It became the square kill from a square. Right. So while working on iOS, this is how the icons look like in iOS. But we can ignore it for our particular work. So we can add it like this effect, bring it below. So all these three things, the stroke color should be gray like this. Now this guy and this guy, Shift A, center align, no problem. And then the left padding is how much? 4 pixels, right? So when we select this, the left padding we are adding as 4 pixels. The right padding is 16 pixels. The top one is 12 and the bottom one is 12. And then this is the color, background color. We nailed it exactly how it was. And by looking at it, it seems that the size of these particular lines are thicker. So we will select all these 4 together. Instead of 1, we will make it 2 pixels. And this size, instead of 47.5, what should it be? 47. And you will have, no, it will be 46, right? Because it will be on both sides. Yes, 46. Right, 46. And because it is centered, it is on both sides 1 pixel more. Same for the left and right. So this is exactly 48 pixels thing happening like this. Right? Now this particular thing, if you see, what is the width? Device width. What is device width? What is the device width of Android small? What is the device width of Android large? Is same. Let's say iPhone 8. Let's just, for the sake of understanding, iPhone 8 Plus. It's 414. Now, this gap is 120. If I place it here, I have to reduce this gap manually. Instead of dash, let's make it auto now. Now I don't have to worry about it. Control C, I paste it here and I just stretch it. This is why we use auto. Now the concept of auto is clear.
Yeah,
whatever device width you have, get the highest device width like this. Control C, Control V. Don't have to worry about it. Suppose this becomes, this is how you make it landscape. Who cares? Now clear concept of auto. Whenever you go into Figma, this is the thing that can happen, You go deeper and deeper. So that's why everyday practice is very important when you are starting up, and bring as many doubts as possible. You can learn all these things from Figma also, from YouTube and other stuffs also. But I am a live instructor. You can have all the doubts cleared 100 times, but in YouTube you have to watch it 100 times. So got it. So this is the situation where device width comes and auto helps you to deal with it. So yeah, let me keep it like this way only so that you all can remember how this thing is made. So there are various instances which can occur with navigation components or any other components also, where the device width comes in and we have to respect this auto. Then let us go and look at this guy. This guy is a little bit complicated, not that complicated also, but it has lot of segregated instances. If you see, this one has a hamburger menu, a title, then an icon. So there is a gap between this. So a lot of things are happening if you see. So this is a center aligned top app bar. There is a small top app bar. There is a medium top app bar. There is a large top app bar. So there are different types of top app bars. So what are top app bars? This is where you go inside a page of an app and there is a back button. So this is one of the pages which has some kind of actions that you can take on the top, and it has a heading. Sometimes the heading comes below this top level, where the headline is little bit important, like manage finances, right? So this is like a big heading. If you have a little bit smaller heading, still you feel like making it comfortable, the heading might be bigger. You don't want the heading to be truncated. Why did Google created all these things? Because of different situations which might come, right? So because of different requirements of different products, they created this flexibility. But there might be situations where the headings are not that bigger, and the vertical real estate is important. So people don't want to compromise with this loss of real estate. So they want to put it on the top, and they will figure out how to write crisp small words to match it. And then there are things where you want the title to get the center of the page. So lot of things happening with vertical auto layout, horizontal auto layout, and space between, or the auto thing that is there. Previously it was called space between. So let us make it, because this is relatively complex and a lot of doubts will be cleared with this center aligned. Yeah. So we will again take the icon from our Google icon library. This has become really handy if you see. Just a small trick, and then the icon library is in my favor. So we are just adding one of these icons, and then we will add T and the title large, make it 18 pixels or so 20 pixels. Then we'll see. Text height also it may have given, I'm not sure, but let's see. And make it medium. Then we have the persona icon. So we will choose icon font. Yes. So as you see, we are doing material design. We have the material design Figma component. So all the icons are also matching. Right. And these are all two different examples. One of the examples is where we have a persona, but the other example is where we have a setup icon, settings icon. So here a lot of different things are happening if you see. This guy is having 16 on the left, 24 on the right. So what I can do, I can make it Shift A and let me make it 16 and 24, right? This way I can control it. And then the height they are saying as container shape, corner radius, and icon button text size 48, padding, avatar size 64. So the height is 64. All right, and center aligned. So this is maintaining that 16 on the left, 24 on the right, like this. And then this is center aligned, so I will not do anything with it. This one also I'll do Shift A, and I will make it 24 on the left and 16 on the right, like this. And this height is 64. And center aligned. Now selecting this, and this, I will do Shift A, and this is center aligned. So this way, if you see, if I move this thing, and if this was auto, then the problem would be solved. This would have been always center aligned, right? Always center aligned and moving like this. If I click I, then this is this component actually. You see. Now I'll make a copy of it. And this one, they are saying that it is 48 pixels size. So I can actually, this is actually the same thing. So we will not change much. Rather, we'll just select this and change this thing to our settings icon. Like this, settings 24, settings 24. This size is 48. So I'm not sure if I have that larger icon, or what I can do is that I can select this icon, click on K, or I can even increase it. I can increase it 24 and get say 40, 40, like this, right? So because this is a clickable icon, like this. So now I have 40, 40. I can add this, that because it already has a padding, that means it is all well inside that 40 pixel zone. So if not, I can make it, this 16 pixels gap. And if you see, this entire square is more than 48, it is 64, 72. So it's not a problem. I can keep it like this also. 64, 64, like this. It has to be 48, the clickable area. The clickable area is 40, 40. And I can make it shift A and add that extra pixels, 40 and 4 and 4. So now you can see, if I make this as a different color, change this thing to a little bit gray. So you can understand that the clickable area I have defined as 48, 48, this red area, right? 48, 48. Yeah. So this is how this particular icon can be created. Now I'll remove it. And both having auto will help me do it like this. Now, while making these other components, I will leverage on these components. So let me just see how do I make this component easy. So this is a technique where I am editing an auto layout. First thing first is that I am going to change this thing to a back arrow. So I will do type by back and change this to back arrow. This one I will change from 1624 to 1616. Then we have title large, but if you see, this title large is at the left side. So instead of, while this is auto, this particular text, I have to make it as fill container. As soon as I make it fill container, and this is left aligned, so the text is now left aligned, right? And here, this particular text, if you see, this is all having like 24 pixel, 24 pixel, 24 pixel gap till the last one. So we can have this 24 pixel gap between objects, and this is one of the icons, Control C, Control V, and these two I can select and do Shift A and do a 24 pixels gap. So this one I will select and change it to calendar. What it is, meeting. Let me find any icon for now. Yes, I found the exact one. And then I will add an ellipsis. The ellipsis is 3 dots. Yeah, 3 dots, vertical 3 dots. But this particular thing, the right side is 16 pixels. So I'll change it to 16 pixels. Now you can see these are all these things are having 24 pixels gap, 16 on the right. Oh, the first is a change clip, so it's attached, right? But then together they have auto, so it moves like this. The last variant is also, I think it is the same variant, which is having a touch target of 48 pixels if they're clickable. So I can move it here, and instead of doing it like this, I will do Shift A and make it 48, fixed, and make it 48, 48, like this, center aligned. And then this particular group, I will not add any gap, right? Like this is 48. Here I will show you another technique. I'll do Alt Control C, select the icon and do Alt Control V. Sorry, Alt Control V. Okay, this is not taking. Shift A and make it fixed, and 48, 48, and center aligned. And Shift A, fixed with 48, 48, center aligned. two different techniques. Now this icon, core icon, has a gap of how much? If you see 12 pixels. And this icon has a gap of 12 pixels. So what is the gap between this icon and this icon? It is 24 pixels, same as here. So there are two different ways of representation of the same icon. Now if I put them right below each other, you will see there are subtle differences. Oh, the main difference is because the right hand side is 16 pixels. So I will make it 0 like this. And this is my last icon, which is having 48 pixel size, and after 48 pixels it has little bit of a gap. So this container I will add at least 8 pixels gap, not 8, it's 4. Yes, so this is how you exactly have the same thing but two different ways to work on it. Here you will get an advantage, you can actually define the touch targets. Yes.
So what do you suggest?
This one I will suggest to use this method, because if you create a prototype which you want to check with your mobile phone, in Figma you can actually install Figma Mirror in your Android or iOS phone. And if you share a prototype link, then you can actually click on those buttons in your Figma actual prototype. So defining a touch target based approach for mobile experiences is always better, because there is no chance of error. Here, if you see, the actual touch target will be 2424. So there will be chances of error. So this is the best way of working on it.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So as you can see, this is like, there are different muscles which you have to build for creating auto layout. I'm just showing you small nuances of how to make it center aligned. Here, actually, if you see, I could have made it fill container and then center aligned like this also, or I could have left it hugging, right? Both are doing the same thing. Here I have done fill container and left align. And in the next example, which is this example, I'll just make a copy of this and I will select this. I will, do Control X and put it on the right hand side, or rather outside it. And then what I will do is that I will do select these two and do Shift A and do it left align. That means this is now, there are two frames. So if I remove this frame, this is how it is. And this text is right now not an auto layout. This is just a text. So in order to add this 16 pixels, what should I do with this text? Because I can always control this gap, whatever gap it is. But if I have to control the gap below, which is this gap, which is 24 pixels. See, because they are part of an auto layout, I can add 24 pixels here below. But if I have to add a gap here, how do I add this gap? How do I make sure that this 16 pixel gap I can bring? Like how this guy has this 16 pixel gap, right? How do I break this thing? Because this is just a text. So I will do Shift A here. Now I can add this gap, 16 pixels. Here, everyone. Let me add this background color. Now you'll be able to see. Right. Now this particular guy, it has say we can add 8 pixels gap here. This is title large. And then if I make another copy of it, I can select this and make it say 32 pixels, like a, or maybe 28 pixels. It is like a big one, headline medium. So using the same piece of components, and now see, this has become 2 line. What should I do? The container, but see, nothing happened. So I have to go inside. I have to check the condition that was there. So I will select this. This is the container. Inside the text is fill container, but this one should be fill container. So we'll do fill container now. See, no problem. And then if we go here, the one below is 20. Headline medium, right? So if I delete it, if I show you that, if I make it like here and then change this size, I'll change this thing to 28 pixels and then change this thing to headline medium. It will go to the second line. So this one, if you see, it has, this is one text. The text has fixed width, But then the container also has, container is hugging. So this text, I have to make it fill container, but the container itself is fixed. As soon as I made this as fill container, the container became fixed. So the container has to also fill its container. So what is its container? It is showing in blue. See, this is the content of the container and this is the container of the container. It's all about that Russian doll thing. And now Figma has started showing you these blue hints. When I was learning it, those were not coming. Those are not there in Figma. So I used to be utterly confused. Whose container? And then fill container. So now it is filling this container. So what happens is that now if you make it smaller, see nothing changed. Why? Because this is fixed width. A fixed width container will not change its shape unless you make it fill container. As soon as you make it fill container, what happens is that, but see, the headline medium did not get truncated. Why? Now this headline medium has to have that truncation on. Then it will get truncated. Now headline medium's 3 dots are going to the extreme right. What if I have to add a gap? Select this container, add a gap, 8 pixels. So it is that same concept, round and round and round. Let's see this also. If I write headline small, what happens? Headline small. And let me write small thing. See, it goes to the second line. So I have to make it fill container. I have to select this container also and make it fill container. And now I will make it smaller. It is not decreasing the width. I'll make it fill container. And now I'll select this and make it truncated. Select the text, go to 3 dots, make it truncated. Now what happens is that I can see the truncation of the text like this. So these are called super components because these components are responsive. When a component is responsive, I can do Control C. And as you can see, we have started building our mobile phone components, right? And the components are so responsive that the components are, filling the areas, isn't it? This is how your inauguration of building experiences are happening. Right? We have started putting stuff inside. And a screen is what? A screen is made up of these things only, right? We studied in atomic design. Now, these two components, imagine that we don't put the components like this. This is a very clumsy way of working with components. So let me just quickly show you right below that instead of doing like this, what if I was doing an auto layout between these two auto layouts? Possible or not possible? Tell me. I can do auto layout between these auto layouts, right? Is anyone stopping me? So if I do auto layout between these two, Shift A, and then if I start moving this frame, why are they not moving? You can also feel it, right? Now you feel it and feel it. And now what happens is that the frame is responsive. So I don't care about any Android frame now, any Android or iOS frame. I am beyond all these things. Now, what about this vertical thing? It's hugging, right? So let me stretch it. Why isn't it filling it? So if you work like this in your interviews, in your craft skills, you'll get full marks. Right? So this is how we make responsive components. So we created a top component, we created a bottom component. Now we will create components in between. And then we will try to add scroll, we will try to add. And then we all should not forget about our knowledge about master components, right? Now, if this is a master component, how do we make master component like this? And Control C. And if we replace it, right click and paste to replace it. see one problem is happening because this component is not filling it. Why? Because it's a master component. It did not have that property. It is fixed. What should I do it? Fill. Now if you see here, if I add this guide, what is this gap here? Like here, if I select it and if this is 16 pixels, right? 16 pixels. What is the gap here? It is not having 16 pixels. And imagine that you have worked on hundreds of screens like this. Now what you can do is you can go to your master component. So look at these screens. What happens? I will change this to how much?
16.
16. See, all the screens immediately got updated. So this is how auto layout and components together, they do handshake and helps you, take care of your stuff like this. So this is a really high quality screen with material design guideline and with everything in place with exact screen sizes, yet it helps you to scale. Like if this is an Android, whatever is a dimension, if someone tells that give me all these screens in 360 800, okay sir, select everything and do 360 800. So this is 360 and 800. So I can select multiple frames and scale it. That means if a situation happened when you had an entire page full of thousands of flows, if you had created them using auto layout and your developer comes and says, give me everything in 360 800, sorry, 360 640. All right, sir, select everything 360 640. Nothing broke. Or if someone says that make it in 430 932, all right. See, there might be some overlaps that happened because we did not, there is some real estate issues here. So that's why keep sufficient gap between frames. But if you had kept sufficient gap between frames, it would have worked like extremely smoothly, right? Back to square one. Now we have created this frame, which is a master frame and is smarter and smartest than these other frames. So I definitely want all of you to practice this part till here. Okay. Any question? Okay, Venkat is asking, I have one small doubt, how to bring Google material icon to your Figma platform. Yes. Yeah, if you see material 3, if you go to material 3 design kit, in under styles, it has all the elements like this. I am not sure if you have Google material design icons separately.
Yes, we have a plugin, sir.
You have a plugin. There is a plugin with which you can bring material design icons and Google material design icons. Yes, this is by Icon Duck. So if you try it out, Figma file, then this is the Figma file, not the plugin. This is the plugin only. Yes. You have all these icons here. You can run the plugin and then you can search here. Whatever you can find, you can search over here. So you can actually add this icon. But then all these things will not be here. And then you have to just look through it and search, or have to remember, like if you want to search signal is not there. So you have to, it brings some relevant things. So you can find items like this and bring it. Right, when you are creating the top information bar and all those stuff. And yeah, like this. right? So this is the Google Material Design icon pack. Similarly, there are different icon packs. So I just copy it and paste it in our file in the icon in the plugin section. Let us keep it below the icon part. But Iconify is where you find a lot of different type of icons. Getting something from Google's icon library will help you get consistent icons. What did we do last? Top app bar. Okay. Then we have navigation bar. So navigation bar is the one which stays below. So while we learn about navigation bar, we should also learn something about. I need to okay. Venkat is asking. I need to appear right side bar with name and icon. Oh, Venkat is asking how do you get on the right side bar name of all icons? See, if you go to Material 3 Design Kit, here you can find all these icons that is there, but the icon pack is really small, right? On the right hand side, you can, like if I make a copy of this thing, then you can see that these icons are coming here like this, right? But then these are all your local components. So there is a way you can go to your assets and you can publish these icons. And when you publish them, then you can bring it to any other file. Published means it is published in cloud. You can bring it anywhere. So let us park this question for now. But the way I created temporarily inside a local file is by just selecting this Control C, pasting it over there in my file. And then since all of them are instances, I detached them. And this is one of the icons because of which it is having a problem. So I will deselect it. I will create multiple components. And this way, locally, I'll be able to have it. Okay, Venkat? Because the nomenclature / naming is already done. Okay. Yeah. All right. Now we will go into making some more examples. Shift to. See, as soon as I did shift to, now I can easily find this thing. Navigation bar has some important accessibility concerns. So while we are making it, we should also learn about those. These are pretty simple things to create. How many of you are feeling confident with this thing?
So let us begin by looking at UI UX design beginner interview questions. First, how do you define UX? UX design is something that your interviewer is already familiar with. They expect you to explain UX design in your own way. I wouldn't suggest answering this question with a textbook definition. You can use real life examples to begin with. Talk about how companies have started to focus more on customer experience, which has resulted in a rise in the reach of the company with positive customer feedback. Although, whatever you say, remember to mention that UX design makes websites and applications easy to use and enhances customer experience. Let's move on to the second question. What is your design process? Here, the interviewer is interested in knowing how your thought process works. They analyze your approach and understand why you use that particular approach. Mentioning aspects like research, which involves conducting user interviews, for instance, can be beneficial for you. As you go through your portfolio, explain the problems you were trying to address and your approach to solving them. Let's look at the third question. Describe a recent challenge you faced and how you overcame it. Approximately 80% of the interviewers ask candidates to tell them about a time when something went wrong. So you must be prepared to answer this question. The best way to answer this question is to demonstrate your ability to remain calm and logical in the face of a major challenge. Choose your examples carefully. You don't want to draw attention to a problem that occurred because you missed a deadline or made a design error. Impress the interviewer by talking about a problem that happened because of something outside your control rather than something you did wrong. Let's look at the fourth question. What is your favorite project and what made it interesting for you? Your favorite project may not be the best or most aesthetically pleasing or the best match for the needs of a potential employer. To impress the interviewer, choose a project that reflects the company's typical design aesthetic. Tell a story about your design and provide enough detail to convince the interviewer that you can handle difficult design challenges. Let's see the fifth question. How did you find your way into UI UX design? It goes without saying that you chose UX design because it excites you and inspires you. You must respond to this question honestly and enthusiastically. Your response should persuade the interviewer that you are a good UX designer who understands how to apply user experience design principles to every project. You can answer this question by focusing on characteristics that distinguish you as a UX designer, such as empathy. Make it clear to the interviewer that you excel at analyzing user needs and having empathy for people who use your designs. Next, problem solving abilities. UX design is about more than just design, it is also about assisting users in overcoming their greatest challenges. Your response should demonstrate that you have exceptional problem solving abilities. And for the sixth question, we have what kind of research methods do you use when starting a project? Don't try to impress the interviewer by mentioning complex research methods you've never used before. Be truthful about your current strategy. Tell the interviewer if you wish there was a better way to gather information. This demonstrates your critical thinking skills and commitment to continuous improvement. The key point is to let them know that you are aware of the research process. Tell them about the methods you use and you would like to use. Let us look at the seventh question. What distinguishes the role of a UI developer from a UX developer? There are numerous parallels between the roles of a UI and UX developer. UI developers are primarily concerned with creating interactive and navigational elements that assist users in navigating the product, whereas UX developers are concerned with improving the quality of a user's interaction with the product. UI refers to screens, buttons, toggles, icons, and other visual elements that you interact with when using a website, app, or any electronic device. UX refers to your entire interaction with a product, including how you feel about it. While UI can influence UX, the two are distinct, as are the roles that the designers play. Let's take a look at the eighth question. How do UI developers and front-end developers differ from one another? A front-end developer is in charge of creating a client-side web interface. CSS, HTML, JavaScript, and other technologies are used to accomplish this. Front-end developers work on entire pages and create a website out of these pages. It is their responsibility to ensure the website and all of its components work properly. And for the ninth question, explain the layout of HTML. The HTML layout defines how a web page will be organized. HTML5 elements are used to define various parts of a web page. These include header. Defines the header for a section. Nav. This defines a container for navigation links. Section. This defines a section in a document. Article. This defines a self-contained independent article. Aside. This defines stuff that is aside from the content, for example, sidebar. Footer. This defines the footer of a document. And for the 10th question, what is the importance of semantic elements? Some of the reasons semantic elements are important are as follows. The use of semantic element improves the readability of the code. When semantic elements are used, developers, search engines, and assistive technologies can better understand the content and context of a website. Semantic elements improve code consistency. Now let us look at the intermediate interview questions. The first one, how do you reduce the load time of a page? You can shorten the page load time by doing the following. Image compression, getting rid of unnecessary images, reduce lookups, reduce the number of redirects, and caching. The second question, what are some of the biggest challenges you faced as a UX designer? This is one of the most frequently asked UX designer interview questions. Always use examples when answering this question. Use something from your portfolio to demonstrate the difficulties you've encountered as a UX designer. Discuss a project that requires you to work on something difficult and how it helped you to develop a new skill. They're curious about how you solve problems. They also want you to know how you deal with stress. Discuss how you handle this situation. Third question: how do you select the features for your product? Begin by explaining why it is so critical to set business goals based on the needs of buyers and other key stakeholders. Then discuss why it's critical to adjust to these goals as users need change. After you've given some context, explain how you go about analyzing your user needs and ensuring that your UX design decisions are in line with them. Then describe how you consider companies' goals when making a design decision. Include an explanation of how you sample the target market, discover their goals, and solve their problems with your designs in your response. Fourth question: how do you learn from negative feedback? Negative feedback is unavoidable, especially in the professional world. So, potential employers want to know that you can accept it gracefully and apply it to future projects. Inform the interviewer that you're welcome to constructive criticism and will use it to make better decisions. It is also a good idea to tell the interviewer that you'd rather get negative feedback from internal stakeholders than from end users because UX design is all about creating great user experiences. This strengthens your knowledge of the UX design field. Fifth question: how would you enhance our product's UX? This is an excellent opportunity to demonstrate that you have thoroughly researched the company and considered how you can add value. This demonstrates a genuine interest in the role, which can only benefit you. Spend some time before your interview exploring their website, and if they have one, or their mobile app, identify one or two things that you believe could be improved and devise a strategy for doing so. If nothing stands out, discuss how you might run general usability tests to see how the current design is performing. Remember to consider their target users and mention these personas while sharing your ideas. And for the sixth question, tell me about a time when you disagreed with your team's recommendation. What did you do? The most effective solutions are data driven. That is something you must remember. Tell the interviewer that you enjoy making recommendations or business decisions based on data and proven results. You could discuss a time when you disagreed with your team's recommendation due to user research. Your research had revealed that customers were not enthusiastic about the team's recommendation. Remember that rather than subjective opinions, disagreements should be resolved using objective data. Let us look at seventh question. Give us an example of a design that resolved a business issue. You could respond to this question by referring to your portfolio and telling them about a design you worked on that solved a major business issue. You could also use a real life example of a brand that benefited from better design. Make sure to cover all aspects of the design and explain the problem thoroughly before explaining how it helped. And for the eighth question, what websites or apps are your favorites and why? Mention your preferred apps and websites. Explain why you like them, what features make them appealing to customers, and do they inspire you? As an example, consider the following. Google. Google is a prime example of a well designed functional UX. A single search field is a great customer friendly feature. Netflix. A simple service that uses an algorithm to recommend content based on the user's viewing history. This aids in providing the user with a personalized and easily understandable interface. Duolingo. This app makes learning enjoyable. The entire interface is gamified, giving users the impression that they are playing a game rather than learning. And for the ninth question, how do you assess a product's user experience? You can take advantage of this opportunity to describe your ideal project. Discuss the product in detail, paying special attention to the UX design. Tell them who your target audience will be and how you plan to personalize this experience for them. This will show the interviewer that you have a clarity on what you want and that you have clear vision on your goals. Now let us look at some of the advanced interview questions of UI UX design. Let us start with what fundamental differences exist between creating for desktop and creating for mobile. You can talk about the following differences. Screen size. There is a clear distinction between desktop and mobile screen sizes. This has an impact on the layout design. Desktop apps can have fixed navigation bars, whereas mobile menus must rely on pull out menus. Then, interaction. While desktop computers can fully utilize the cursor's interactivity, mobile apps do not. In mobile apps, users must use gestures such as swiping, shaking, or poking. Organizing content. In desktop apps, we can use the multi column format, which provides far too many layout and positioning options. Scrolling is the only option for mobile apps. Desktops are preferred for longer, more involved tasks, whereas mobiles are preferred for shorter tasks. Second question: what are your go to UX design tools? You can discuss the ones with whom you are most at ease. Here are a few examples. First, Figma. Figma improves collaboration and accessibility for UX designers. Then, InVision Studio. UX designers can use InVision Studio to quickly create functional prototypes and share them with the team. Then, Adobe XD. Adobe XD gives users a vector based system for creating prototypes. Third question: what is your area of focus? Are you a UX designer, UX researcher, or a visual designer? This is one of the easiest UX interview questions you'll encounter during your job search. You may be tempted to claim expertise in all these areas, but that is the incorrect answer. Concentrate on your greatest strength to ensure that your passion is clear. As an added bonus, discussing only one area of focus makes it easier to demonstrate that you researched and understood the company's needs. Fourth question: what distinguishes UX design from other design disciplines? You don't need to go into great detail, but make sure to explain how UX design prioritizes usability. Graphic design, on the other hand, is concerned with visual appeal. It's exactly what the interviewer is looking for. The interviewer expects you to understand the purpose of UX design and how it fits with other types of design in an organization. Fifth question: how do you identify your user's needs? Because UX design is focused on creating user friendly experiences, you must first understand the needs of your target audience before making any design decisions. Make sure you explain your approach to user research, usability testing, and user persona development, which are very important in order to satisfy your users' needs. Sixth question: how do you know your UX design is successful? Do you use any KPIs or analytical tools to measure success? You can discuss various UI UX design tools and KPIs that you've used previously when conducting a UX evaluation. The following are some analytical tools you could discuss. Crazy Egg. Crazy Egg is one of the most basic heat map tools. Then, Good Data. It is a cloud based BI solution. It can combine multiple data sources to generate extremely useful reports. Then, Kissmetrics. It can be used to generate reports and funnels based on customer behavior. And some of the KPIs include task success rate, time on task, and user error rate. Let's move on to seventh question. What are some of the most significant trends in UX design, in your opinion? You can name a few popular trends that have impacted UX design in a positive way. The interviewer is asking this question to get an understanding of whether you keep up with the trends and if they impact your design as well. Some of the trends that have become very popular are personalization, designs led by AR and VR, visualized data, and animation. Eighth question: looking into the future, what do you think will be the next big thing in UX design? Employers want to see more than just that you have the necessary skills for the job. They also want to see that you're enthusiastic about your work and that you're constantly working to improve your UX skills. Don't get too caught up in making the most accurate future prediction. This is more about demonstrating that you're aware of what's going on around you and the direction in which the industry is moving. This is an excellent time to discuss any books or UX design blogs you're currently reading. This shows that you're always learning and keeping your finger on the pulse. And the last question, do you have a product concept that you would develop in the future? You can take advantage of this opportunity to describe your ideal project. Discuss the product in detail, paying special attention to the UX design. Tell them who your target audience will be and how you plan to personalize the experience for them. This will show the interviewer that you have a clarity on what you want to achieve and that you have clear vision on your goals.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers UI UX course in collaboration with iHub Divya Sampark IIT Roorkee. Through this course, you will learn complete UI UX design thinking, interaction designs, wireframing, and guerrilla testing for a rewarding UI UX design career. This UI UX design course will be taught by IIT faculty and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards the career growth in the field of UI UX design.